Feel safe in your hands. Feel me fully fade. I'm light as a fire that I'm letting you escape. The stars still remember the fall to our fate. I don't wanna wait. Every single part of me in flames. Tell me how it tastes. Let me be the harmony you crave. I want you to stay, please stay. Venom in my veins, deliverance waits for your hands. I am not afraid. I'm light as a fire that I'm letting you escape. The stars still remember the fall to our fate. I don't wanna wait. Every single part of me in flames. Tell me how it tastes. Let me be the harmony you crave.
Ways, particularly with placements coming into this. I mean, listen, I mean, it finished fourth and you take up $1,000, still very impressive, and I think, you know, good experience for any future season.
Now, before we get into our first match, we need to talk about our top two teams in the region. They were teams that we expected to make their way through to this portion of the competition, bare minimum making it through to the challenge finals. And then, of course, teams that we expected to at least have one of make through to the grand final. And that's happened so far. Seminole has made their way through, but the other half of that coin is Rejects, and they have faced off against each other more times than we can count at this point. We have highlights from the last time, then the last week of the previous season when these two teams face off, and that was when they were still Tribe and LG, okay? These teams have been fighting against each other for quite some time here, Bobby, so they've got some history.
Yeah, it's been a banger matchup between these two, not only through Snapdragon Pro Series, but basically for the entirety of 2022 till now in COD Mobile Esports. So obviously that was kind of the highlight of last season. And to be honest, probably the highlight match of last season, despite the fact that it was a regular season match.
Probando,
These two
1, 2,
obviously
3.
always giving us banger matchups, and I think it was disappointing for a lot of people that we never got to see kind of a rerun of that come playoffs, because Tribe fell 2-0 to Team Mayhem 2 times in a row, and we're kind of denied that matchup. So the fact that we've already gotten to see it one time in playoffs has certainly been a blessing, and right now with the way the Rejects are playing, I would not be remotely surprised if we got to see it again.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these teams have been going at it for the longest time, and here's a look at the last 10 matches that these guys have played, which is just an insane stat. To think they've even played each other 10 times. We were discussing, was like, have they actually played each other 10 times? Apparently that is the case, and Seminole have won the last 10. Now, it is important to note, I think, that the Rejects over the last couple of matches have gotten a lot better. They've gotten a lot more competitive. Seminoles, particularly the matchup, the last one of the regular season where Rejects were up 2-0. They should have won that matchup, but they lost all of the momentum after that one. And then obviously we talk about kind of yesterday's matchup, right? It went all the way to a game number 5, and Rejects almost reverse swept Seminoles. So, you know, I think Rejects have never been more competitive than they are right now with Seminole. I'm still not entirely convinced that Seminole are going to be our champions by the end of today.
Yeah, Rejects have a little bit of extra pressure on their shoulders here as we're trying to wait and see who that other team is making their way through. But this was their performance yesterday in day 1 of our finals here, Connie. They obviously went up against Team Mayhem and then succeeded knocking Team Mayhem down into that lower bracket, but then faced off against Seminole, and then they lost 3-2. They did take it to the full 5, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for the trio there to kick things off, it wasn't really a close game, but I think the Hardpoint really was the only sort of like shock factor for the series. I think it was because of the 182 Really, Mayhem put on a great showing from their own caliber, but to that best of 5, all the way to the 5th map. I mean, the control in the second Hardpoint, it was a bit more
probando.
sort of, well, I mean, Seminoles, I'd say
Me
slip up,
escuchan todo bien,
but
todo
in
claro,
terms
todo
of
correcto.
rejects, they had a
Todo
good
fino.
control, taking it to a 3-2.
Buena,
always
Michetos,
is gonna
bonita, ¿cómo
be
estás?
a
Gracias por
swing
compartir
factor,
live.
particularly in many series. That's what you got to look out for.
I mean, Seminole have looked very
En
strong
TikTok.
so far here in our
Recuerda que estamos
finals.
en YouTube también.
So, you know, someone's going to have to
Chicocos.
really step up to the plate if they're going to be able to take them down. Also, just a reminder for everybody at home, Seminole making their way through the upper bracket and holding that first spot in our grand finals means they also will start off the best of 7 grand finals with a 1-map advantage. So it's just even harder for that team coming up out of the lower bracket to try and take home that win. But we did see it happen in EU earlier, so it is not impossible, which is why the matches today are going to be super fun and really exciting for us to
Perfecto,
watch.
todo se escucha
Kick
bien, me
those
dice la gente.
matches
Listo.
off. First match of the day, you saw it on the
Hermano,
bracket, is
perfecto.
going to be between Truly and
Brian, te quiero mucho.
Team
Yo te quiero a
Mayhem.
ti
So let's
quietos
start
porque eres tan
talking about
lindo.
these teams a little bit. We just saw in those results how Team Mayhem fared against Rejects. Now they're going up against Truly, who was the 4th seed, so they
Bien,
were up against
creo que
Seminole
todo
to
bien.
kick it off. It was a little bit of a rough start for them, Brody.
Yeah, look, I think
Creo que
despite
todo
the fact
listo,
that we
todo
kind of gassed
correcto,
Truly up
crack.
just a little bit by
Ahí
saying they
tenemos
were
a los
somewhat
equipos.
competitive with Seminole, the storyline for Truly, even despite
No olviden
what
dejar
talent
el
they have on
like.
side,
De
the
hecho,
likes
voy a
of
dejar la
Forsaken and the
encuesta en
likes of
YouTube
Space,
ya una vez.
I still
Primera
don't think
partida.
the storyline has changed for them whatsoever. They haven't
Truly,
really been
Team
that
Mayhem.
competitive with the top 3 teams. And we go back towards the regular season matchup between them and Team Mayhem, and it's exactly the same kind of
Ahí
story.
estamos,
Hardpoint is the
perfecto.
only map of the 3 that was even relatively close, and even that one was
Todo fino,
Mayhem
todo
pretty much
listo,
the
chicos.
entirety of the
Ok.
way leading it, and I guess what one
En la
big
tarde
kill
no
was-
pude
was
prender
all
lo
of
de
the
TikTok
difference between
porque
the two
pues no
teams.
tenía el
But the session
formato
is during
vertical.
control,
Ahorita ya lo
not
puse.
close
Asumo
whatsoever.
que se verá bien. Lo pongo aquí.
Truly just
Esta
have
es
to kind of work
la
things
versión
out in the
para yo
veto process, I
castear.
think, for this matchup against Mayhem. They've really got to try and
Después
stay clear of big
tenemos...
maps
Sí,
for
esa
Mayhem, such as
básicamente.
Arsenal,
Vamos a usar
Hardpoint.
esa.
Yeah, I want to see that in this one. I
Vamos a
think
usar
really
la de
that's just gonna
Just
be step number
Chatting
one to
por
get
aquí cuando
anywhere in
estemos
this
hablando
season.
con
Well, we'll
todos.
start talking about these
Y
rosters,
aquí
we can
cuando
take a
estemos
look at
reaccionando.
their teams. For one of these teams for the last time this season, as
Ok,
well as this will be our
en la
first
vertical me estoy
of
dando
the
cuenta que
2
ambas se parecen
elimination
mucho.
matches. Truly roster, though, what can this
Pero bueno,
squad
más
bring to the
estaremos allí.
table here, Bobby, for this match?
¡Listo!
I mean, we've seen that they've
Estamos
got talent. We've
preparados.
seen they can make individual plays. It's just a question of
Preparados. ¿Cómo estamos?
consistency and bringing it all together.
¿Crees que ahora sí gane
We've
de
talked
Reyes
about,
a Seminal?
obviously,
Es
Space and
probable.
Forsaken
Hay
being kind of the most
mucha
notable
probabilidad de
players
que eso
on that
pase,
roster,
hermano.
having played for Tribe back
Ok,
during
bien.
the challenge
Voy a
season
empezar a
and then
avisar
Space
de que ya
with them
estamos en
for
vivo,
stage
¿vale?
5 as well. There's
Voy a
definitely been a
empezar a
lot more
avisar de que ya estamos
consistency
ready,
with
activos,
Wenuel in the starting
preparados.
Just trying to say
Listos,
Said it with a straight
listos
face.
para darle.
that he's
Vamos a empezar a
definitely
avisar
brought
por
a lot more
WhatsApp,
slaying power to the table.
por
It once
Discord,
again has largely been a question of
por
consistency.
Instagram, que
I
ahora que
think
subí una
just because
historia
of
hace
the fact
poquito.
that they're a fairly new team and probably not putting in quite as
Ahí
much work
estamos.
as some
Gran
of the
final
teams with a
playoff,
little bit
SPS
more
Masters
investment.
NA.
It's going to be really tough for them heading into the
Ex right.
series, but the talent's absolutely there. So
Ajá.
if they have a phenomenal day,
Pimba.
certainly capable of taking the series.
Avisados.
And then, of course, on the flip side of things,
Advertidos
we
por
have
aquí
Team
también.
Mayhem as well. A
En el
team that
canal de
has faced
WhatsApp
off against some
también.
of our giants in the past.
Ya saben que tengo
Seen
un
some
canal de
results,
WhatsApp donde informo
even if that
todo y
was
les
a
doy
little while
información
ago.
privada de
What
mi
do you think
vida
they
y
can do in a
también
series here, Cody?
información
I think in particular,
de
Team
todo
Mayhem
el
need to focus on
competitivo.
their respawns quite
Ahí el
quickly.
link
I mean,
solamente les
Hardpoint is an issue
aparece
to control, though. I think when it comes to the
cuando
latter
ponen
portions, when you
comando
say take
WhatsApp.
it to a game 5, for example, you
Voy a
have
empezar a
to
avisar por
look
aquí.
out for
Ahorita
what
les
you're
mando
doing
el
and making
link
sure,
de mi
again, that
canal de
your
WhatsApp
breakups
para que se
are
vayan
just as good as the
a
opposition.
unir,
And again,
¿ok?
utility and teammate coordination, very underrated in codmobile, I believe, because when it comes
Y
to
si la
throwing a
mayoría
nade and
quiere,
getting
también
3
puedo
kills
crear
on
un
the beat
grupo de
straight away,
WhatsApp
you're getting rid of
público,
spacing and pressure, and you're allowing yourself really to take control of the map, which you wouldn't expect.
aparte del
Although when
privado
it
que ya
comes to the
tengo
roster
para
itself, I mean,
amigos
Teabag
y
and Jesus,
suscriptores, ¿no?
great pairing, and when it comes to
Lo
the
pensaré,
entirety
creo que
of
podría hacer
how
un
cartels
canal
can
de
go
WhatsApp
around,
público.
very much a free roaming
Pero
player
creo que para
and
eso
good
está el
individual
canal de
slayer as
WhatsApp,
well.
¿no? Que viene a ser lo mismo, así que...
All right, well, now that we've broken everything
Y ya
down
para el
with these
grupo
teams, we
privado
were wondering how the
exclusivo
veto
es
process
para
was going to go
suscriptores
here,
o
Brody. We'll
miembros
start pulling up our picks and
de,
bans. See if
de
they
YouTube.
took your advice, even though they wouldn't have got
Bien,
a
estoy
chance to
avisando
hear
por
it
Discord. Ahorita los voy a
prior
leer
to
a todos los que
making
van llegando por
their
ahí.
maps. We're starting
Y
off
ahorita
on
voy a
Sunday.
grabar la historia
To be
para
fair, it wasn't
Instagram
that bad.
también, ¿ok? Así que vayan pensando qué van a
Didn't take
poner
my
en el
advice at
chat
all.
porque
Although
su
Paul is
chat,
currently tilting his head,
su
so he
mensajito
feels
va a
like he's
salir
got something
en
to
la
say here.
historia de Instagram, como siempre.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
That makes sense.
Fake out.
Apparently, we actually
Ok,
had one
creo
that...
que estamos.
Okay, well, it's still not banned.
Dios, Bobble,
Arsenal
tengo
not
hambre.
banned, not picked.
Debí
Surprising
comer
enough
antes
there,
de.
but I believe that Summit is a map that Team Mayhem do typically favor.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, Summit is a good
Ay,
map
che,
for
tú
them.
eres muy
Takeoff as well.
linda.
I mean, they're
Gracias
not
por compartir tanto lo de
terribly at it. I
TikTok.
think they've lost it once.
Que tú
if I remember
estás
correctly.
en TikTok más tiempo que yo. Yo no tengo ni idea. Yo aprendo en TikTok porque sí.
Yeah, my memory's
Porque
like
para ver qué onda.
sometimes. But yeah, I think Summit's going to be
Pero
a good
ajá,
hard point for them to
gracias por
get
todo eso.
started with the
Ya luego
series.
te pediré
Like, honestly, I
ayudita
think
con
just in
todo.
the whole, truly are going to have a tough
Con
time
cómo se
picking out
maneja
good
el
maps here
TikTok,
because
cómo
their
pongo
map
las
pool is
metas y no
kind
sé
of
qué
not as
mamadas
varied
hay.
as a lot of other teams in the tournament. So I
Sí,
think it's
bro,
gonna be
un
difficult
grupo
regardless. We
público
get into
para
slum
charlar
search
un
and destroy though,
ratito.
and I think truly we'll
Sí,
just
¿verdad?
be content with
Ok,
that
ahorita
being there.
que vaya llegando la gente, voy a
In
volver a
terms of some
preguntar
search
si
and
les
destroy,
parece bien
very
un,
exciting, especially for
un
the,
canal público de
I'd
WhatsApp
say the set utility.
para
When you
poder,
cross the map and you are getting those first bloods involved, it really does
para que
create
estén todos
those
los que no
map
son sub.
situations that you're looking for, as well as maintaining
Solo
that
que cuando
posture
esté en
that
stream,
you so desperately need in search and destroy. I mean, when it comes to 5v5s and post-plant situations, it can be very tense and very slowed down. That's when it gets a bit more unorthodox for the players.
Se va a llamar igual
you
que
know,
el que
their
ya
own
tengo,
intuition has to
pero al
play
que
a
ya
huge
tengo le voy a
factor.
poner Family, o sea, se llama Family and Friends exclusivo.
Just the
Y voy
value
a
of the
crear otro
utility on that
Family
map
and Friends
specifically might
público.
give truly a little bit of an advantage just
De
because
hecho, lo voy a
Team
crear
Mayhem
ahora.
is typically a little bit more of a slow-paced team, and so if you can get some more mid-map control and get SMG pushed up into those tighter positions, that'll, especially on the defensive side, tend to give you an
pero tengo que
advantage.
agregar a
So,
alguien.
looking at the meltdown, I feel like that's one where
Puta.
truly will
Voy
once
a agregar a
again
Vic.
feel fairly comfortable. I
Hacer la
believe
primera
that's
intern.
actually the one they were able to push
Nombre de
Seminole into
grupo.
overtime against, if I'm
Family
not
and Friends
mistaken on
público.
that one. And then the raid control, that's pretty much been the go-to map for both
Público.
of these teams throughout the entirety of the season. Obviously, truly
Mensajes
have not gotten a
temporales.
whole lot of success there, but they
Sí,
have had
de 7
a
días
few
nomás.
maps where they've at least been able to push
Permisos
to
del grupo,
a
enviar
round 5.
mensajes.
Yeah, as much as I mean the raid, I fully expected it here. Like, both of these teams are super comfortable on it. I'm pretty sure, like, it's one of the... It is actually the only control that Truly have played. So I'm not
Bien.
at all surprised to see it here. It is worth saying regarding that meltdown, while they did manage to push Seminole to overtime on it, it was the search and destroy they played in the last time these two teams faced off, and Mayhem absolutely slapped them 7-1 on it. So,
Okay.
and the same for the raid control. That was a 3-0 for Mayhem
Grupo
too.
creado
So,
ahí.
a couple of returning maps in the series, but whether we get to the meltdown search and destroy is a different story.
Déjenme
All right,
copiar
well,
el
this will
link.
be a fun way
de
to kick things
invitación.
off for now. Connie, Bobby, head on over to the other side of the studio. Get yourselves set up and ready. How do you think it's going to go, Brody?
I'm going to stick to what I said earlier on, that Truly are going to have an uphill battle here.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult. I think at the very least, they've not got an Arsenal hard to kick off the series by way of it just not even being involved in the veto process whatsoever. Yeah. You know, it's fine, whatever. Honestly, I think Truly have to come out all guns blazing. And I know that's a very generic thing to say, but you've got a lot of talent on side. We've given a lot of positive thoughts about the likes of Forsaken, about Space, about Codeine or Wet Noodle joining the roster. He's done a lot for this team. So I think Truly definitely have it in them. Mayhem, though, not an easy roster to take down. It's going to be difficult. They have to have a good start to the series.
All right, well, let's see the start that they have, because match number 1 is about ready to get underway. So Connie, Bobby, let's get into it.
Thank you, Glitter. Yeah, like Brody said, obviously, Team Mayhem have not had the success this season that they would have likely liked, but at the same time, you just got to
Me
see that
distraje con
there's
esto, me
levels to
distraje
this
con esto.
competition, and despite the fact that they've not
Y
found
quiero
any
ponerle las
success
reglas.
up against the likes of Seminole and Rejects, they certainly seem to be on a different level from the rest of the competition and truly trying to reach that echelon right here as they have a very
Grupo
tall
para
task ahead.
avisar con
Absolutely. I mean, it is no easy feat being 3rd and 4th seed and instantly getting put into losers bracket. But the expectation should be Mayhem are the slight favourites in this series. And you have to also add on the vetoes, which Brody talked about. I mean, the meltdown was a bit of a big question mark. That 7-1 from the previous iteration is going to be a
No le
good
digan a
story to
nadie,
this one
pero
because,
le estoy
again,
robando
I
las
emphasize
reglas
smart veto picking or even
a
playing
un
vetoes
grupo
out of
de
confidence,
una
knowing that
streamer
your counters are ready
es
for the
amiga,
opposing team. But again, you have to
pero no
make
le
sure
digan a
we
nadie,
are
¿ok?
looking into the first map.
Reglas dice no promocionarse ni mandar link, no faltarle el respeto, no xenofobia, no racismo, etc.
Definitely nothing to scoff at, but I think especially
Hay muchas faltas ortográficas y a mí me estresan, espérame. No escribir el privado de los integrantes del grupo sin permiso. Ok, puede ser. Mire, no me vayan a acosar gente, ¿eh?
Has looked incredibly dominant throughout the entirety of the season. But on the bright side, you
no
do
mandar
have a
nudes,
match to go ahead, warm
porn,
up, get some reps under
etc.
your
Ok, buena regla también.
play and get ready
que
to
manda
head
mamadas
into
lo
a
baneo.
matchup that's definitely going to be a grueler.
Oh yeah, no, I think you're right there, Bobby. Because when you have those drops under your belt, you do
No
have
mandar
the
más de 2
confidence
stickers seguidos.
and the warmth overall. Again,
Okay.
this is a system where we are going to be
Prohibido
seeing
pedir
teams coming in
diamantes.
cold,
¿Eh?
and we are going to
Es
be
muy
seeing
Free
them
Fire.
struggle in the first few instances.
No spam.
But regardless of it all, I mean, it has to be a case of
No pedir
can you play
up.
the correct
Okay.
positions,
Up.
and can you I'd say out-use. Well,
No escribir el privado a la streamer, suscriptores si pueden. ¿Qué es eso? Discriminación. Dios.
No question about it. Obviously, we got some
Lo vamos a borrar.
highlights from the last time
El grupo
these two
se
teams
cierra
went up
cuando
against
tal
each
persona
other.
comienza stream
And it
y se
was
abre
that
una vez que haya
Arsenal that I
terminado.
think was probably a little bit
Ok,
closer
eso lo voy a
than
dejar.
Team Mayhem would have liked. So that could
Cualquier
potentially
incumplimiento de
be
las
a
reglas,
reason
ya
that
lo has
they
eliminado.
opted to
Correcto.
go with the Summit pick as
Había unas
opposed
reglas medias
to
raras
the
ahí
Arsenal,
en
as you
ese
can
grupo.
see. Team Mayhem
Estaba un poco rara la cosa.
realistically should be significantly stronger in the Hardpoint, especially with that being one of the weaker modes for this
Okay, creo
truly
que estamos.
roster, going down to, what, a 50-point game right there. Not where you want to be. Search and Destroy, very, very different story. And I think this was actually the first matchup where we saw Blur subbed out for that Team Mayhem roster. So this was our first real look at what they would look like with Kings back in the rotation, and it was definitely a pretty dominant one.
Absolutely. In terms for the time to start for this match, just to let you all know, we just waiting for a player to join. Then the lobby,
Listo, ya les voy a mandar el link del grupo público, pues, y les crearé un temporizador para que cada 5 minutos el temporizador mande el link del grupo público.
I think when it comes to these respawns again, I've truly have done their VOD review and played it perfectly. The counters are there. I think in terms of the styles of play and the ability as well to adjust mid-map and the game sense to just sort of cause individual brilliance. Truly can do it. I think they truly can do it. It just comes down to how often can say and Yorn play together. And if Wet Noodles
Sí, la hacen larga la introducción, ¿no? La hacen un poquito larga.
Proximity of close quarters combat, but
pero me da tiempo para poder
No
hacer el grupo público para
todos
ustedes.
Va
a haber mucho desmadre en ese grupo público, haremos sorteos en ese grupo público también. Vamos a hacer maldades. Comando.
Team Mayhem definitely the most approved here.
¿Tendré algún
Last
comando que
challenge
diga
season,
grupo?
they had a
No.
slow start, came into playoffs, and were
Grupo.
absolutely guns blazing. They've definitely had substantially more struggles in playoffs this time
Grupo
around. And part of
de
that
WhatsApp
probably
público.
due to the fact that Rejects have looked a lot stronger than that Tribe team did. But once again, that's a hurdle that you have to cross at the end of the day. You can't just secure top 3 anymore. It's top 2 or you're heading home. So they've got an opportunity for a solid warm-up here against a Truly squad that, talent-wise, very strong. It's just going to be a question of can they execute.
Yeah, and when you execute, it's important that you strategize correctly. I mean, listen, I think the non-respawns are always going to be highlighted in terms of how you progress for a series, even to a game 5. But kicking things off here, it's going to be
Vamos a empezar ahora sí, chicos. Por fin empezaremos. Listo, arrancamos entonces, primer mapita. Este enfrentamiento no lo vamos a castear, ya saben. Este es el de calentura nomás, el de calentar. Vamos acá poco a poco calentando. Ok. Vamos a calentar con este match. A calentar nomás. Perfecto. Todo está correcto, todo está perfecto. Tenemos el primer enfrentamiento por aquí. Listo. Ya cuando vaya viendo más acción castearemos. Calienteando yo, dice el Krabi. ¿Qué pasa, Krabi? Creo que en TikTok.
It's more of a contested hill. I mean, despite True, they're getting 25 seconds thus far. It's a course for rotation. I mean, right now, Team Mayhem's players are debating the ideas of who's going to be first to rotate. I mean, a great spawn coming in for Haxus, who just maintains the pressure. I think Seiken will be the first to touch the initial once it pops up. But again, Team Mayhem just playing off the trades. A good 2 there, and even some streaks as well for Yorn.
Yeah, not a great sign for Team Mayhem, especially once you get into position trying to flank for P3 spawns that can potentially be a valuable
Entramos
weapon.
en contexto, vamos Kings por ti.
finally able to pick up some time
le he hecho
here
ganas
on
a la vida,
P2.
dice.
Excellent.
¿Quién ya
One
ganó,
left to
hermano?
be
¿De qué estás
dealt with,
hablando?
and he's gonna get traded out, so for the time being, they can
No
feel
entiendo por
pretty
qué sigue de
content with
banca
their
Blur. Yo
positioning.
tampoco.
However, they
Ayer
all get cut down
quedaron
right there. One player in the backside should be
3-0
able to
contra
lock
Tribe
in
y no
spawns.
jugó
But you
Blur.
gotta be
Hoy
very,
día
very
tampoco va a
careful
jugar
right here,
Blur.
because if this flip comes out,
Vico,
things can
¿estás
start
por
to
ahí?
get very, very dicey for this Team Mayhem squad.
Darle unas-
Paxdale lost down the hill, and now we can see all of Team
Vico,
Mayhem
escribe,
get
porfa,
the
en el
last
chat.
20 seconds. Look at the spawners 2 from Truly. Across the map here, they get some good information.
El
but
post de
again, the
Bake en
pinch
Twitter
seems
de
to
qué,
be
de
coming
que no
in
estaba usando
in a very
en
fast
assist.
fashion. Information calls are so clear, and again, you've got to re-strategize now if you're on the side of Team Mayhem. Play for that initial. Spawns are good. Truly need to push in a fast acceleration point. And again, the north side of the map will be that point.
Primer enfrentamiento
King's
para
gonna back
empezar,
up
¿eh?
toward green right there, so spawns will be locked in for Team Mayhem, but only 20 seconds through the first couple of hard points, definitely less than what they would like to see. Space not going to make the read properly right there. Teabag there to anchor spawns. And Raph going to be able to find two as the Pred flies down from above, but Hax pushes all the way through. That should be enough for Truly to flip out the spawns right here. Still a battle on the backside, and it split spawns. Both players get taken down. It's going to be a coin flip that goes the way of Truly. They're going to be able to lock in those
Nice.
spawns right
Primer
there.
enfrentamiento, cracks. Lo voy a subir un poquito, creo. O está bien. Ahí está bien, me parece. Listo. Primer match que estamos viendo por aquí, ¿ok? SPS Masters torneo oficial de COD. Buen alemán, ¿cómo estamos? Hola Blade, bienvenidos de nuevo, chicos. Ya disfrutamos de la gran final de Europa, ahora estamos viendo la gran final de NA. Así va la cosa. Obviamente, primero empezamos con el enfrentamiento de los equipos que perdieron y ya al rato iremos con la gran final. Blur sigue de banca, nunca entenderé por qué. Porque era el que se estaba destacando más en VIVO. Pero bueno. Ahí estamos. Si Truly le gana a Team Mayhem, estamos graves, Team Mayhem, ¿eh? Grave. Vamos a empezar. Ay, verdad, la historia de Instagram la voy a grabar después de este mapa, ¿ok? La voy a grabar después de este mapa con la otra escena. SPS Masters.
Not last very long. Fortunately for them, they do take the spawns. So now Team Mayhem are going to have to try to hold from the front side and see how much more time they can find out of this one.
A lovely bunker.
Welcome to the jungle. Dice que comience la trasnoche, Godcito. Oye, la gran final de Europa duró bastante, hermano, ¿eh? Brian, ¿a qué hora llega el pollo para la cena de gas? Que tengo hambre, hermano. Pero creo que me voy a pedir algo de bien. Estamos ready. Bienvenido Enrique, bienvenido Jim, buenas Gerard, ¿cómo estamos? Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos, estamos empezando por aquí. Truly contra Team Mayhem. Brian, ¿por qué están jugando Truly contra Team Mayhem? Son los equipos que perdieron ayer. El equipo que gana se va a enfrentar a The Reyes. Esta es la Fennec nueva, ¿no? Tiene buena mira, tiene buena mirita. Gracias, Taos, por esa banderita de Perú. Buena Dani, llegó el Dani, ¿cómo estamos, hermano? Nuevamente aquí, pues, un nuevo stream, pasaron 2 horitas nada más. Ya me duché, estamos listos, preparados. BFX Esports, tú no eres el que siempre llegaba a YouTube con una super chat. Todo bien, Dani, aquí reincorporándonos. Casi me duermo, Truly tiene chance versus Mayhem. Yo ya he dicho el día de ayer que Truly le ha ganado mapas a Seminal en scrims. Así que Truly puede sorprender en cualquier momento. Puede sorprender en cualquier momento. Travi también creo que se merece su sub por aquí. Tro me ha regalado 5 Siempre lo veo a Travi ahí. Perfecto. Es que vino la novia de Gris, la señorita Brad, y hoy día regaló 10 subs más. Buena, Roosevelt, ¿cómo estás? Llegando ahí el Roosevelt, perfecto. Los primeros que han llegado le han ganado su sub. Ahí estamos. Perfecto. Listo. Ahora sí, amarillitos. Vamos a darle bienvenido, Drake, a la familia de miembros de YouTube. Llegó marzo. Llegó marcito. ¿Cómo está? Buena, Finger, todavía tienes, ya no seas goloso. Buen Enrique. Enrique, se me acabaron, hermano, ya repartirle 5. Pero seguro por ahí alguien donará y me regalará más subs para
Not much value for him either.
Maybe
one kill.
Paciencia.
They're able to break through the front side. But once again, if you want this to last, if you want a big chunk, you've got to find a way to flip those spawns.
Ahí
Team
estamos.
Mayhem immediately reinforced the point right there. T-Bag has a war machine. It's only a matter of time before Yon gets taken down right here. And now he can adjust his sights to try to find some more targets. Looks like for the time being, truly
ya
not
vi
going to have any easy
bastante
avenues through
gente,
the
ya
front
vi
side.
bastante. Ay, le hubiese dado sub a marzo, mira tú. Grupo WhatsApp de público, ya lo creamos. El grupo exclusivo es para suscriptores o amigos de confianza. Dímelo, Pecodiño, ¿cómo estamos? ¿Cómo llegando? Ahorita creamos la historia para el Instagram, así que vayan pensando qué mensaje van a mandarle por ahí a las humildes 1500 personitas que ven nuestras historias. ¿Quién es Wet Noodle? Es codm. Codm es Wet Noodle, que desde ayer está jugando mal. Espero que hoy día se recomponga. Haga los recibos, Brian. Esto a varios distritos. De nada, Roosevelt. Gracias por estar puntuales aquí. Ayer sin luz y el día de hoy llevaron un grupo electrógeno, pero luego lo sacaron, así que no hay. Seguimos, bueno, yo sigo aquí, pues, ¿no? En otro lado. No, la ducha que me metí después de lo de Europa fue completamente relajante. Tanto así que dije, voy a dormir un rato y casi me duermo. Pero ahí estamos. Trulli le puede ganar a Team Mayhem. ¿Y qué espera Team Mayhem para meter a Blur? Nunca lo sabremos. Vamos a ver qué sucede. Perfecto. Ojo que... Ay, ojalá que no pase nada raro en los playoffs, que siempre pasan cosas raras. Espero que Darreyes no pierda contra el equipo. O sea, el equipo que gana aquí entre Trulli y Team Mayhem se tiene que enfrentar a Darreyes, ¿no? Y luego el que gana con Darreyes se va a la gran final contra Seminal. Que ya estando en la gran final, como Norteamérica tiene 2 cupos, ya estarían en la presencial de Brasil. El tema es que ojalá que Darreyes no la pechofríe. No creo, tienen mucho nivel como para cometer el error de quedarse fuera. Oye, Brian, ¿ya tienes editor? No, no tengo editor, por eso casi no subo videos a YouTube. Cuando tengo tiempo me edito algo rápido y lo subo yo. Brian, ¿crees que Darreyes tiene que jugar menos agresivo el BID y no le pase lo de ayer? Yo creo que el BID en Tunisia, o sea, a ver, pasa que hay 2 temas. Ellos pueden jugar agresivo y lo pueden hacer bien, pero siento que Tunisia no es el mapa que ellos conocían lo suficiente como para jugarlo agresivo como si sí lo conociesen. Cuando tú conoces un mapa y ya lo has practicado y entrenado, tú puedes jugarlo agresivo como lo hacen los chinos. Y Darreyes tiene todo el potencial, tanto individual como grupal, para jugar agresivo. El tema es que Tunisia lo eligió Seminal. Y ese mapa lo tenían bastante bien trabajado. Todos lo vimos, cómo esperaron, paciencia. impacientes, dejaban la bomba atrás. Muy bien entrenado, muy estilo chino. Muchas cosas lo copiaron de China. El error de la Reyex fue elegir Express nuevamente porque se lo habían ganado en la fase de grupos, sin tomar en cuenta que Seminal lo había entrenado de una manera perfecta. Entonces, yo creo que la Reyex puede seguir fiel a su estilo agresivo, pero tiene que saber en qué mapa va a hacerlo, porque Seminal esta vez viene mucho más inteligente y mucho más estudiado que en la fase de grupo. ¿Ok? Ese es mi punto de vista. Pero a mí me encanta el de Reyex estilo chino, me encanta. Pero ahora Seminal, jugando con estrategias en vez de estilo chino, también me da miedo. Así que cualquier cosa puede pasar el día de hoy. Gracias, Taos, por ese hype. Yo edito más o menos, estudié comunicación, dame chamba. Yo edito en Caption, hermano. Es súper sencillo. ¿Editas videos o qué? O miniaturas. ¿Te imaginas Tribe quede fuera como pasó con Galoris en la Championship? Espero que no. Lo que me sorprende es que Team Mayhem quede como último, porque como dije ayer yo dije, cuando Trulli se enfrentó a Seminal, oye, Trulli le ha ganado mapas a Seminal en Scream, ¿eh? Y en el BID casi gana Trulli. Así que, pues ya ahorita le está ganando a Team Mayhem. Uy, le va a ganar. GG's le acaba de ganar el top 4 DNA al top 3 Team Mayhem. Déjenme revisar en qué quién eligió el mapa, ¿ok?
Team Mayhem, not the
Déjenme
start that
traerme
you're
esto para acá.
trying to get today. Truly has not yet taken a map off of one of these top 3 teams, and they do it at the
Según el
perfect time
Excel que
here
me da
as they take map number 1
la
on what
SL.
we would presume to be
Ay, no te
Mayhem's
lo puedo
map
creer.
pick. Now that being said,
El
take
mapa
on
de
not
Summit
necessarily
fue
a
escogido
bad
por
map for
Team
them,
Mayhem.
but to go down 1-0
Y se lo acaba de
early in
ganar
a
el
series
equipo de
cannot
Trulli.
be great for your mental, especially against a
Ok.
team that you were able to handle so easily earlier in the season.
Ayuda, bro, se me va a salir el corazón y ya tengo la noción de la realidad alterada. Spartan, Trulli, tu equipo acaba de ganarle a Team Mayhem. Team Mayhem viene en caída, hermano. Team Mayhem viene en caída. Team Mayhem escogió jugar Summit y se la acaba de ganar Trulli. No sé qué le pasa a Team Mayhem. Yo no sé por qué sacaron a Blur tampoco. Y ya como ya tomaron la decisión de que Blur no juegue, asumo que es muy complicado que entre a jugar. Si ya tomaron la decisión de jugar con este 5, pues de la nada no van a decir, ah, bueno, como vamos perdiendo, metamos a Blur. No, como que no tiene mucho sentido, ¿no?
I think a lot of it did come down to the difference in the operators, and for the most part, Mayhem were not able to find any value with the exception of maybe Teabag. You got to
Uy,
feel
le
for
puede
him
quitar
because he
el
puts up
top 2, hermano.
47
Estadísticas ahí en
and
pantalla.
32 with a minute and 10 in the hard point, and it just ends up not being enough.
No olviden dejar el like, chicos, en YouTube. Importantísimo dejar el like y suscribirse. Sí, que no se confíe nada más. ¿Quién es el que quedó último? Supongo que el codm, ¿no? Hermano, ¿por qué el codm está en ese equipo,
But realistically, when it came down to it all, I think Yorn was a
Me
wonderful
molesta que quede
initiator.
tan
I
así,
mean,
tan
Hacks as
bajo.
well, not too bad for second place, because I think when it came to the last few moments of that game, Hacks, of course, got the important kills necessary to get on time. But when the feed came in and the operator usage was there, I mean, he is also incredible at that. I mean, getting the important 2-3 pieces, which Brady talks about so often. The kills
Mapitos a
required
jugar,
to
lo tenemos ahí en
maintain your
pantalla,
control
perfecto.
of the map.
Se viene un Biden Slums, que este sí lo escogió Trulli. Este lo escogió Trulli. Ojo ahí. Trulli escogió jugar Biden Slums. ¿Y quién empieza defendiendo? Empieza defendiendo Team Mayhem. Lo termina defendiendo Trulli. Perfecto. Vamos a ver qué tal. Porque esto veneno entró. Eso hace tiempo de la nada me salió baneado. Estoy como Enigma 507. Uy, algo habrás dicho para que te baneen, hermano. Déjame revisar el baneo. A ver, acá dice baneado. Te llamas, ¿cómo dices que te llamas?
Yeah, and wins and
Uy,
losses
eso
really
parece
are going to
como
be these sort of
Enigma
macro factors here. But in
507.
terms
A
of
ver, voy a
micro
buscar qué
details
pasó
for the
contigo.
series, it's going to be those little adjustments too. I think when it comes to the non-respawn mode coming up next, those inter-round conversations are
Pero
going to
debe
be
haber sido hace
directed
tiempo, hermano,
towards how
porque no
can
me
we
sales en los
counter
últimos baneados.
truly in this stage. Because I mean, listen, Mayhem are coming into this with favorites. There was 7-1 on the meltdown last time they actually played that map, and again, we can take a lot of info from that. A lot of info in the sense of, I think there's a more experienced teamer there and a higher caliber of S&D play. So realistically, if you're in the other end of the coin, other end of the spectrum, you have to find ways around it. I think sniper rifles and the value those players bring
Acabo de ver
do
a
have the
Chetos
ability
que está
against the
baneado
first
en mi
bloods
canal de
and
Troll.
slice up the map a little bit.
Yeah, I think as far as the slums go,
¿Por
this is
qué?
one that truly have felt fairly confident picking in the past. So
Ay, ya vi
they
que
very
puso.
realistically
¿Qué
have a
todos?
chance to go up
Yo tan
2-0
lindo
in
que te
this
trato.
series. I think most people
No me sale ese
assumed
Enigma,
that it would be a close one, that Team Mayhem would still be able to take it relatively confidently. So I think especially with that confidence now shaken, they've definitely got a really tough
Voy a
task
desbanear a
ahead
Chetos porque yo
to try to bounce
cero
back
rencor.
here and take that search and destroy. Obviously,
Enigma, no me
Teabag
sale ese
feeling great.
Enigma.
And to be honest, like across
¿No
the
tendrás
board,
otro nombre,
the numbers
hermano?
were not bad for any of the players on that team. It was really just their failure to find proper breaks and be able to flip spawns at the necessary time. So we'll see what they can do here as we get ready to head
verga, tengo
into
mucha
the
gente
slums.
baneada.
It is going to be truly starting off in the offense.
Lo peor es que yo no los
Truly, again,
baneo.
need some well-placed set names if you have to want to break through, because Slums has got an impressive middle portion. Geography
Tengo
there, very wide
294
open.
baneados.
Kills matter,
Verga,
and so
no.
does the timing.
Smokes over top of the bomb site right there. Not going to afford any visibility to this truly squad, but they're going to be able to find 2 kills off the start regardless.
Bueno, no me
Yarn
sale
is
ese Enigma.
taken down. Trades back and forth through the mid
¿Qué
map
habrás hecho,
right
pues, hermano?
here, as it looks like Wet Noodle's going to be able to hit a flank, but not afforded any opportunities. Now it's down to Teabag.
Pero bueno, ahí veo cómo te desbaneo.
He's been the one guy for this squad so far, but not going to be enough for him to
Veide
clutch up in
empieza
a
ahora,
1v2.
Veide empieza
I mean,
ahora.
when it
Luego
comes to that
empezamos el
round
casteo.
particularly,
Enigma
I mean, the
507.
breakdowns were pretty horrendous. Team Mayhem couldn't really get a good look. Had the right idea, but truly just had the power at hand.
730 días siguiéndome. ¿Hace cuánto fue que te
Has to be a
banearon,
case of,
Enigma?
well, throwing those nades, but
¿Tú
what
te
exactly
acuerdas?
can you hold on to? I mean, listen, a nice break attempt coming in from Mayhem. They're pushing AO all the way forward. This is so aggressive on the wall-to-wall. Was a few spam shots just, you know, clear the doorway. They are stacking nicely though, and truly can't commit to any sort of bomb plant or any sort of aggressive push. Because they do, a trade is always going to be on the other side.
Yeah, this is definitely a setup that you can feel a lot more comfortable with if you're Team Mayhem, and especially with a shotgun right outside that doorway. There's not going to be any easy opportunities for this truly squad. So now you got to kind of bank on your utility opening things up. If your snipers don't have any angles to work with, nothing's going to connect right there, and at some point they're just going to have to commit and hope that they find the right spot. Wet Noodle's going to be there, takes down Raph, but Cartel's there to find one on the opposite side. Wet Noodle continues to be a thorn in their side, though. One player sliding on through. That's going to be Hex to pick up another, but it's been trades on both sides. Big kill for Jesus Can Save, and now all down to Hex. He gets turned on right there. Team Mayhem bounced back to tie things up.
Lovely. I mean, that round in itself was sort of a contest for mid rather than S&D, you know. But I think when it came to the last 2 players, they're confirming the kills.
Acá estás.
Great Friend Vandals fully man advantage.
Te encontré.
Be there. Now heading into round 3.
Enigma fue baneado por
Let's see how
André
these teams look. Okay,
el
nice little break
3
off there
del
from
3
Mayhem.
del
Quick towards speed, but
2022.
those set nades are directly placed on top of
Use
them.
Join Channel.
Surprised no bloods have been drawn yet, but
Ah, solo
nice to see
porque
the hacks
entraste en mi
here,
canal.
carrying bomb, looking for
What the fuck?
peaks information, and a nice
Entraste y te
little kill
banearon.
there. Jean Wallbang's bag.
A veces pasa que hay personas
It's
que
not gonna
tienen
be
mod en mi
nearly as
canal y tienen algo en
aggressive
contra tuya y que
defensive
se ven y
setup
te
this time
banean.
around for Team Mayhem, and maybe wishing that it had been. 2 snipers going to be afforded picks right there. 2 remaining players on the
Supongo.
backside of A right here looking for
Literalmente
picks.
dice,
She's going to be able to find one. Raph just
Enigma
trying to check for
escribió
information
Use
with
Join
that chopper
Channel,
in hand.
channel
Cartel's
que entró
gonna be able to
al
sit
canal.
back.
Entraste a mi canal y ¡pum!
Unexpected
Baneado.
position for him right there is Space not able to connect with the sniper in hand.
Te
And
baneó
just like
André.
that, it's down to
André
2 remaining
Cannabis, que es
truly
un
players.
ex
Sagan gonna
moderador de
spot a
Perú.
couple on rotation, but no kills
Buena
afforded
bienvenida
to
te digo,
him. The bare
Buena
minimum,
bienvenida
you
te
know
digo.
that they've wrapped toward that
¿A tu
backside
criterio crees
of
que China
garage.
vendrá aún más
What can
fuerte
you do
para
with
esta
that
Chat
information, though?
2024?
Cartels has wrapped so fast here through the
Si China
garage.
mantiene su nivel
Also has Raph as well to
del
support,
año
but
pasado,
truly here needs to get these kills isolated
con
as
ese
soon as
nivel es
possible.
suficiente para
I
que
think that's
gane,
a
te
heads
digo,
there, and
¿no?
that's 2 wipes straight away. Now we're down to Raph here in a 1v2.
No
He
es que necesite
spots
más.
hacks through a wall.
Raph
Pero China no deja de entrenar nunca, así que no me sorprendería. Seguramente andaba en las nubes sin saber nada del compe, baneado. No, ese tiempo no era tan...
Little bit shaky off the start of this one.
Dejen ese like en YouTube.
Surprising adjustment that they finally get aggressive toward the mid map.
Chicos, mientras se va dando esto, voy a grabar la historia para Instagram, ¿ok? Manden su mensajito rapidísimo. Manden su mensajito rápido. Les voy a dar un tiempo para que mi voz le llegue a ustedes por el delay y para que vayan mandando su mensaje. Estamos en vivo ya aquí con la gran final SPS Masters Norteamérica. Primero Team Mayhem contra Trulli, el que gana se va contra Gabriel y luego el que gana se va a la gran final contra Seminal. Estamos tanto en Trovo como en YouTube, la gente está activa por ahí. Estoy viendo al señor Niles, al señor Javi, Roosevelt, José Alejandro, STKL, todos están por ahí, Enigma, Krabi, Lugo, Jonathan, Rupert, Spartan, Enrique. Está Alemán, Drake, todos activos y también estamos aquí en TikTok en vertical. Ok, los espero, chicos. Vaya todos los que están presentes, están Enrique por ahí, nos vemos. Hoy día importantísimo para Norteamérica. Sigamos.
Beautiful. But I think again when it comes to the light plays, they're important in the 1v2s. Yeah, one player static, one player aggressive. Tends to be the best setup, even in a post-plant situation. Again, round number 5. Let's keep an eye out here for this one. No equipments, as you know, heavy equipment so far. Both teams down, just up and playing spawn. Nice blood is drawn though, as Kings get sniped. Again, space has been so lethal.
Well, they're going to go ahead and stack up in Broken Room right here. Unusual positioning for sure to have this much pressure on this side. Space is going to try to find an angle to work with from the outside right here, and Jesus might be able to use that to work forward a little bit more. It looks like a wallbang, able to connect for a hit marker, and Kings is going to get taken down as well. So now the pressure on the remaining players to find picks, but Yon is there to take down Jesus. Raf, much needed trade. Cartels finds another, and Raf makes it a two-piece. So just like that,
siempre mandando sus mensajitos raritos.
Into a 3v1,
la gente, ¿no?
and T-Bag is there to take down the last
3-2, Trulli ganando el BIVO también, increíble. Recordemos que el mapa lo escogió. El mapa lo escogió el equipo de Trulli, así que vamos a ver. El primer mapa que fue Hardpoint en Summit lo escogió Team Mayhem, lo perdió. Y ahora en el segundo mapa lo escogió Trulli y pues lo está ganando por ahora, claramente, ¿no? Vamos a ver qué sucede más adelante. Ay, Team Mayhem, ¿qué tanto has perdido nivel? Igual Trulli venía sorprendiéndome porque le ganó ciertos mapas a Luminosity y a Tribe, pero para que ya le gane una serie completa a Team Mayhem es porque Team Mayhem no solamente Trulli ha mejorado, sino que Team Mayhem también ha empeorado. Y eso que son los únicos que tienen organización en NA. Los demás equipos están sin organización, mientras que los chicos de Team Mayhem tienen organización, tienen sueldo y son los que peor están desempeñando. No puede ser posible.
Realistically should have had to peek on that attempt, but Raf
has enough
time to find the kill and find the defuse.
Como que trobo en YouTube,
Mayhem just like that have tied things up.
0 seconds, just.
¿Cómo se agregaba el comando? Atcom, comando, lo que dirá el comando, con la exclamación adelante. Ya creé un grupo público de WhatsApp por si quieren entrar, se va a hacer libre cuando terminemos esto. Digamos, Space sigue con Sniper. Últimas noticias.
He's there to make the big plays for Team Mayhem, but traded out already into a 3v3. Mayhem say we'll take the quick plant onto A. And truly don't really
así está bien Spartan. Mira, a ver, lo voy a poner con punto. Con Trulli.
And with that, they're able to take the man advantage. One player on the flank. That's going to be Space.
Pero ¿qué va a decir el comando Trulli, hermano? Tienes que copiar, tienes que pegar lo que va a decir el comando Trulli.
And Team Mayhem bounced back from that slow start to now take the lead.
I mean, listen, in that 2v3, both players were heavily isolated. I couldn't see him winning that round for dear life of me. But now 4-3 Mayhem, take the lead. A nice break off 2. Again, early aggression is a key theme in this match. But throwing the stuns early, they're going to slow down Truly so much to middle, and they could win the foot race here.
¿Cómo se coloca el código para copiar el armero de las armas? Ahí en tu arma vas al armero y abajo te aparece un NO punto. Ahí le das y copias el código. No se supo nada de FX Esports. Pero tienes que, después de Truly, le pones espacio y lo que va a decir el comando, hermano.
Again, you want to avoid these set nades through mid, because if you run head on into them, you're going to get 50 damage at least, maybe no blood. And again, they dodge it just in time. T-Bag gets a good read though and dips out of harm's way. Never mind, Kings is blooded first.
Space has not had a whole lot of success in this map, but that is a crucial first blood right there. Jesus is there for the trade. Once again, Team Mayhem have been forced back into a position where they don't necessarily feel
¿Soy
comfortable
yo
with Raph.
o desde el mundial Mayhem dejó de ser el mejor BI de DNA? Bajó su nivel. Concuerdo. Tienes un video que le explica. Pues tengo un video que explica cómo poner el código de tu arma, pero está en TikTok o en YouTube. No me acuerdo cuál. Déjatelo busco.
Raph here. Try to get info through middle. Bomb is heavily committed towards A, but Truly have players at hand to deal with it. Nice shots through the wall, nothing really connects. Maybe an idea to wrap if you can try and get the players across, but now that we're seeing T-Bag drop, a 1v4. Both sites are covered heavily by Truly.
Ooh, what a shot out of Raph right there. Sakin smoked off the heady Hex, still waiting close by. It's all on to Raph to try to make the read on this one. It looks like there's going to be some utility coming over top as well. That's going to land on top of him. So now he's left guessing, what direction do I need to read? R9, nice option to have, but he'd rather have the sniper. Fortunately for Truly, Yon's going to be there to find the trade. And they're able to bring things back close at 5-4.
Lovely. Team Mayhem. They need an injection of confidence, and I think that was a round there which rewards it. I think that Truly, though, in the 4v1 are just so dangerous. Now, set names again, go off on B. Truly, duck and dive. They headbutt straight on as, again, the trophy
no encuentro mi video.
but it's a nice little 3-5. We heavily look towards the
No encuentro mi video del armero RJ en TikTok. No lo subí en TikTok.
And they even contain a large amount of that time.
No, sí lo subí en TikTok, no.
It seemed like Mayhem had finally taken the necessary momentum, but Truly bounced back, now up 3-5. Right here, an opportunity to retake the lead on the map. Team Mayhem, honestly, playing a little bit scared off the start of this one. It felt like the aggression had been their one tool that had given them the advantage, but Yon going to be able to capitalize, takes down T-Bag, and once again, rough spot for Team Mayhem to be as they're left guessing with no map control, and Truly will very gladly hold these positions once again.
4v5, Team Mayhem. We've got a minute's hand to get something committed. Look at Truly's positioning here again. Both sides heavily covered. Have the option as well for Saken to just rotate, force an overload.
Lo pusiste en YouTube.
I mean, that's the joy of having 5 players to 4. You do have the
¿Por qué no
ability
subí ese
to
video a TikTok?
recall any
Debe
strat you
estar en
want
mi
and just commit
Instagram o en
numbers.
YouTube Shorts.
Mayhem, though, are just playing with utility and information at hand. And they've already thrown so many nades over, they can't look to try and damage anymore. Kingsley needs to get some impact kills and has a good coverage in mid. But it's not enough angle here. And then it's Truly just going to wait time away because, again, they've got all sites covered. Needs to play around just what information you can have. I mean, the X-rays are there. Good shots through the statue.
I didn't know you could wallbang that, to be honest. Space to be there to pick up another onto Jesus. Finally, Kings, a response as he gets the necessary information, but you put yourself in a terrible position. There's only 35 seconds remaining in this round, and you have no idea where anybody from Truly is. And to be honest, it may end up benefiting them a little bit as Truly start to get antsy right here. They reposition, give up some of that control toward the A side, but they gain the information, and now it's all on to Mayhem to try to win these opening gunfights. Raph has got to go big. Yawn's going to be forced back right there. 1 for 1, at
No, no lo
least
hagas.
initially. Bomb's been
Estaba en short.
retrieved. You got to plant it
No me di cuenta.
immediately, and that gives Yawn the information. Forsaken right there around the corner. You've got to go quickly, though. Not enough time to get a plant down. You got to find Hex, and he's hiding away. 0 seconds on the clock is truly take the round.
Oh, now we're getting into Uncharted territory here. Scary Waters. A nice round win for Truly as well, because it was a lot more technical than the previous 10, I'd say. A lot more bomb-based, a lot more structure-based, and had numbers too to support, despite how long it was. Right, break-off coming in now. Truly. Heavy towards B. Mayhem, though, very nice and different. It's towards A. And the cross is enough, but I'm pretty sure Yor might spot a few.
There should be trophies over there, but it doesn't look like they have any, so the nade forces a couple players off.
Marvin,
Grasp
esa
been able
fue la
to sneak
espadita.
forward, but doesn't realize that space is all
Pa'
the way
que
through.
comas. Sí,
Trades
güey.
go both ways, but Truly gets
Buena,
the
Abril,
better
¿cómo
of
estás?
them.
Gracias por la
Teammate big
donación.
opportunity. He gets taken down.
Donales
Team
una
Mayhem have
suba
one
Icy, por
player
favor.
left, and it's a 1v4.
No gastes el
He's
elixir,
gonna
donale una
drop
suba
right
Icy.
there, and Truly now going
Truly
beyond
se lleva el
2-0
segundo
in
mapa.
the
Ay, ¿qué está
series.
pasando?
Had
¿Qué
not
está
taken a map
pasando? ¿Qué está
versus one of the
pasando?
top 3 teams all season long.
¿Qué le
And now
sucede
they're
a
on
mis
the brink
compas
of sending
de
Team Mayhem home.
Team
The
Mayhem?
victories
Cada
have been close
vez
for both
peor,
maps. I mean, listen, it's
cada
only
vez
the end we start to
mal.
see Truly have the edge,
Spartan,
but
que es
for the most
manager de
part,
Truly, está que
80%
no
of
se lo
it,
puede
both
creer.
times, it was a contest. I mean, really good couple
Te quiero
maps,
más, mi
but
Abril.
I think when it comes down to these end game situations and the
Vámonos
closeouts,
a
they do have the ability again just to read
estadísticas
information. They
después de los
adapt on the
highlights.
fly with wonderful game sense. Truly, they just played it beautifully.
¿Qué está pasando con Team Mayhem? Qué caída de nivel tan grande que han tenido después del Mundial. No puede ser. No puede ser.
For the later half of the season that we've seen them just
Truly entrenando con UD se volvió fortísimo.
They have given way too many opportunities to Truly.
No, yo ya les dije ayer. Ayer les dije. Cuando se enfrentó Seminal con Truly. Cuidado, que yo he visto que Truly le ha ganado mapas en scrims a Seminal. Bueno, luego Seminal le ganó 3-0. Pero en el BID, Truly le hizo sufrir a Seminal. Se fueron hasta el overtime. ¿Se acuerdan? Los que estuvieron el día de ayer. Entonces, pues, Team Mayhem lamentablemente no ha podido ganarle ni a Seminal ni a Darreyex. Hasta ahí lo entiendo. Pero ahora pasar de ser el top 3 al top 4, eso habla muy bien de Truly porque han venido aumentando su nivel. Y se nota, pero también habla mal de Team Mayhem porque han estado bajando su nivel. Entonces, ahí es complicado. Complicado. Complicado, señores y señoras.
Yeah, and honestly, if you look at the assists, Team Mayhem probably had 3-4 times as many as assists. So you can see that they're playing together to find those kills, but the individual plays were just so much more dominant for that Truly squad, whether it was Wet Noodle sneaking through mid-map to pick up a big two-piece, whether it was Space finding players on the cross, whether it was Yawn just hitting straight beams with the AR over top of Bombheady. They were making the better plays time and time again, and that obviously heading into the control now, Team Mayhem, like,
no, muy aparte de que Truly haya aumentado su nivel, también el equipo de Team Mayhem no está encontrando la manera de ganar. Por lo menos antes le ganaba un mapa o sea, Team Mayhem. ¿Por qué digo que ha bajado su nivel? Porque el año pasado, en la Stage 4 de NA, Team Mayhem le ganó a Tribe y Team Mayhem era el top 2 de Norteamérica. Al día de hoy cayeron al top 3 y ahora están cayendo al top 4. Claramente han bajado su nivel. Y claramente los demás equipos, obviamente, por obvias razones, si siguen entrenando, tienen que seguir mejorando, ¿no? Y lo único que han hecho es seguir mejorando. No olviden, cracks, dejar ese like ahí en YouTube, por favor, dejen ese like, ¿eh? Y ya creamos el grupo de WhatsApp público que se va a abrir cada vez que no estemos en stream. Ya el grupo privado es solamente para suscriptores o miembros de YouTube. ¿Quién es mejor, Cuasito o War?
But
¿Qué
Jesus
es
should be
Guasito?
able to hit a flank right here, and at least one kill's going to be needed, but can't hit the final shot
Saludos,
on the
Oski, ¿cómo
space.
estamos?
And somehow they don't find anything out of that scenario, and that simply cannot happen.
Yeah, smoke blocked T-Bag's
El
vision, but now
Magnum.
has the read through cash, and it's going to be a nice.
Buenas Travis, ¿cómo estamos? Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos los que van llegando, chicos, de YouTube. No olviden también suscribirse, dejar el like. Importante.
Spawn means again head on aggression towards Mayhem because they're populating up through B. They're employing a nice spawn trap here through driveway just to keep truly in the bottom left hand of the corner as far away as possible from points. But no, look at the time left on A, just a little sliver there.
Sí, yo creo que debió haber entrado Blur, ¿no? Yo creo que debió haber entrado Blur.
Over on the A zone, big kill by Raf to clear things off and make sure they don't lock in that one extra minute. Jesus able to slip through.
Nada que ver el comando de torneo.
To trade
Lo voy a sacar
immediately.
ahorita mismo.
Looks like truly we're able to get players back onto that A zone, but Space would rather find the kills. Unfortunately, the snipe not going to connect initially, but a beauty of a quick scope onto Raf. Just like that, the A zone has been captured and truly set up one life as they look to make their way over to B.
16-17 here. I like the hold setup though from Team Mayhem. Again though, doesn't matter if this kill is found because they've got 4 more just playing around information. It's a good setup as well, but I mean, Kings needs to read the audio cues. Truly they can aggress for any point. But again, the cut-off kills from mid and the reverse spawn trap employed as well back in Garage. It really is going to be a difficult spot now for reading any sort of split situation.
Big kills to be able to take down the one player in the inside of top laundry, but Hex is going to be there to return fire. Now sitting on a 2 spree, not looking to give up this life as he's got an opportunity to work for streaks and truly will sit back. They get players onto that B zone. And Team Mayhem have got to find a response right here. There's one
Ya empezaron los match.
with an opportunity to flank. That's going to
Obvio,
be
Julio,
T-Bag.
estamos
They
en
get
el
players
tercer
on the
mapa del primer
objective,
match,
so
pero
that
tranquilo,
stops any
todavía no
progress
hay
that
nada
might be
interesante.
found, but T-Bag's not gonna be
Bueno, en
able to
realidad
find
sí, que
anything
Trulli
right
le está
there.
ganando a
Now
Team
down to
Mayhem,
8 lives.
básicamente
They've
por
got to
nivel de
work
gunfight.
quickly. Make their way back on once again, but Jesus not able to connect for the kill, and for the time being, truly continue to find those frags at a timely moment. Now up 8-4. Wet Noodle's gonna go ahead and pop the
No,
war
hoy
machine.
Trulli
He's
está
trying to put
mejor
this
en
one away.
gunfight que
Yeah,
Team
I
Mayhem.
know. It's going to be down to Raph
No hay
there
nada
on the
que hacer.
point just to sniff around. Then he's
No hay
on
nada que
play. And Mayhem now down to 2 to
Team
7.
Mayhem anda
Both
por
are
el con
isolated
el
up
mental
in
por los
laundry. It's a
suelos.
difficult play, all down to cartels to swing it, but it's just simply not meant to be written in the stars. 1-0 to kick things off here. Truly magnificent. You know, if you want to wordplay that, I think the entirety of that round was down to how good they can read the game with streaks and
Ay,
operators
qué
now.
problemas, qué problemas,
Man,
qué problemas.
I don't know what's going on for Team Mayhem right now, but there's no better time than the present to get things together. They're going to full send on over to A and see what they can find out of it. Yon doesn't find any of the entry. Does find one before getting taken down in space. Not going to have much to work with those smokes obscuring his view, but I believe that's a war machine he just took down in the
Me
hands of
sorprende ver cómo
T-Bag right
Trulli,
there.
sí, Trulli le
Safety
anda
through
ganando
the
Team
big
Mayhem.
mask,
¿Te
gonna be able to
imaginas
cut
que ahora
down
va
another,
contra la
so Team
Reyes,
Mayhem
el X-Strike y
getting
le
some
gana
time
también?
here
Sería muy
on
loco.
A. And a big kill for
Cosas
cartels to
locas.
keep at least one player safe on that
Y
zone.
Mayhem pierde, ¿crees que se
Definitely
separen?
not looking
No,
convincing
porque no hay
quite
dónde
yet for
irse.
Mayhem.
Yon finds a little one. And again,
Si yo soy
Mayhem are just
Seminal
fighting
y yo soy de
to any
Reyes,
sort of
no
contest
agarraría
on
a ninguno de
Looking
Team
for
Mayhem, la verdad.
2/3 of a tick.
Ninguno se ha estado
Good
desempeñando bien.
crossfires coming in,
Solamente
though, as
Kings
truly
por
have
ahí.
positions to even isolate kills on B.
En la fase de
It's
grupos.
wonderful. They want to
Es el
avoid
torneo
the
que dura
driveway
1000 años.
spawn as much as they
No es el
can.
torneo que dura
That's
1000
why now
años.
we're seeing hats
Es
fly through at a speed of
literalmente
light to
el
keep
mismo
B
formato
out
que
of
el
any
Mundial,
sort of contention.
solamente que en 3 meses.
18-20 for the life count. And still, though,
Y
Mayhem need a
ahorita
play call.
estamos en los
Raf
playoffs.
pops off A before they've locked in that
Hoy se
second tick of
define
progress. It
los
doesn't
dos
even
mejores
end up getting
equipos de
anything out of it.
Norteamérica
So
que
once
van a
again,
ir a la
Team Mayhem
presencial
forced
en
to a full
Brasil,
reset
Minsk,
right here,
mi
and
pana.
now find themselves
Oye, ven a
down to 4
acompañarme.
lives. Trying to see if they can find some inroads toward B, but truly have got that completely locked down.
Aquí sale,
They're gonna
correcto,
look to see
Nabor.
if they can
Aquí
flood
sale
through
el
the
primer
mid-map
eliminado.
right here and
Es
find
correcto.
something else, but Yon going to be there. He's now sitting on a 5 spree. Not only that, but truly have got a couple operators to work with if they want them. At this point, it doesn't look like they need it. There's only 12 seconds to work with. Team Mayhem, 9 lives, make it 8 remaining right here, and the shambles continue to get even more shambolic. 2
El primer
seconds,
eliminado
nothing
de
for
NIA
them
se
to
lleva
work with. They
$1000.
make their way on the A zone, but 0 margin for error, and they find themselves down 8 lives.
Heavy numbers committed towards A. It's very interesting to see. Jesus.
No,
nowhere
es que mira
near
la
to help
diferencia
any
de
teammates,
gunfight,
but again,
hermano.
the
13
Pinch might
contra
work
6.
out in their favor. Needs to have pressure because all the crossfires from Wet Noodle getting in top bedroom. It's eliminating any sort of
Qué fatal, hermano.
presence from Team Mayhem. It's 3
Qué
players
fatal
now
lo
left
de
alive.
él. Solamente 15 está matando en Team Mayhem. Los demás ni siquiera llegan a 10. Y hoy sí apareció codm. Ayer no apareció contra la Reyek ni contra Seminal. Hoy sí está jugando al parecer regularmente. Bryan, créate un torneo regional, pero amateur, para que los equipos hagan sus trajes ahí. Yo no tengo tiempo, hermano. Pero lo que sí vamos a hacer es un torneo profesional. Ya hay varios equipos inscritos. Tagal, 5 Gaming, Seminal, la Reyek. Ya saben ustedes que cuando yo hago torneos, junto NA con Brasil, porque entre NA y Brasil no tienen problemas con el ping, ellos igual juegan con ping en contra. Y si Trulli termina ganando el try, una cosa es ganarle a Team Mayhem, porque Trulli ha aumentado su nivel y Team Mayhem ha bajado su nivel, sobre todo por la salida de Blur también. Y otra cosa es que Trulli, a pesar de su aumento de nivel, puede ganarle a la Reyek, que está a nada de ganar la Seminal y que también ha aumentado su nivel. Ahí ya estamos hablando de otro tipo de enfrentamiento.
He's going to be pesky in spawns, and they're finally able to wipe off the remaining players on the objective. But 22v22 still far from a comfortable position.
Exactly, Mayhem have got no position really towards A, so could opt to sacrifice it maybe for a stronger B. Wouldn't be a bad strategy. It is the old-fashioned way of doing things on raid, but when it comes to spawn control, I mean, truly you haven't got numbers here for an overload.
Creo que no,
They want to try and aggress their way back into the opposing spawn. This is such a smart play. It's the opposite reverse spawn trap. You're keeping Mayhem fenced in on B so you can flip them to the south side of the map. It's so genius.
One player in that spawn area that's got to be dealt with, but they're not going to make the read onto Cartel, so he can sit back. Kings pops the Annihilator. No value found quite yet. And about half the time already lost.
Blur se fue de Team Mayhem. No, no sé si se fue. Me refiero a que con la salida de los titulares. Ya no se le ha visto jugando, o sea, si no lo han puesto a jugar los playoffs, que es lo más importante de la SPS Master, claramente no está como titular. No sé si se ha salido del equipo o está como suplente, pero no está.
Nice little moves as Hacks again drops down to the floor. Team Mayhem only a 1 life differential, but 5 players segmented towards the B zone.
Fatal lo que estamos viendo.
Truly can't get anything done here, especially when you are looking at the positional play. Team Mayhem is taking control of Driveway.
Están a nada de meterle 3-0.
They need to aggress so far in. It needs
A
to be
nada de
happening
meterle
at a much faster
3-0
rate.
Trulli a Team Mayhem, brother. ¿Qué está pasando?
Not going to be enough to equalize anything as they've still yet to make any progress toward that B
Team
zone.
Mayhem se va a quedar sin organización. Qué desempeño tan desastroso el que estamos viendo. Y son los únicos que tienen organización en NA. Los demás andan sin organización. Guara lo dijo, dice. Ah, Guara predijo este 3-0.
Yawn finds the opening kill, but can't
Uf,
find another as
se
Team Mayhem
salvaron.
keep their hopes alive.
Forsaken walked into that crossfire.
Es para hacer
Do have a chance here now. Look at Team Mayhem streaks and Jesus saves with an
A ver.
fairly even in terms of ability. I'd say now that Mayhem's had a great chance of making it 2-2.
Guara brujo,
Comes down to how
dice.
well he does reset nades and avoid that ban at all costs.
Yep. You can see those nades landing over top, but it is Team Mayhem with the stronger break-off right here, able to find 3 kills, and Jesus in the mid-map is going to be able to take down the Annihilator. That is huge value to take off the table, and they continue to farm kills right here, as it looks like they've flipped the switch, and all of a sudden, it's a 9-1 kill disparity between the two teams off the start of this one.
Good pick. Let's go.
Truly, can't really get anything over to the other side. Still have to defend A for the rest of this round. And 28 lives to Team Mayhem is quite a daunting prospect.
Espérate, recién capto el mensaje. Ya no está en el equipo. Se salió. Con razón, Jesus, que era suplente, se está viendo obligado a jugar. Ok. Gracias por el dato.
Wet Noodle trying to peek out
Y quiero
one
mucho.
through the mid map. He's going to be able to take down Kings. Still sitting down 8 lives, but able to play through
No
the
dije
smoke
quién
right
fue.
there. Unfortunately, Cartels, nice guess to find the kill, and now Team Mayhem, a lot of life advantage.
Metan a Parca, ese es el dios, dicen. Ajá.
Big kill by
Ojo, se
Kings
viene
to
el
take down
combat.
one.
Cuidado,
If they can find
cuidado.
some mid-map presence, should be able to make their way onto the objective. It's
Y ese
Wet Noodle that's
Predator,
got to be dealt with.
¿qué
Cartels,
Predator tan
only one
fake?
to be
¿Qué
found
misil
out
cae
of
así?
that Pred
Y luego se
missile.
dobla y cae para
But
otro
you get
lado.
the
Por Dios,
information
un
as
poquito
well.
más de
Team Mayhem not
realidad,
quite able to
Torcito.
connect with the Pred, but the Gunny will. Just like that, Team Mayhem sit up 10 lives. G's been able to pick up a Holger, and Wrath looking to be the one to clear out money room, and he 360s onto Hacks right there. Just like that, they make their way onto the objective and sit up 12 lives.
Ok, ok.
Looking for a nice pinch here.
Bien.
Mayhem have got so much pressure now onto the A side.
Le metió un quiebre ahí.
Basketball courts is in your
Hizo
spot read,
buena
so aggressive
decisión
with
Blue.
5 lives left. Team Mayhem
Es
have
que
done
Blue
everything
era
possible to
titular.
keep this advantage in
Salirse
their
de Team
favor.
Mayhem yo creo que
Big
fue
space as well being an issue.
un
The
buen
sniper
golpe,
rifle
así
just
como el
creates
que
even more
Envy se
tension,
saliera
truly.
de Seminole.
I mean,
Fue muy parecido.
Wrath,
Entonces ya más o menos entiendo de por qué Team Mayhem está con tan bajo nivel. Ha sufrido una caída de un jugador que yo creo que no se esperaban. Y pues bueno, denle sub a Icy, por favor, chicos, el que pueda denle una sub a Icy para que no esté verdecita mortal.
Now with an opportunity to keep their master's hopes alive.
Pero lo que sí
Fortunately
es
for
que
them,
todos
they've
los
got
equipos
4 operators charged and ready to go.
let's see how they use them. Again, the breakoff's coming through towards B. Not a bad idea. There's 3 choke points you can
Sí,
fence off,
lo que me
especially with the war
sorprende es que
machine.
este equipo es el único que
So
tiene
you have to play it
organización.
perfect. I mean, listen, when it comes to
Y,
space, needs to
y
get
los
a bit
demás
cross,
equipos que
but no,
son más
good
fuertes.
route for the
Ahora nos queda
backside.
claro que el único
Mayhem
equipo con
have
organización y
numbers
con
on B,
sueldo
not
es el peor
opting
equipo de
for
NEA.
time. They actually wanna remain
Y
in
los
this
demás
position
equipos andan
because
sin organización.
when it comes to the
Así que
life count
si
here in
ahorita
this last
pierde,
round,
se van a quedar sin organización definitivamente. Team Mayhem como empresa tiene que invertir bien su dinero, ¿no? Y me informan también por ahí una personita que estimo mucho que no se salió, que lo sacaron, me parece. Blur era de verdad todo un problema. Ya hablando netamente como persona, ya hablando como persona, al parecer era muy complicado tenerlo en el equipo. Por lo mismo lo sacaron de Tribe. En Tribe sí dijeron, en el video de YouTube que hicimos la traducción, ahí sí dijeron que Blur se fue o lo sacaron por problemas personales. ¿Okay? Así que bueno, entonces asumo que lo mismo pasó en Team Mayhem. Por más que sea buen jugador, pues lamentablemente al parecer su personalidad no ayuda mucho. Pero bueno, después de esto, si los cracks pierden, lo más probable es que se queden sin organización. Pero ¿por qué? No estoy diciendo quién. Uy, ese dato sí ya no sé si contarlo. Me están dando información, pero esa información ya no porque su novia era mi amiga. Ah, ok, sí, pero bueno, dejémoslo en que eran temas personales nada más. Que mi estimado Blur, pues, por eso fue retirado del equipo. Faltó un poco más de compromiso con el equipo, un poco más de profesionalismo y un poco más de seriedad y un poco menos de dependencia. Ahí estamos. Denle sub a Icy, por favor, alguien que tenga dinero entró. Hay puros pobres hoy día. Buena, Ricardo de León. Bienvenido a la familia de YouTube. Nuevo miembro. ¿A qué equipo le vas, Bryan? Yo le voy al Barcelona. Te di sub ahorita, Vico. Ni siquiera me agradeciste. D5 sub.
fights, 8, only 29 seconds to make your way onto this objective, and they have found 0 success in that zone so far.
No puede hacer tanto calor. 3 meses como miembro en YouTube, el señor Jan. Bienvenido, hermanito. Bueno, bienvenido nuevamente. Por eso te he dicho sub, Roosevelt. Ay, usa bien el halcón, iba a decir. No, la mejor Jorge de Norteamérica. Ay, ay, ay. El comeback, hermano, el comeback. Pero, ¿cuándo fue? Tenés que meterte, hermano. ¿Qué pasó? Dijo, me voy a quedar aquí, le voy a regalar el mapa a los chicos de Team Mayhem. ¿Sabes qué? Me quedo aquí. Más importante es que no me maten, a que ellos ganen la partida. Primero mi dignidad. Y se quedó ahí, le valió burla. Ganaron, pero no me mataron. Ja, 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 dice el señor codm. Y el nombre lo debe tener porque anda re drogado. Ya le había tirado humo. Podía haberse infiltrado con el humo. Y por lo menos intentar hacer una jugada maravillosa, ¿no? Yo creo que sí. Lo que dice Lugo, guardó su vida para el próximo mapa. Está guardando racha. Buen comeback. Y este comeback puede servir para que Team Mayhem recapacite, reaccione y pueda remontar este mejor de 5, ¿eh? Ojo ahí se viene. Yo quería que acabe acá nomás, pero bueno, porque quiero ver los siguientes juegos. Buena, Naen, suscrito ahí con Tier 1. Oye, Naen, dale suscripción a Ice si puedes, hermano. Por favor. Tú que eres narco de los narcos. Que tienes un año desaparecido, de hecho. Y es que puedes, hermanito, si es que están tus posibilidades, darle una sub a esta morta. Buena, Marvin. Uy, el Tiba. Apareció el Tiba, que andaba dormido, pero ahí apareció, perfecto. Apareció el Tiba, felizmente. Felizmente. Ahora se pone seria la cosa, pues. A ver si Team Mayhem reacciona. Gracias por tus 1000 de maná, Abril. Con eso como toda la semana. Próximo equipo, Chia, Blur, Pepe, Penji y Xmago. Se viene.
I mean, we did throw away that control in a number of aspects. There just wasn't enough time. There wasn't enough positional play really to have an impact. They were struggling for a large portion.
Gracias, Tebacho. Entonces, Blur no seguirá en el compe. Pues por ahora no hay a dónde irse.
In quick succession, that right there is the difference.
Yep. Oh man, that was pure chaos through and
no,
through.
La novia no creo que tenga la culpa. Yo creo que es cosa de él. Mi informante de ella.
Team Mayhem, a team that has been together for Lord knows how long, and truly a self-admitted pickup team would truly be an amazing feat. I promise I did not mean to do that. It's just truly on my mind.
I think the puns for this series are always going to be on the table. But listen, I'm not trying to.
Se viene Nuke de Space, dice, ojo. Es lo que dicen, como buena, Finger, ¿cómo estás?
Seems like at bare minimum, Team Mayhem have made a slight mental regain. Obviously, they've
Me acordé que el mago viajó a uso y luego lo sacaron del equipo, no seas así.
And if you can finally force it into that last search and destroy map, they've got to feel a lot more comfortable. But Their hardpoint did not look clean remotely in the first map that we watched with them playing on Summit. So
Buenas, Ricardo de León, bienvenido hermanito, gracias por hacerte miembro del canal. A todos los que están ahí en YouTube, no olviden por favor dejar ese like potente y suscribirse también. Ya casi llegamos a los 10K de suscriptores en YouTube. Hay que llegar a los 10K. ¿Cuándo juega LATAM? 22 y 23 de febrero. Justo mencionaba sobre no confiarse, correcto. GoTing11 dice por ahí mi estimada Vico. ¿Por qué se retiró Slotty del competitivo? Tal vez tiene algún trabajo o estudia, lo cual le da mucho más dinero.
It just rewards you later in the series because you're not going to be playing against the same playbook strats over a long period of time. Yes, they will cause issues and you need to have the adaptiveness just to realize that. But you will have the ability in return to just look at these teams and go, you know what, if we have the ability to run around them and just shoot them in quick succession, take objectives, it will be a smooth time.
All right. Just waiting for our players to get into the lobby, and we should be good to go in this one. It looks like indeed we are.
Muchos andaban demorando ya,
Looks like truly going to be starting on the slower side at least for initial entry right there. But we'll see who's able to get that initial.
Pregunto, ¿por qué no casteas tú para nosotros? Porque estoy guardando mi voz para los próximos enfrentamientos o para la gran final, que son enfrentamientos más importantes que definen una clasificación o que definen un top 1. Ya casteamos Europa, toda la Europa. Luego, ayer también casteamos Europa y NA. Y luego tenemos que castear la de LATAM completa también. Y pues como he estado mal de la garganta, tengo que ahora cuidarla bien, como si fuera cantante. ¿Cuál es el mejor equipo en esa región? En Norteamérica, Seminal, los que antes eran Luminosity. Truly ya lo hubiera terminado, pero se quisieron guardar las rachas para este Hardpoint. Vamos a ver entonces. Y empieza por ahí. A ver qué tal, a ver qué tal. Hey Brian, la partida que quiero ver un día en mi vida es Elevate contra Galoris en un mismo pin, a un mismo pin. Yo también, hermano. Yo también quiero ver esa partida y espero que se dé. Galoris está, bueno, no voy a decir que está asegurado en los playoffs, porque luego, perdón, en la presencial, porque luego en los playoffs pasan cosas. Pero es muy probable de que esté en la presencial. Y Elevate tiene también mucho potencial para ganarle a todos los equipos de arena, principalmente Powerhouse, y también para ganarle a Bolt. Ya lo ha hecho antes, tendría que hacerlo de nuevo para poder viajar a Brasil. Así que esperemos que sí. Hoy se juega la gran final, correcto. Mira, todo está pintando que Team Mission ha despertado y puede remontar la partida. Ay, Truly. Ay, Truly. Este mapa, ¿quién lo escogió? Este mapa lo escogió Truly. Truly escogió Takeoff, así que, a ver, chicos, demuestren por qué lo han escogido.
Raf's going to continue to lurk out in blue. Keep those Truly
Si
players
le ha escogido
guessing.
Truly, tiene que ser por
Early
algo.
pred missile right there. That's going to gain them a kill and some information as well. And Raf
Godlike sigue en el conte, claro.
He's already earned those equalizers, so he's going to be that much more difficult to deal with. Looks like one player going to be able
No,
to
si se
swim
lo
upstairs.
remontan
That's
sería
going to
una
be Hex.
peculiaridad de Truly
It's going to be
fatal.
Raf that's sent up to hunt him down, and hunt he will, but immediately traded out is Truly. Strong break into the hard point right here. And the utility should be able to slow down the push.
Brian, ¿y cuál va a ser el formato en la presencial? ¿Quiénes se enfrentarán o será bracket? Yo creo que el formato de la presencial en Brasil va a ser igual que el formato de la presencial de Estados Unidos. Según lo que yo había visto por ahí, no me acuerdo dónde. Creo que en la página. El formato va a ser el mismo, eliminación directa, porque solamente son 2 días Y tenemos el local compartido con la SPS Masters de Free Fire también. Así que si mal no recuerdo va a ser el mismo formato, eliminación directa. Contra quien te toque. Si tienes mala suerte, pues te tocará Seminal, te tocará Q9, pero es eliminación directa, me parece. Igual que el Mundial.
For Cartel, Saken is not going to be able to connect for those shots, but the time to kill just so blistering on the Fennec. He's going to get taken down before he can even press.
Así que cuidadito, cuidadito,
One player
cuidadito.
looking for a pinch play for Truly is going to get taken down, and it's pure chaos in the hard point right now. Truly take things back, but neither team with a whole lot of map control to be spoken of for the time being, and it's a very back and forth affair between
Ay, perdón, se estaban tapando la partida. Sino que estoy buscando la imagen donde yo tenía guardado el formato de la presencial, pero no lo encuentro. Y hasta donde yo me acuerdo, el formato de la presencial iba a ser igual que el Mundial. Este de acá, este formato debería de ser el mismo para la SPS más. Este no es el que estaba buscando, pero se parece. Así sería ese formato. 8 equipos, eliminación directa. ¿Cuál es el patrocinador de Free Fire? BlackBerry.
Oh, but the contest is still there. Hacks and Kings, though, will try and at least have a little bout.
Ya van a decir, yo les he dicho pobres a lo de Free Fire.
20-point game between the two teams. Scrap time will go to Team Mayhem. Truly here
Los casters y jugadores y torneos de Free Fire tienen 10 veces más dinero que los de COD. Así que no nos riamos mucho. Y de vistas nos hacen pija también. Pero ya expliqué el porqué, ¿no? Pero igual, no es por ofenderse. Si gana Team Mayhem me tatúo la cara de Guara en una nalga. Ok, Lugo. Sáquenle, anclen eso por favor, que se quede ahí guardado. Sí, ¿no? Como que el mental de Team Mayhem anda como que no se sienten superiores que el Truly en este momento, ni en pedo. Yo creo que andan como que antes no había dudas de que podían ganar la Truly. El día de hoy hay muchas dudas. Y Truly está completamente crecidísimo.
I mean, it's still a close game, anyone's to which, but Mayhem have got enough numbers here to force an overload. The contest could only last for so long, maybe a couple of kills, space takes care of any sort of pressure, but Mayhem already greeted back face to face.
Ojito, le salió una buena jugada, otro, ya va por el Predator, va por el Predator, el señor Space. Acaba de despertar la bestia de Truly. Ahí está, Tiba. Nos cortó la esperanza, hermano.
Spawns for this Truly squad. They looked really strong despite the fact that they weren't first on rotation the last time around. So you got to think
hubo un momento en el que Space era uno de los jugadores más destacados del drive del año pasado, en la fase de Stage 4 de la DNA. Y luego no sé qué le pasó.
Truly trying to hold on for 40 seconds here, and it would extend the lead. Mayhem, they've got the break ready at hand. Only invest maybe one operator, but I think Truly have got the nice little exit kills they're looking for, just to keep it more of an even contest. Heads on though, Mayhem have got 4 players stacked inside a lounge. Very much going to be a nice bunker setup here, just good for holding wall-to-wall gunfights and cleaning out any opposition.
A Truly le falta jugar OVA,
Mayhem can get time.
Necesitan jugar más OVA todos si quieren ganar la partida. No sé si se estarán dando cuenta de ello.
But he's going to get traded out as once again, Truly, the stronger team on rotation right here. Couple of big kills from that pinch side. Team Mayhem make their way into the objective.
No sé si se darán cuenta. Saca compa. Por Dios.
Here in this one, Space going to get cut down by Teabag lurking in the mid map. Jesus. from the top side of the objective, shuts down another, and now Team Mayhem are going to be able to find a little bit more map control and maybe some comfortability as they try to find a big P4 here.
Yeah, Mayhem can hold on to 35 seconds here. It's quite easy. Truly aren't really getting anyone through. Maybe it's up to the net. No, it's going to be the same sort of spawn trap, or at least the same sort of read. Hunter Killer drones as well, clear the outside, but nice shooting from Truly. 20 seconds to play for here, and if Mayhem get a full 60, it becomes a real issue. As Truly, well, first of all, can play off of some scrap time. They need to make sure it's not contested, as Mayhem are nice and firmly in the driving seat. I think the spawn's over the next till. Mayhem, again, are playing around it quite nicely and have the aggression as well. Good positioning from Raph there just to keep Truly in the back.
I didn't think there was anything that was going to be able to take Raph off an equalizer in that position until I saw Space take him down through a wall with the Annihilator. That's exactly what you're looking for, so they make sure that Team Mayhem does not get a full 60, but once again, starting to feel like this Hardpoint map is slipping out of the hands of this Truly squad, and you want at all costs to avoid that meltdown search and destroy map where you lost 7-1 up against this Team Mayhem squad.
Estaba viendo cómo estaban jugando ambos equipos y los dos equipos están jugando igual de mal este mapa. O sea, ni siquiera puedo decir que uno lo está jugando mejor que el otro. Los dos están jugando mal este mapa. No sé por qué Truly lo escogió. No sé si tendrán code o no. Pero ambos equipos están en un completo desorden en este mapa, en los que yo creo que no tienen ni idea de lo que están haciendo. Si viene la Reject o viene Seminal y les elige este mapa, por ejemplo, ahorita mismo, yo cambio a Truly por la Reject o por Seminal, se cogen a Mayhem. Y si yo cambio a Mayhem por Seminal o por la Reject, se cogen a Truly. En este mapa hay mucha diferencia de niveles.
Puts the gun away and hands a free life on over to Hex, and he's going to continue to be able to rain terror on any player that wants to enter through that avenue. The War Machine going to get taken down for Team Mayhem, and Raph, the one player there to shut off the rotation, should have been able to find at least one.
Mira, con este Hardpoint debería remontar a Truly, son 3 OBJ, así es como debería defenderse, me parece perfecto. Debería remontar porque así deberían estar jugando la mayoría de... ¿Por qué saltó? Así deberían estar jugando, yo no sé por qué saltó el tipo ese, dejó solo su OBJ.
And it just keeps them so far back. They're trying to break out the spawn, but it's just not going to happen. Really great plays and individual fights against 2 players. Saken's got such a good angle.
Bien de Seiken. Si se hubiesen quedado los 3 en el punto hubiese sido otra cosa. Si hubiesen aprovechado más ese Hardpoint de lo que aprovecharon ahorita, pero bueno. La rotación está lenta por parte de los dos. Pueden ver el minimapa. Los dos han rotado a última hora también a este Hardpoint. Truly tiene el respawn de médico. Que si rotabas primero, por lo menos deberías asegurar el respawn de Secret, ¿no? Que es el más cercano al punto. Pero rotaron primero por médico, entonces obviamente rotar por médico te va a dar el respawn de médico. Y Mayhem rotó tarde, pero rotó por Secret, entonces tienen el respawn de Secret, por lo cual llegan más rápido al punto y por lo cual ya les quitaron el Hardpoint rápido. Y ya luego de esto pues vuelve la guerra de gunfight, ¿no? Para volver a recuperar el control del mapa. Que se mete un equipo, se mete el otro viene por medio, el otro también. Y ahí empieza el desorden, el desastre por intentar recuperar el Hardpoint.
Much needed trade, but Team Mayhem desperately in need of a big hold right here to create a little bit of comfort, and Truly are not giving them any of it.
Wonderful break, but Mayhem is spawning right in front. 4 dots appearing, and it's a pinstripe kill feed. Pressure-wise, it's enough to keep Truly in time. They need to keep these kills segmented. You can't get one after another and face a constant barrage of pressure, because Mayhem are just going to continuously sprint towards the hill and not let up.
Teabag pops the War Machine, but he gets taken down himself. Truly now take the lead in this one. Still have an opportunity to pinch, and Team Mayhem make their way onto the objective. So that's two players there. Truly, they can still lose it here. They've got to shut down this push from Mayhem.
Bien.
But that's
Ay,
going to be
no, me
Hex with the
perdió ahorita.
equalizer. He's
Qué
taking
mal
out
timing para
space.
que aparezca atrás.
Dread missile from above. What can he find? It's only going to be one, but the info is there as well. And truly have broken back on in. They can't quite win on this one. Forsaken going to be able to spot one from above. Team Mayhem only one player remaining, but it's Jesus making the big time play. They might be
Ganan con ese Hardpoint, Ganan con ese Hardpoint. No se mete. Mi compa, el que no se mete a los Hardpoint porque le regala el mapa al enemigo. Ese es codm. Buena vincera.
For the sweep
And
and reverse sweeps, but non-existent in SPS.
Gracias por
But I'd
renovar
like
tu
to
sub.
thank that since I've come on in, it really has become a nice little addition. Oh, that's wonderful. I think Mayhem there just capitalized on the huge mistake from
volvemos al
Truly.
2-2.
They had all the players set up and they were ready
O
to
sea que
act,
Team
but
Mayhem lo hizo para
realistically,
darle
they couldn't
emoción a la
hold for too
partida.
long. The players in mid that were isolating, slaying roles needed to switch to objective players and support. In reality, the crossfire and the spawns are too far close on that final hill
Toca
to
raparse,
warrant any
Aurelius.
sort of aggression.
En este chat creo que jaja puro pro player. No, pura gente que quiere dar su opinión libremente, hermano. Si no te gusta te puede decir. Se viene comeback, dice la gente por ahí. Vamos a ver qué sucede. Uy, ya probablemente ya con este 2-2 Team Mayhem se va a prender. Team Mayhem se va a prender completamente.
To keep things close, and they nearly find a way to take it. On P4 right there,
Vamos a ver qué pasa, vamos a ver qué pasa. Truly teniendo las de ganar y no se ponen las pilas. Sí, hermano, yo no sé qué les pasa, la verdad. Bueno, luego nos mandará a abrir su fotito cumpliendo el reto que prometió. Se viene Kumba, dice, buenas Fernando, ¿cómo estás? Ya quiero ver a Reyes, yo también. Y hoy probablemente la gran final sea The Reyes contra Seminal nuevamente, el clásico de Neo.
Really everybody pulling their weight. And once again, when you look at the numbers, Team Mayhem should have been able to handle that more
Qué bueno que ya
easily
se
than
vaya
they did,
tratando la cara de
obviously.
Guara, dice,
Lot of
perfecto.
credit to Forsaken and Space combining
Que se
for
quite el
90
Sniper
kills
Space
between
si
the
quieren
two of them.
ganar.
But just too little toward the end of that one for them
49,
to be able
42,
to close it
41,
out.
41.
And it
Faltó
felt like
meterse al
certainly
punto
a
un poquito
must-win
más
map for
nomás.
them, because obviously they have taken that search
Faltó
and
jugar
destroy,
mazo VJ
but
por parte de
Slums
Truly y
presumably their
ganaban,
map
¿eh?
pick and getting ready to head into a
Y las
meltdown.
estadísticas
One
nos lo
thing we will say to
confirman.
their credit,
Para
they
una partida
did
que
take
duró
Sentinel
tanto,
into
250,
overtime on this exact same
224,
map, so it's not necessarily
hacer menos de un
one that they're
minuto
consistently bad
es
at,
un
but
delito, ¿no?
they struggled sizably
Es
up
un
against this
delito.
Team Mayhem squad last time around.
Oh, and that's going to be a huge factor now in the
Completamente.
low bracket because they can't make any mistakes really that would afford them, you know, to go all well.
Es simplemente
I think that the mindset's
un
gonna be really
delito.
focused on how can we adapt on the fly. I mean, again, if they're getting Seminole to overtime, that's a great reference point as to what to expect against the team the caliber of Truly.
Ya la gente estaba apostando por Truly, aunque la encuesta en YouTube dice 71% Team Mayhem.
Seminole game that performed well and draw the conclusions there.
Acabo de jugar a 120 FPS y vaya diferencia a lo que jugaba a 60. Parece que me dio manos. Sí, claro, hermano. De 60 a 120, uff, vas a sentir la diferencia mucho. ¿Crees que pueda conseguir entrenador personal para mejorar jugando? Me gustaría jugar mejor. Yo no creo que se necesite un entrenador personal para mejorar, hermano. Creo que puedes aprender mucho viendo videos, preguntándole a pro players, viendo videos de pro players que te dicen cómo entrenar. Pero si tienes la posibilidad de gastar en eso, pues Jesus Can Save You está haciendo su programa de coach. Por ahí creo que Mago también hace su programa de coach, etc.
All right.
Podrías decirle a alguien del compe que te entrene. Brian, ¿qué gana a Sniper, Space God o Sun? Brian, vuelve en una hora, no te vayas. Acá vamos a estar a menos que se vaya la luz acá también. Ok. Parece que se van a una pausita. A ver, el próximo mapa va a ser... ¿Por qué se van a una pausa si tenemos que jugar seguido? El quinto mapa es Meltdown. B y D escogido por Team Mayhem. Meltdown. E inicia defendiendo Team Mayhem. Ataca Trulli. Trulli tenía la victoria en sus manos, ¿eh? En sus manos la tenía. Increíble. Ay, Spartan, hermano, ¿qué habrá pasado? Pues... Y ese Hardpoint lo podían ganar también. Ese Hardpoint lo eligió Trulli y lo perdió. Algo así, Sandel. Esas pausas son cuando van a dar DQ. Bueno, así pasó en Tribe con Luminosity, pero no creo, no he visto ninguna regla incumplida ahora, ¿eh? El equipo de la Rayex tiene la ventaja de elegir el primer mapa o decidir que el otro elija y ellos eligen el lado. Como primer equipo, pues el primer pick es esa opción. La pausa es para cargar teléfonos. Mi hermano han jugado 4 mapas. ¿Cómo que para cargar teléfonos? ¿Cómo se les va a acabar? ¿En qué están jugando? ¿En iPhone 8? Que jugaron 4 mapas y se les acabó la batería. No creo que sea para cargar teléfonos, hermano. No tiene sentido. Dijo el staff. Ya. Yo creo que es para hablar con los coaches sobre lo que van a hacer en el último mapa. Que al staff le hayan dicho, hey, un momentito, 5 minutos para cargar, por favor. Ya, esa es otra cosa. La pausa es porque Spartan pidió DQ. Eso puede ser. O porque fueron al baño. ¿No escuchaste a Bobby? Una pausa porque se estaba cagando. Dice, ¿cómo? No lo escuché, ¿eh? Dice, y ellos pueden jugar cargando el celular con el tremendo celular que tienen. ¿Cuándo es la de LATAM? El 22 y 23 de febrero. Gracias, Andel. No sé por qué juegan estos dos si ya los que van a Brasil son Reyes y Semina, dice el Ángel. Hay fe todavía, hermano, hay fe. Hay fe para que puedan jugar. Pausa para una breve chaqueta, dice. Listo.
Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
All right. Well, we're back, and hopefully our teams have some fast-charging devices as we are hopefully getting ready to hop into the final
dice ahí
map
que
of the
los
series.
dispositivos ya
It has
deben estar
surprised us
listos.
at every turn, obviously, to get things started, not only truly taking the map pick for Team Mayhem, but starting off to a 2-0 lead, and then Team Mayhem, the reverse sweep in the control, and now forcing a map number 5. What do truly have
Team
to do
Mayhem,
here in order
una
to win?
remontada en el tercer
in terms of
mapa
Norman, yes, it's still
y
6
ahora
goes to map
fuerza
5
un
at this
quinto
stage,
mapa.
but you do have to take a lot of precedence from the first
No sé
maps
qué
that
pasó
you
con
won. I mean,
Lucasin
listen,
ni por qué
those
puso lo
games
que
were
puso en
close. There were
Twitter.
20 points in the Hardpoint, and I'd say
Brian,
around the two
resumen
in the
porfa, me
SD,
voy
right?
despertando.
So when it comes to this
Aún
one,
no ha
again,
pasado nada,
you're
Carlos.
facing a team that has
Estamos
got
en el
an
primer
oversight
enfrentamiento
with Seminoles who
de
have
la gran
qualified
final
for
de los
Brazil.
playoffs
I mean,
de
the
la Master
confidence they
DNA,
get from that,
SPS Master
it alone
DNA.
is enough to bring any sort of
Truly
player out
iba
of their
ganando
shell and
2-0
truly
y
find
ahora se
their
puso empate la
footing.
cosa.
I think that, well, truly, this state have to make sure that they can read the place perfectly and slow things down at the right time. All right, I think a meltdown is very fast and hectic,
Estuviera
especially
buena
in a map
ahora,
when you're rotating sites and keeping the bombs
El
in,
S24 no duró en 4
control
mapas.
positions. Make sure again you slow it down at the right time and get those kills.
Se la pagó el
one of the
celular.
things about
Eso puede ser,
the meltdown
probablemente.
search and destroy is especially on the
Que se
offensive
le haya
side, you
apagado
can
el
really
celular a
dictate the
algún
pace of the
jugador.
game and what you're feeling most comfortable with the way that Truly have been playing right now. I would not be surprised to see a lot of B pushes because the snipers have been firing on all cylinders. Very
¿No lo han visto? ¿Lo quieren ver?
nightmare for the opposition.
Mientras
and
esto
it is
empieza.
typically just the easier site to plant on as well. With that being said, you're also more than likely going to have to deal with an R9 in the hands of Raf over on the A zone if you want to push it. So that's always going to be a major risk, and Truly, for the most part, have not had a real counter for him in those positions. We'll see what they're looking to throw at it right here as they will spawn on the offensive side.
Cada cosa que pasa, últimamente no estoy valiendo nada.
Off the rip here.
Y muchas personas le ponen por ahí, no digas así, tú eres el mejor del mundo, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Pero luego vemos qué le dijeron las demás personas. ¿Okay? Primero la partidita porque es el último mapa. Algo habrá pasado con su equipo o con la organización. Algo ha pasado.
Will gladly take the plant right here as it has been afforded to them. Now 5v4 goes the retake right here. 2 players looking to push on the flank side and all the pressure onto Space.
Siempre pasan cosas, algo así.
Ref spots out one. Space is gonna
No
drop
estoy
one on
valiendo
the
nada,
left.
no sé
That's
qué va a
gotta be
pasar.
dealt with
No
there.
sé qué va a
Saken
pasar.
taking down 2, and just like that, the push has been equalized. Yon gets the information, doesn't want to push through right here, and he doesn't really need to. Jesus taken down mid-smoke, and the retake has fallen apart one by one for this Mayhem squad, but fortunately 2 players remain. They got to move quickly though. Kings, damage has been dealt. Raf needs to find the
Cuéntame
goal line
ahorita, no
shot,
me
but he
dejes
can't quite
así.
connect right there.
Cuéntame
He's been
ahorita,
forced to hop
para
the
poder contar a
bomb.
los chicos
Not enough
también.
time is Truly take the opening round.
Oh, the thinnest of margins. I mean, if one of those shots from the shotgun connected, it would be a different story, but had to hop it at 5 seconds, and even there, it was an easy read and an easy round to convert. Team Mayhem now currently down by 1, but it's okay. It is second round. Hopefully, we'll show something more promising. The same break off for Truly,
Yo le iba a
much more spread
preguntar,
out. Very
pero
high nades through middle. They want to take
no me dio tiempo, pues terminamos la de Europa, me bañé y cuando ya estaba listo, pues empezamos la línea.
Just yet, although A seems to be the most likely point.
Didn't notice at the time, but that is actually an ace for Forsaken, single-handedly holding off the retake from that Mayhem squad. They're going to be forced to reevaluate right here as once again.
Brian, ¿quién crees que gane, Seminal o LG?
Vaneno. Should have been
Está
spotted
perdido el
lower
compa.
by Raf, but I don't think he
Quita
got
delay.
that
No hay delay,
information.
compa.
I'm going to look to lurk
Ya,
toward that
tenía un
bottom side,
milisegundo
slides
de
the
delay.
corner. That's the perfect position for an R9. Should be able to pick up an SMG to work with
Si
there
Truly
as
se deja
well.
remontar,
Once again, looking for the retake, but took a lot of time on it last time around. But Teabag, Tundra connects right there, and now they head into the bomb site with a man advantage. Kings trying to sniff out all those backside zones, but you don't really need that much pressure, and there's a lot of players dropping by the wayside. G's gonna hop the bomb right here. He might be able to pull off the ninja defuse, and Yon doesn't read it. Nobody in position for this Truly squad to hear the audio cue. And what a disastrous end to that round.
Pulling off a Damon Karma Barlow, are we? Love it. Now, Truly, tied up even. But a nice commitment towards B here is a new look strategy and definitely rewards. Nice spots in for the sniper for Space.
A ver, ¿qué pasó?
Cheeky angle for him to work with right there. Shot's not going to connect, but suppressor on the sniper should keep him hidden for the time being. Force back right there as Hax is going to be able to get the bomb down. This time is over on the B side. And Team Mayhem have not really done anything to try to deter these bomb plants. It seems like they feel confident with the retakes, but there hasn't been much in convincing fashion to give us reason to believe that would be the case. Wet Noodle's going to shut down 2 on the backside, and once again, using so much time right here and not making anything out of it, not finding a single kill out of these positions. It's a flawless round there for Truly. And Team Mayhem just looking indecisive at every turn on the defensive side.
And that really has come off the back of that ninja defuse, I'd say. I think that was a wonderful wake-up call for Truly to get some rounds, and the aggression paid off. I mean, listen, they funneled 3 players in the south side of the map, and it just created these 1v1 in an overload situation. Now, new break-off, new ideas. Set lanes come in, but a nice commitment here, especially for Team Mayhem.
This time they get aggressive, respond on the A zone. And that's going to be 3 opening kills for them. Hax and Yawn left to try to respond. And the bomb's still in hands for Hax, but with no information on either of those bomb sites, you got to kind of sit back and hope that Team Mayhem over-aggress right here. They're going to go ahead, wrap back towards spawn, and try to link up with their teammates and still leave this Truly squad guessing as to what direction they should go next. They have at least a little bit of information that there's some real estate to work with over on the B side.
And they have no idea just yet, as you said, the amount of pressure they're going to face, and that's none on B. And to be fair, though, I mean, listen, planting this early on is risky. I mean, in my boots, I would avoid doing it for at least another 10 seconds till Mayhem are fully aware of, you know, what's going on. Because truly, if that bomb gets uncommitted and someone dies, 1v4 is even harder when you're reclaiming bomb.
And the tightly placed play from Team Mayhem is kind of left Truly in an odd spot where they have no idea how to
Esto
really
no es por el
respond
tercer
here.
lugar.
And they've almost
El
played
que gana se va a enfrentar a la
Reyex
Reyex y el que gana contra la Reyex
over on the A zone.
se va a enfrentar a Seminal.
Looks to be the only opportunity for Truly to find a plan. I'm not really sure what the actual game plan is here because they play completely into Team Mayhem. They're able to find one to open things up. Not a whole lot of time to work with. Jesus saves, takes down one. Kings finds the other. And unusual plays out of this Truly squad.
El último mapa, veremos quién será el primer eliminado de la SPS Masters de Norteamérica. Que se lleva $1000 nada más. El campeón de Europa ya fue Kings. Kings se va a Brasil. Veremos quién se va por parte de Neo.
But towards B, Truly got a great idea going on here. Needs to post plant placement and again needs.
No estaba bien estados, estaba intentando averiguar qué pasó con Lucasín. Ya tengo una pista, pero depende de una personita y quiero mucho que me tienen que decir y yo ver la manera de comunicárselos de manera que no comprometa a nadie. No es tan sencillo decir algo por decir, con información así clasificada. Hay que ver la manera de cómo decirlo. Por ejemplo, lo de Blur fue algo clasificado que yo se los dije hasta donde se pudo decir. Ya lo personal y el porqué y todo lo demás, eso ya no tiene nada que ver con el competitivo. Dice Tamare Bryan, todavía estaba viendo la final de Europa. Ah, sí, hermano, es que terminamos la final de Europa, fui, me bañé y ya empezamos la DNA. Latam es el 22 y 23 de febrero. ¿Qué pasó con Lucasín? Estoy averiguando.
Looks like Wet Noodle going to be able to find the opener right there. Forsaken.
¿Se retira Lucas? No, olvídate que se va a retirar.
The response from Mayhem, and once again, it's evened up pretty quickly right here. Bomb still in the hand for Truly. And Hexback's all the way up toward the front side of the A zone. Seems to have an idea where these Mayhem players
no se va a retirar hasta ser campeón del mundo. Ya lo dijo antes.
Yawn's there for the kill, Hex there for the trade. And just like
y
that,
con Blur, ¿qué pasó? Lo sacaron del equipo. De Team Mayhem.
It's just a series of mistakes. I mean, truly can't get players into
Brian, ¿cuándo estarás con GA? En Latam, siempre en Latam. el 22 de febrero. Viene LATAM, todo Brasil también. Se mamaron llevándonos hasta el quinto mapa, Se mamaron los chicos, de verdad.
Ooh, Hags gets cheeky through the mid map, but Raph is there to make the read. Once again, it's Team Mayhem finding first blood, and this time they're able to dictate the pace of the game themselves.
Igual es una partida importante porque define el primer eliminado de Norteamérica.
Wet Noodles made his way forward, but there's a player top generators he has got to deal with. Time is of the essence for Truly. Doesn't make the read. Raph shotgun connects, and just like that, down to a 2v5 for the remaining players. Nice beams out of Yawn. But for Team Mayhem, all you have to do is sit back and force Truly into a position where you can take him down. Now it's going to be Space going up against his former team. He's going to drop right there. And 4-3 is going to be the storyline for Team Mayhem. I guess technically he wasn't on Team Mayhem. He was on NYSL Mayhem. I don't know if that actually makes a difference, but before chat corrects me, I just want to say that.
Thank you for those classifications there, Bobby. Team Mayhem look to try and commit towards B this time, but Truly there, opting for higher nades early on to
BryanT ganará entre amigos y el equipo que GTO Carrera. GTO Carrera. GTO de amigos, hermano. ¿Qué estás hablando?
Space was blooded, and again, Jesus there adds a few more.
They get the man advantage once again, and Truly just not looking quite as confident here on the defensive side. Nice little read out of Raph to be able to pick another and make it a two-piece for him, all down to Wet Noodle. And
bueno, según lo que pues me dijeron y estoy esperando que me confirmen, pues algo tiene que ver con... Bueno, GA nos dijo en la tarde de que seguro algo pasó con el equipo o con la organización. Y ya ahora me confirmaron que tiene algo que ver con la organización. Pero yo entré al Instagram de la organización y yo veo que hace 2 días publicaron contenido de los jugadores de COD, entonces algo no me cuadra. Seguro terminarán contrato, cambiarán contrato hasta cierta fecha nada más. No estarán en la presencial de Brasil. ¿Qué será? ¿Les van a hacer el comeback de verdad, Truly? Nos emocionaron así por las puras. Y encima iban 2-0 en el control. No te lo puedo creer. Creo que se acaba su contrato en marzo, dice Dark.
Yeah, that's just so difficult, especially when you're dealing with shotguns in the hands of Raph. Space is actually going to be able to deal with him with the Tundra. That's the beauty of the ADS speed on that one, but still really tough position, and especially with only 7 seconds on the board, not much that you can hope to do. Team Mayhem.
Wow.
Now 1 round away from pulling off the reverse sweep in the control and the reverse sweep in the series. Truly need to make some type of adjustment right here. To be fair, they have made adjustments. Team Mayhem have just had counters at every turn.
The round here for $2,000
Problemas para Truly. Se le va el sueño de las manos.
And play that plant.
Que lo habían hecho tan bien. Una pena.
Shotgun in hand for R9, or R9 in hand for Raph. And he connects yet again. 11 kills on the board. Teabag. Snipes are on point.
Sí, Space con 3 kills a Sniper, ¿no? Él es terco. Siempre en los raids el que menos mata. Pero él sigue Sniper. El Sniper tiene que carrear en el raid. Como lo hace Marvel, como lo hace Inferno, como lo hace Nail, como lo hace Washi, como lo hace Henry Cat o Lucasin. Los snipers de China carrean, no terminan últimos. Ya se lo he dicho yo. Y en fin, no quiere entender que no entienda.
That should be a trademark.
GG's.
Double reverse sweep.
GG's.
In terms of rarity, I mean, SPS
Tremenda remontada de Team.
Number of different beautiful moments, but I find it special that the turning point for Mayhem was being 2-0 down in the series.
¿Cómo se te escapan de las manos $3,000?
Once again, not something that you're going to see often in competitive COD Mobile at all. The resilience to have that be the bounce back moment for your squad to be able to get things together and to be able to bounce back.
Bueno, todos los que prometieron cosas a cumplir los retos que prometieron, ¿eh? Hola, Brian, ¿sabes qué pasó con Parca? No. El Envy y eso que no es main sniper.
Yeah, definitely. Like, honestly, I was shocked.
¿Dónde está el güey que se va a tratar a Guara? Aquí está en Trovo, ya lo tengo, tenemos anclado su mensaje. ¿Qué fue? Fui por la cena. Sí, hermano, algunos estaban cenando y dijeron, ah, Truly va a ganar, ya vengo, voy a cenar. Volvieron después de cenar, Team Mayhem ganó. Es como que, ¿qué? What the fuck, ¿qué pasó?
I honestly thought that was going to be 3-0 to Truly, and then somehow, some way, Mayhem just pulled that out of nowhere. I think that's our first reverse sweep, right? First successful reverse sweep, and not only that as well, reverse sweep in the control to boot. So, you know what, Team Mayhem, they've got courage. They managed to get it done.
I think in terms of the actual courage displayed throughout all of those 5 maps, I mean, Mayhem,
no sabemos, Jonathan, estoy preguntando.
Really started to switch on that late, especially when you sit down the control. Most teams don't. They just sacrifice.
¿No van para Brasil? No. Ninguno va para Brasil todavía. Solamente el único confirmado que va a Brasil es Seminal, que ya está en la gran final y tiene un mapa ganado, igual que el de Europa. Los que estuvieron conmigo en la mañana y en la tarde con Europa saben que el que está en la gran final por la winner bracket tiene un mapa a su favor y la gran final es mejor de 7. Por eso no quería que este juego demore mucho, porque la gran final es mejor de 7. Entonces tenemos que apurarnos en ese sentido.
All right, well, that was an insane way to kick off our matches. I don't think anybody realized it was going to be that long of a match to start what we have in store for you here today. We'll take a look at the bracket so you can see how things are now changed on their first match of the day. Team Mayhem make their way through, who now have to face off against a difficult opponent in the rejects for that lower bracket final, fighting for the final spot in our grand finals.
Ahí está el bracket en
like you're saying, they're not too exhausted after that back and forth with Truly, because that was a banger of a matchup.
Seminal le ganó 3-2 a Reyes ayer.
Truly as well for making it this far in the competition and going
Ahora
out in a fashion
contra Team Mayhem se viene. El que gana en el juego de ahorita se va a enfrentar. No.
More matches left on the schedule right now.
Ahorita se viene el match por el cual se define el segundo que va a Brasil para Norteamérica. Y luego ya los dos clasificados a Brasil se irán a una gran final mejor de 7 para definir el top 1 y el top 2 de su región. Ojo con lo que se viene, chicos, ¿eh? Se viene entonces la final loser bracket. Team Mayhem contra Tribe Gaming. Ya se me hacía raro que Team Mayhem esté perdiendo con Truly. Truly había mejorado mucho. Team Mayhem no estaba apareciendo. Una vez que apareció en el control, les regresaron el mental, les regresaron la confianza.
Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States
Space
Air
no
Force.
pierde nada. Mañana lo ficha Wolf y sacan a Nian. ¿Qué? Sí, güey. ¿Qué pasó con Sai que jugó en Cygnus y Seminal? Se retiró. Bueno, lo sacaron de Seminal y luego de eso se retiró. Es lo único que sé. El pick ban del siguiente enfrentamiento lo están haciendo ahorita. Estoy viendo el Excel. Lo están haciendo ahorita por ahora. Team Mayhem contra The Reyex. Kings ganó, correcto, Darlul. Ayer perdió. Que puede pasar lo mismo el día de hoy, ¿eh? Ayer perdió Kings contra Exclusive. El día de hoy Kings le ganó a Exclusive en la gran final y se van a Brasil. Ayer perdió The Reyex 3-2, muy peleado. El día de hoy The Reyex puede tener la venganza. Pero primero tiene que ganarle a Team Mayhem. Confirmo, sacaron a Lucasín de Inco y metieron a SP, dice Carlos. Ese güey. Oficialmente se jugará con el S24 Ultra, correcto, con el S24 Ultra se va a jugar. Ya la publicidad ya fue cambiada, ya chicos, la publicidad ya fue cambiada. Toda la publicidad de la SPS Masters está con el S24 Ultra, así que este año van a usar ese celular. Por eso aparece en la pantalla S24 Ultra, ¿no? Recuerden que el año pasado, o en la fase de grupos creo, aparecía S23 Ultra. ¿A qué hora juega Tribe contra Darreyex? Darreyex es Tribe, hermano. Y Seminal es Luminosity. Solo que Tribe y Luminosity se han ido del COD. Que gane Reyex porque quiero ver a Stuxito al 100% en presencial. La final es en abril en Brasil, el 12 de abril. Solo le faltó 40 kills para rebasar el récord de Zoom de Q9 en BID. El Naor. Oye, en mi casa todavía no viene la luz. Me están diciendo por acá mi familia. Qué loco. No sé qué está pasando. Vamos a ver qué sucede. 10 segundos para la final, loser bracket. Oye, Brian, ¿a quién sacas de Galones para meterle a Lucas? A Pliñares, no hay otra opción.
Pro Series, where match number one, series number one, is in the books, and it was Team Mayhem who kept their hopes alive of making their way through to that grand finals. But if they want to do that, they're going to have to go through the rejects first. Our lower bracket final match is right around the corner, and this one's going to be a good one to be sure. Mayhem now warmed up. Rejects lying in wait to see who they have to go through to try and continue on being the top two teams in the region here. Let's talk about this matchup, okay? These teams saw each other yesterday. So now this is a little bit of a rematch. They already know what it's like to face off against each other. First, we'll take a look at some of those highlights if you guys weren't here or able to see this matchup. Brody, walk me through some of these top moments.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, even at the start of the series,
Ok, vamos a hablar un poquito de los highlights que tuvimos porque recuerden que ayer ya se enfrentó Darreyex contra Team Mayhem y Darreyex, el ex Tribe, le ganó 3-0, demostrando su superioridad y que tenían hambre de ganarle a Semi. Ok, estamos viendo básicamente un resumen de todo eso y es básicamente lo que también los casters están justamente explicando por aquí. Un resumen de lo que ellos piensan sobre lo que se vivió el día de ayer. No sé si fueron mapas muy peleados que digamos, excepto el control, que el control de Darreyex en Raid ya hemos visto que es un poco débil, sobre todo contra Seminal, porque Seminal tiene un control en Raid bastante fuerte. La elección de los mapas para el enfrentamiento de hoy va a ser un punto muy importante. A este nivel, la elección de los mapas marca mucho tema, mucha ventaja para uno o para el otro. Sobre todo en la gran final también la elección de mapas va a ser muy importante. El enfrentamiento de ayer fueron dos mapas iniciales que favorecieron al equipo de Darreyex. El equipo de Darreyex, el ex equipo de Tribe Gaming, tenía el primer pick, pero ellos dijeron que Team Mayhem sea el primero en elegir el Hardpoint. Team Mayhem eligió el Hardpoint e igualmente Darreyex se lo ganó y luego Darreyex escogió Baden Express y terminó ganándolo también. Ok, lo cual fue una jugada inteligente. Vamos a ver qué va a pasar el día de hoy. No siento que Darreyex vaya confiado contra Team Mayhem. Porque saben que de la nada Team Mayhem puede sorprenderlos también. Así que cuidado con eso. Vamos a ver qué sucede y presentemos a los jugadores por ahora.
Well,
Revelo.
just that we watched them looked pretty
Creo que lo
flawless
puedo
in
mostrar
that
acá, ¿no?
first match. Again, this is the rematch in Lowe's, and I'm pretty sure this is the first
Tenemos
real
ahí
rematch we've seen from
al
a winners
señor
bracket
Regalo,
game in
Jess,
all of
Stu,
SPS. So very
Solo
exciting
y
off the
Envy,
card.
que
And to add
salía
to
de
it,
Luminosity,
this
que
game
salía
is
de
for Brazil.
Seminal,
So,
para meterse a
what more pressure can
este
you add in terms
poderoso
of the
equipo
players,
que cada
though?
día
Envy's
está
always been the
mejorando, cada
highlight.
vez
I mean,
más.
we watched that
Envy, el
meantime
jugador
watch
más
that 7
infravalorado,
kills
con
yesterday.
mejores estadísticas que
Landmark
Tectonic.
score in
Dicho sea
all
de paso.
turns of any game mode, even
Pero
to
pues,
force it to the map 5.
no tan reconocido como
Really see
Tectonic, ¿no?
often.
Yeah, I mean, Envy
Ayer
was
ganó
on a different level. This will be an
el
exciting
equipo de
matchup to see
Reyes
what these
3-0.
teams
Vamos a ver
can
qué
really
pasa el
bring
día
to
de
the
hoy.
table here, as well as what the choices will be
Movilidad de
heading
solo, movilidad de
into
marcha y
the
movilidad de
veto
solo.
process, and see which maps they're feeling most comfortable on.
Solo
If
es la
there's
mejor
any
movilidad y la
repeats from
mejor
the first
escopeta
time they
de
fought against each
Norteamérica.
other, and we're kicking things off with that Arsenal hardpoint here, Brody. Look at your face. What's going
Para
on?
tener movilidad no solamente es moverte como loco, sino también ser efectivo post movilidad. Si tú haces una maniobra de movilidad y luego de eso no vas a pegar las balas, entonces tú no eres un jugador con buena movilidad.
Mayhem are still good at Arsenal hardpoint, so I kind of understand it.
Okay.
And you don't really want to veto it, right? I mean, you only get one veto, right? So like, you don't want to waste your veto on an Arsenal when you could really be getting rid of something.
Envy es el que tiene mejores
rejects, but at the
estadísticas
same
de todo
time,
NA, por si acaso,
I feel like there's a certain element. What
Por
is
si
like
acaso, crack.
the I guess the comparison of like when you
Ok,
stick your hand in
ya
fire and
salieron
you
los
get burned,
mapas.
like,
Van
why
a
are you doing
van a
that?
ir colocándolo en pantalla. Yo creo que ya lo tengo por aquí en el
exactly.
Excel.
Something
Tenemos
like that.
Team
Why do they
Mayhem
keep playing
escogió
Arsenal hardpoint?
Arsenal.
Maybe we're wrong. Maybe Mayhem have learned their
Hardpoint.
lesson and they're going to beat them this time.
The Reyes escogió Veiden Express.
look, it's hard to
Hasta
say,
ahí,
but realistically,
muy
though, if you're
igual
going
a
into
lo
the
del
same
día de ayer.
matchup, exact same matchup as 24
El
hours ago,
control
where
va
you
a ser
just
en
lost
Rey,
that first
lo
map
mismo que el
starting
día de
there.
ayer.
Questions have
Hasta
to be asked
ahí,
to a certain
los tres
degree.
primeros
Express
mapas
coming in,
son los
fire
mismos
range,
que jugamos el
FDD
día de
map
ayer.
number 5 as well.
El
And
cuarto
then
mapa,
coming in
The
from
Reyes
control,
elige jugar
presumably
Hacienda.
Red.
Y el quinto
I
mapa
would
sería
hope that
BID
Crossroads-
en
Every time.
Fighting Range,
Money.
escogido
Honestly,
por
I'd
Mayhem,
like
por
to
Team
take
Mayhem.
credit, but I won't.
Ok,
really don't
perfecto.
think there's any credit behind
I
that
don't think
whatsoever.
there is.
Em,
Absolutely not. Nothing necessarily stands out to me other than the Arsenal.
Pues lo mismo que el día de
in the
ayer.
case of why we're going
Básicamente
there.
son los mismos
It
mapas.
is strange, but I mean, they must feel confident in it.
I will say
Brian,
that
¿qué es mejor
Hacienda is
IGL,
pretty
Papsero o
good. I'm
Locasín?
surprised that
Papsero.
Rejects did not ban Hacienda, considering it's probably been their least successful hardpoint map the entire
O sea, por los
season.
resultados
So,
que
to see
tiene
that here
Galoris,
is somewhat
debería de
surprising.
ser
On the whole,
Papsera.
the hardpoint is a bit of a weird one for me. I will say I'm glad to see that Crossroads was banned. We're not going to get to see Crossroads from Rejects.
Bueno,
That is
son
their
los
best
mismos
control
mapas
map
que el día de
by
ayer.
far.
Recuerden que los
So,
mapas
good ban
los
comes through
eligen los
from Mayhem.
jugadores.
Had to
¿Ok?
raid. Would you believe it?
Of course you
Los mismos equipos, perdón.
thoughts, Connie.
Okay, so I'm going to be very
Así que
macro in
bueno.
this sense. When you're picking Arsenal at the rip again, we
Ellos
did see other
escogieron
instances
jugar
where
nuevamente
that sort of
los mismos
particular
mapas que el
vote
día de ayer.
combination, it rewards
Cosa
or it
de
punishes.
ellos.
I just hope the play styles that we do see
Nada que
from
reclamarles.
Rejects is what we saw yesterday. I mean, listen, to draw direct comparison to their game against Seminole, yes, it was a map 5 and it was the game for Brazil. They're very, very down their luck, and I imagine now a night's rest, a look over what happened, and just refining the fundamentals should be enough to hopefully see them get themselves some plane tickets to Brazil.
We'll have to see how this one plays out. Boys, it's time. We're getting straight into match number 2. See yourselves
Ya son las 9:50.
away
Ahorita
to the
empiezan.
other
Ya cuando
half
se
of
levantan
the
los casters
studio.
empiezan. ¿Por
And
qué no me
everybody at
saludas? Estaba
home,
arreglando
before
mi
we kick it
ventilador
over
aquí en
to
mi Tati.
them,
¿Qué pasa, mi
just a gentle
Tati?
reminder, if you haven't done so already, follow us on
Te levantas
social media,
dramática
X,
tú, ¿eh?
Insta, and Facebook for all updates related to Snapdragon Pro Series, any region for all of our Call of Duty mobile action. That way you don't miss anything that's happening
Ya que
here or
empiecen,
anything that
que me
could
despierto a las 3 de la
happen
mañana
when
para ir
we
a
make our
trabajar.
way to Brazil
¿Cómo así,
for
hermano? ¿Por qué? ¿Qué
Masters, as well
trabajas?
as
¿Qué
joining
pasó?
our Discord
¿Qué pasado?
community
¿Qué
at
pasado?
discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Then you can meet more people, make some friends, play some Call of Duty Mobile together, and of course continue getting those updates. It's a nice community to be a part of, so make sure you check that out. But for now, we're just going to keep things rolling, okay? Series number 1 was long. We got to get into series number 2. I'm excited to see what these teams are going to do, especially after what we saw out of Mayhem in match number 1. So, Brody, Ton, let's get into it.
It's going to be a curious one because, honestly, game number 1 threw me entirely off course. Honestly, I was sort of sitting there thinking, okay, yeah, truly has their luck run out to a certain degree. You know, we fully expected Mayhem to come in there and deal with things in the kind of way that was expected. It was expected to be 3-0, 3-1, you know, fairly comfortable. To then have to reverse sweep them to get here, it kind of throws my prediction out the window for this one, to be honest with you. I mean, look, it doesn't change the fact that Rejects are obviously what you would call the better squad on paper, absolutely. So they would probably be feeling good about this. The fact that Mayhem has to go along against Truly, right? I mean, if I'm trying to put the paradox together.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yeah, it's a weird one because I think for me it's one of those questions of, is it down to the fact that Mayhem were not playing well, that it went all the way to a game number 5, that they had to reverse sweep to get that? Or is it down to the fact that Truly actually just performed above the level that we would normally expect from them? And if it is the latter, then I don't think Mayhem have too much to worry about. If it's the former, well, Mayhem know that they can't really do that against Rejects, right? Because Rejects is the kind of roster that will punish them for it. I mean, they have punished them for it in the past, multiple times. We've seen, I don't remember the last time that these two teams faced off against one another and Mayhem came out on top. It might well have been Season 3, that long ago. So,
but it is playoffs, and these things do indeed happen.
They do indeed happen. They haven't happened so far, though. I mean, they literally played each other yesterday, and Rejects still, even though I want to give Mayhem some credit for that series.
Close games, but 3-0.
Exactly. You know, they still played them close, but it still feels like Rejects just have the edge. They still feel convincingly they are always in the driving seat for these kind of games. The only time where maybe I felt like they weren't was probably the control, and I'm not at all really surprised by that. So
it can happen on red control, right? Yeah, I mean, look, if you have a good break off, you start to get them in towards garage, you make it a little bit more difficult when you're on the defensive side. You can win attacks like quite feasibly with one decent break. That's how control can kind of work. It always has worked that way. It isn't really not over until it is very much over. So yeah, you can get games like that when it has come down to the control. So there's no surprise to hear that, and it's no surprise to see certain teams go very, very close. And again, it's the same breadth of like teams who got 2-0 up when it goes 3-2. That's not necessarily out of the realms of possibility. It happens quite a lot. So yeah, for both these two teams, the control is going to be an interesting one, but we absolutely do give the advantage to Rejects still. After a grueling loss themselves, though, actually, in fairness, for all that Mayhem has just went through the blender in that one.
Right.
Rejects are coming off the back of a
Queda otro partido, recién vamos por el segundo, pero
this is the thing. Rejects are a tough one to place, I think, just on the whole, given the fact that they have.
Yo no sé por qué tanto se demoran, la verdad.
You know, they come into the season, they bring Envy on the lineup, and Envy has been a wonderful addition for this roster. He's currently the number 2 player, I want to say, in the North American region.
Bueno, igual entiendo que
and they start out pretty strong, and they get to the point where, you know, going through everybody, they end the season with that matchup versus Seminole, where they go 2-0 up. It all goes awry from there. We're not going to go too far into it, but it doesn't go the way that they would have wanted, even though it arguably should have done. Then we get to playoffs, and we get to that match yesterday, and things do not start well for them whatsoever. They go 2-0 down in the series. But the promising thing for a roster like Rejects is they managed to almost bring it back, right? I mean, they force a game number 5. They almost give us our first reverse sweep of the Snapdragon Pro Series this season, and they just can't get it done in that game number 5. And it still is, and this is what I said at the top of the show, right? It still is, to me, a question of whether or not Rejects can beat Seminole. Because I still believe that they can.
Bueno, voy a
let's see.
aprovechar
They have to get there first, and we will be coming in their first map very, very shortly. It's still very much a surprise for me to see Arsenal coming in again. But that must just be indicative from Mayhem to sort of say, right, well, actually, you know what, we played that game. Could we have done things differently? Yes. Will we do things differently now? Then, well, hopefully for their case, if they go into this one with that mindset, they should be able to get something done, I believe. Well, loading in, not to jinx us, you know. This is definitely not made of wood, so I don't think I've helped in any sense.
Brilliant.
It might be.
I don't know. I will say, I think it makes sense to me that they have chosen Arsenal Hardpoint just because of the fact that it is probably, I don't want to say the only good Hardpoint map, but they've played it so often that it might as well be at this point. So I'm not really surprised, but at the same time, maybe a little bit of variation in the map set would have helped Mayhem somewhat. Regardless, bit of deja vu here for what is the 3rd or 4th time concurrently. Mayhem versus Rejects here on Arsenal Hardpoint. Will things go different than the first 2 times around? Butting heads already off the start of this one. Smoke's going down inside P1. A lot of chaos as per usual here on P1.
And this P1 is always notoriously over the years, CodMobile, General COD.
Nah, es que como me atienden aquí, loco, yo me quedo aquí.
Yeah, that was right, yeah, okay. I just don't know why I went so
Andy is creasing right now.
Yeah, I know. It was a long time ago at this stage. It feels a long time ago. Anyway, besides the point, when it was back into that side of things, the first time round you get over towards P1, always quite mixy, but is one of those P1s, they don't exist very often.
Así que voy a disfrutar el partido con ustedes.
Where if you can get a good break, you can get some good time here.
Yeah, for sure. And Rejects have got a little bit of time. T-Bag's kind of being annoying inside the hard point at the moment. Raf now looking to find his way through again. That annoyance is the biggest problem. Actually going to get a kill there. I think
los que han estado conmigo desde la mañana con Europa han visto cómo me traen desayuno, el almuerzo, y ahora me traen una
here and now potentially a flank around for the spawns. This is something you don't actually see that often. And as Envy finds the double here, they do influence the spawns enough here that that flip does come through.
25-0 off the rip over towards P1. And potentially have the more beneficial spawns to get over towards P2. Solo just stuck in between the rock and a hard place here, trying to survive. Kills from Telplat. Gonna start coming through for Team Mayhem. For all that they don't have the more beneficial spawns, they are holding it from the harder side, but the shots from Doug very, very solid. T-Bag gets wiped out. All of a sudden Rejects with control, 40 seconds to play with.
Big flip of the spawns coming through from Rejects, but Team Mayhem have now garnered control.
Voy a mandar aviso, notificación.
Might be looking to put a pincer movement together here. We're playing number one Kings coming from behind, but Envy and Solo are having absolutely none of that business.
Versus Team Mayhem.
From Jazz as well. It is a full clean wipe, and now
Final loser bracket SPS Masters NA. Ahí está, mandamos notificación de Droguito. Listo.
Mayhem walking away with the tails between
A ver qué tal.
Push is going to start coming through, but for Rejects, yes, okay, they will know that Team Mayhem, the trenches are very much dug, and they are very much waiting for them to make this push in, but they will know they will have to clear it out. They will have to be meticulous about this.
Listo, crack,
Kills start to
sigamos.
fly their way, and they know that every single one that they can find, things start to go their way. Solo finds two of his own with the SMG, whips out the DRH, doesn't get anything done to be able to help his teammates out from there. But the pinch is slowly starting to come on through. That's a big kill coming through from Doug, make it a second big kill from Doug as well. Now the push can start to come through. The pinch is set up, the spawns are out for Team Mayhem.
Ayer ganó
20 seconds may have gone over towards P3.
Darreyek 3-0
seem to have found a break.
a Team Mayhem. El primer mapa le escogió Team Mayhem, que fue Arsenal. Pasa un día y Team Mayhem vuelve a escoger Arsenal. Porque asumo que ellos dirán, bueno, ayer perdimos, pero ya estudiamos, ya analizamos y creemos que hoy le podemos ganar a Darreyek. El segundo mapa el día de ayer lo escogió Darreyek, fue BryanT Express. El día de hoy también han vuelto a escoger. Y el control de ayer fue en Rey. El día de hoy también es Rey. ¿Cuál es el plan entonces?
P3 found a nice break through the backside due to Solo. Just doing really good work, and now can they find a break over towards P4? The push now starting to come through. Solo again. It's just been lights out for the team. Already in this game, 13 him and Envy leading the charge, but Kings is trying to slow things down as best as he can here. Mayhem are going to pop a couple of the operators. We can see the Annihilator and the Equalizer both in. Need to make sure they get something with it.
Yeah, Kings with the double over the Annihilator. Now, can they get any more kills? Is the question for me. Solo's going to use the Equalizers here. Has to find value, and it's 4 for him.
Porque si Team Mayhem creen que perdieron contra Darreyek ayer por táctico, están bien equivocados. Ellos perdieron el día de ayer porque la gunfight de Darreyek está a otro fucking nivel. Es así de simple. Y a veces el ego te ciega, ¿no? En decir, no, mejoramos esto tácticamente y les podemos ganar.
Spawn out coming through actually for Envy there, which is not going to help out Rejects whatsoever. But so the spawns at the back now start to come through for Team Mayhem. Is the pinch going to be here though? Can they do anything with it? Kings is going to find one with the Hunter Killer, and can they make anything count from
no
that
va a 0 kills, va 8.
Doesn't find the second
0
of 2
kills,
consecutive kills. They started to line up, but they're not quite there in time. The spawn out really hasn't helped Rejects. That lead is still very, very solid. But with 40 seconds to play for here, they won't be happy about that break.
Yeah,
Bueno, ya sabemos desde ayer que Stug y Jess son los más flojitos, ¿no?
Team Mayhem are going to continue to hit this kill from the
Lo cual me
back. It's not
preocupa.
really that helpful to Rejects whatsoever, and we're seeing now Raballo here with the War Machine try to remove them from the kill. It's just not working whatsoever, and ends up running out of War Machine pellets before that hit towards the hill comes through. Does not go in his favor, and for Mayhem, they'll be happy to take this time away. It will put them not necessarily within touching distance of Rejects as we get into the second set here, Tom, but somewhat more comfortable than we started this game, because the first set of rotations has almost entirely been Rejects. Certainly those first 4 kills were a dominant hold from them.
I think if Rejects pick up the majority of that time over towards that
¿Qué
last hill due
comentarios,
to
Hernández?
that rotation, I mean, you're looking at a 150-point game potentially here. Mayhem pick up a good chunk of time. I want to say 30 or 40 seconds of their first rotation. All comes down to that final hill. Things could have looked a lot worse than this, and even now it doesn't look that great. Looking over towards P1, Rejects picking up some time. I said on that first rotation, you really can do some good work.
Anda de GKS,
If you
están
can
diciendo
find a
ustedes, yo no
couple
veo
of
nadie con
kills,
GKS.
starting to lock down some decent time, and it's pretty much uncontested time so far. Mayhem struggling to break through window.
And they're all coming through this one window at the moment as well, so Rejects might be able to use that to their advantage.
That's shots.
No, hermanito Hernández, los comentarios de que sacaron a Lucasín y metieron Space son broma, por si acaso, no andes creyéndote esos comentarios.
Estug going to clutch up when required. He wastes enough time here for the rest of the team to come back on through, and they're still in the conversation, more than that as well, as their voice is significantly louder than that of Mayhem. They continue to take this time away from Mayhem, and how about that? I mean, we saw investment coming out from Mayhem to break on through, and yes, Kings will get a double for what is 5 seconds of scrap time, but ultimately, they barely put a dent in Rejects' hold of P1.
I think that's always the thing when you're the team in that kind of lead that is so comfortable like this. Every single time that you prevent the opposition from getting a 10 or 15, what would be presumed easy seconds, it's a win on your card nearly every single time. Solar just trying to start things up and running again for his team here as Rejects going in for the rotation. Spawns do belong to them, but the plat side information coming through from Mayhem. Pressure is there. Jess is gonna now start pushing
Esta
forward.
GKS,
The GKS in his hand can't find
vergación,
anything
Jess está
with
usando una
it.
GKS,
So Marvel has been
nunca
invested
había
from
visto esa
Mayhem here.
skin.
I think they're feeling that this game is
Por eso
becoming a
decía
little
que
bit closer. They want to press the issue where they can. 30 seconds to play for here. Over towards P2.
La única manera en que Team Mayhem, que espero que lo pueda haber visto ayer,
Yeah, this is a lot of time for Mayhem.
le gane a este de Reyes, que tiene mejor gunfight que ellos. Revalo, Envy solo son superiores a cualquiera de los 5 jugadores de Team Mayhem. No hay jugador de Team Mayhem que le pueda ganar en gunfight a Revalo, Envy solo. Para empezar por ahí. La única manera de que Team Mayhem le pueda ganar a The Reyes este mapa es que todos jueguen como jugaban el año pasado en la Stage 4 de LATAM, de DNA, perdón, donde quedaron top 2. Todos enfocados a jugar cerca o en el punto de manera sincronizada, hacer una barrera de defensa increíble dentro de cada Hardpoint, y eso requiere mucha sincronización, organización, buena comunicación, etcétera, ¿no? Sería la única manera y un buen uso de operadores en cada uno de los hardpoints, claramente, para poder frenar la tan buena agresividad y gunfight que tiene la Reyes. Es la única manera que tiene Team Mayhem de hacerlo. No hay táctico, no hay rotaciones, no hay nada de esas mamadas. Cuando un equipo tiene mejor gunfight que tú, no te tienes que poner a hacer táctico. Tienes que poner a entrenar tu gunfight. Campo de tiro, todo lo demás. Y es así de sencillo. Con Seminal pasa otro tema. En The Reyes hay 3 estrellas, ¿no? Solo Revalo y Envy. A mí me encantaría que Jess y Stug estén al 100% en forma, porque también sé que son estrellas y que si están en su 100%, cuando aparecen son espectaculares, pero claramente ayer vimos que no, y hoy estamos viendo que tampoco. El tema con Seminal es que Seminal tiene mínimo 4 estrellas siempre brillando, ¿no? Tectonic, Bey, Marchi, Washi en el BID, BryanT a veces. BryanT es el más inconsistente. Pero ahí son 4. Ahí son 4 jugadores de nivel altísimo. En The Rage son 3. Y luego dependen de que o Yes o Stu aparezcan dependiendo del mapa, dependiendo de la situación y todo lo demás. En el anterior mapa de Truly contra Team Mayhem, en el anterior juego, habíamos dicho que Kings es la mejor gunfight de Team Mayhem. Ahorita lo está volviendo a demostrar. Pero no puedes tener solamente un buen jugador. Necesitan trabajo colectivo dentro del punto. Lo está haciendo bien por ahora. Team Mayhem está entendiendo la idea de lo importante que tienen que hacer para jugar dentro del punto, por lo menos 3 OBJ en cada punto, porque la agresividad que va a tener The Ragex es bastante potente ahorita. Vamos a ver qué sucede. Por ahora están usando bien operadores, veo 2 OBJ en cada Hardpoint, defendiendo bien. Está terminando el mapa Team Mayhem mejor de lo que comenzó. Así igual fue el día de ayer. Y de la nada Reyes les remontó. Así que cuidado. Qué bueno que es esto.
And now for Rejects, do what you've done so well at the beginning of the game. Is that going to start to come back and pay you?
A ver, el Hardpoint número 1 el día de ayer fue mejor aprovechado por el equipo de Rejects. Ay, yes. Revalo usa esa War Machine como los dioses, ¿eh? Es de las mejores War Machine que he visto. Es la mejor War Machine que tenía. Si Europa usa AK-47, nosotros tenemos la GKS. Uy, qué buena Europa. Rompió Team Mayhem. Entró al Hardpoint número 1. Problemas para Reyes. Tienen que salvarla. Envy no puede contra Kings. Salvó Stu. Acaba de salvar Stu. Uy. Rotar. Team Mayhem rotó primero. Mira el minimapa. Yes puede salvar la partida. Lo acaba de hacer. Tiene que meterse al punto ahora. Yes acaba de meterse solo. Y se metió solo. Pelea Stu. Carter solo no debe piquear, Revalo que se mete, pierde ahora, tiene que meterse Yes salvó, se mete 15, ahora tiene que llegar rápido Reyes. Hay operadores, salvadores, se mete solo como loco el punto también, gana Envy, perdió contra Tiva y Jesus que llega, final de infarto. Final de infarto, final loser bracket. Por detalle nada más le llegaron por la espalda a Jesus. A Envy era Jesus. Oh my god. Se me confió de Reyes ese día, ¿eh? Ay, si los eliminan ahora.
Oh man, and you know what? I think halfway through that game, I felt like we were in for the same kind of linear progression, or rather regression.
Una de las estrellas de Reyes no debe haber aparecido en esta partida. No sé si fue Envy, Revalo o solo, o más de una de repente, pero estoy segura que una de esas tres no apareció en esta partida como aparecieron el día de ayer. Y al contrario de Team Mayhem, Kings hoy día apareció en su máximo esplendor. Quiero ver las estadísticas, a ver si las ponen rápido.
But in the second, Mayhem just started to come back in slowly but surely. They were taking key rotations away from Rejects slowly but surely. They were making sure they were getting scrap time, not giving it away to Rejects for free.
Mínimo
And this hill again,
un mes o 2 meses siendo la mejor gunfight de Team Mayhem.
P4 comes down to everything.
Cuidado que se están peleando la clasificación a Brasil. El que gana aquí clasifica a Brasil, ojo, 56-32. Ajá, el que no apareció fue solo. murió demasiado. Creo que Kings, con su AR, debe haber retenido mucho a Solo con su SMG. Excelente trabajo por parte de Kings. Gran trabajo en el punto. 1 minuto 17. Gran cantidad de kills. Excelente. Muy buen juego. Revalo, ya saben que es el OBJ main del equipo de la Reyes, ¿no? Y se destaca mucho ahí también. Mira tú. No apareció Solo.
It's fair to say that
Okay.
Rejects walk
No
away
me lo
with the map
esperaba.
fairly comfortably. There's no way that they don't. In terms of everyone else pretty much being level on the score front. In terms
Final
of kills, I should
intensa,
say, the fact
Final
that he's able to
intensa.
drop 56 for the win. Team Mayhem just don't go away, do they? I mean, there's been a couple of occasions where you think we were sitting in the green room during that first game. It was 2-0 to Truly on the control, 2-0 in the series, and I was like, oh,
Final intenso, crack. Recordando que esta partida es tan importante porque se están peleando la clasificación a Brasil. Claro que luego se viene la gran final, pero lo importante es clasificar a Brasil.
By the way, to go back to the point on Kings, it is absolutely wild that he was not in the starting roster for this team. I mean, like, what were they thinking?
I mean,
the cycling that these guys have gone through to get to this point, to get to this variation of the roster, they must be so happy that this is the
¿Están
one
todos
that
en
they
Gaming
settled on,
House?
because
No,
Mayhem have
ninguno.
never been more competitive. And I think we kind of knew this was coming. I think it was Jesus Saves that we had an interview with at one point, and he was saying that, you know, they were going to make the necessary preparations against the likes of Seminole, against the likes of Reject.
Mismos mapas que el día de ayer, diferentes resultados.
Now finally, I think we're at that point where we're here. You know, we're at this
No
point now
apareció
where
una de las
we are
estrellas de
starting
la
to see
Reyex
those preparations
y
coming through.
el equipo de Team Mayhem creo que lo jugó relativamente bien grupalmente, ¿no? Al final también Jesus apareció por la espalda y Jess estaba por el otro lado. Le hicieron la camita a Envy. Era todo un desastre el último Hardpoint, ¿no? Cómo se metían todos ahí, así, hay que llegar rápido, rápido. No llegaron. El detalle. Muy parecido al Hardpoint del día de ayer, de hecho, que fue una muy buena partida, pero ayer la Reyes estuvo más sólido con su trío dinámico, ¿no? Pudieron no haber aparecido Jesse solo, pero cuando el trío dinámico aparece... De hecho, si se acuerdan, el día de ayer, Envy fue el que le metió más de 50 kills a Team Mayhem. Hoy no apareció. Hoy apareció King. Por eso ya saben que en los playoffs cualquier cosa puede pasar, cracks. En los playoffs cualquier cosa puede pasar. Puede ser top 1 en la fase de grupos, pero en los playoffs no sabemos. Se viene BD en el mapa que ha escogido The Rejects. Nuevamente viene a ser Baden Express. Ayer se lo ganó Seminal de una manera increíble. Y yo creo que Team Mayhem debe de haber visto cómo el equipo de Seminal se lo jugó y debe haber aprendido cómo es que se juega ese Baden Express. Así que yo ya no escogería Baden Express si fuese a Reyes, pero bueno. Vamos a ver qué tal. Asumo que confiando en que
Yeah, look, it has been one of those kind of things when it has come down to the NA side. I mean, we kind of had that conversation yesterday, though, and I've seen 2-3-0.
No siento que sea el mental de la Reyes que haya bajado. Hay veces en que en el mapa, por eso les digo, que en el competitivo tier 1, si yo pongo ahorita, ahora, a jugar a Seminal con Godlike, Baden, Meltdown, te apuesto que no acaba 7-0. Y si los vuelvo a poner a jugar mañana, te apuesto que acaba diferente también. Cada partida es distinta. Siempre hay cosas o situaciones diferentes que suceden en el mapa. Son pocos los jugadores como Lucasín que son ellos mismos los que se crean las oportunidades durante una partida. Está solo con R9. ayer en este mapa, en la fase de grupos, de Reyes le ganó a Seminal. Seminal destrozó a Reyes. Vamos a ver si han perfeccionado ese detalle. Que de hecho ayer vimos muchos errores de Reyes que podrían haber corregido para el día de hoy, porque eran errores que se podían corregir al instante. ¿Crees que Galoris no la choquee en los playoffs? Galoris ahorita está muy bien mentalmente y grupalmente como para pensar que la van a choquear. Ellos saben el nivel que tienen. Están tan superiores por encima del resto que sería muy complicado que la choqueen.
45 seconds remaining. 45 seconds back onto that clock, though. Well, this is 3 in favor of Team Mayhem.
Rebalo and Solo here, though, do have to split up in this situation, in this 2 versus 4. They can't really afford to play this one together. You have to have these individual gunfights. Rebalo gets first. Turn and burn on towards T-Bag. Long range shots against Cartels won't connect just yet. And, of course, taking those shots will reveal his position. He does, at the very least, get away with one. But
Rebalo anda con un aim.
And that's a smart rotation, I think, coming up from Rejects. They kind of realized that they would be headbutting what is a brick wall on the A site. That rotation, I think, towards B does save them in the round.
Good shots coming through towards the end from Rebalo, but not quite enough to find anything.
Cuidado el trencito, cuidado el trencito.
Wipes them
yeah, just like not paying attention whatsoever.
Y sorpresivamente Inco y Luz clasificado. Ay no, por favor.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I think we did cast over somebody getting killed by the train, didn't we?
We did. That train has done some disgusting things. Honestly, it's done better than some players in SPS.
2 players over towards the B side here for Rejects. 3 very passively watching over A. Team Mayhem will not know that this defense is passive and it is being fronted from the bridge side. So still have to take this very, very slowly. Behind the bomb they go. Little fake.
Está bonita la Fennec, pero me sigue gustando más la mítica.
Send it over. No trophy systems here to stop anything going on as well, but the bomb will go down. The first nade doesn't connect. He gets back on. Bomb down.
Yes puede entrar bien ahí. Ah, tiene una R9 y Ruff. No, definitivamente buena movilidad y todo, pero como dije, ¿no? Movilidad y luego tienes que conectar. Y para eso es bueno solo. ¿Ves? No la conectas como la conectas solo. Ese es el problema. Ay, se regaló tú. 2-0 para Mayhem en el mapa que escogió de Reyes. Sería muy loco que se quede fuera de Reyes. Sería muy loco.
1 versus 1 gets the job done.
Yo no sé por qué juega lo mismo.
To the good here in the search and destroy. Grenades out over towards the B side. Jesus Save's now going to go for the child. Rebalo just caught in no man's land. The smoke over the top is going to stop Jess doing anything about it. The trade will start to come through though. It gets out as well. King's going to go for the child, but they will back him down. They get a little bit of control over towards this B side. That bomb goes down.
4v4. A lot of this for Rejects on the retake coming through in the middle of the map here. It's uncharacteristic of them to be so one-dimensional. And because of it, they leave themselves open to T-Bag. He rotates back through the middle of the map. Solo and S-Thug, though, will bring us back to a 2 versus 2. Kings to a 2 versus 1 now, just Solo left alive, and he's sandwiched between those 2 remaining players. And yeah, I'll follow up on that ton. I don't understand. Maybe they don't really have much of a choice in terms of how they want to make the retake work, but you've got a little bit of time to work with. Try and split yourselves up a little. Be more aware of kind of your surroundings so that doesn't happen.
The enemy has the bomb.
Really good start to the S&D here for Mayhem. Where's the heads at for Rejects? That's going to be a question you've got to ask after what happened in that hard point. Raph now up top, finds the gunfight onto Solo, and everything just seems to be going the way of Team Mayhem. That's 2 kills, a lot of positioning over towards this A side. Make it 3 now, 2 versus 5 for Rejects.
Y va con sniper.
Themselves 4-0 down if they don't do something quite miraculous here in this round.
Y va MVP.
I just don't understand what's happening. This is just so
La diferencia con el día de ayer.
From the last express search and destroy between these 2 teams.
La única diferencia que veo en la Reyes con el día de ayer es que Envy no está jugando con sniper. Y lleva 0 kills. Y ayer, como sniper, en este mapa, se desempeñó muy bien. No entiendo por qué no está jugando con sniper. El señor Envy.
for what would be one of the best plays of SPS. A 1 versus 5, and you
Verga,
have not a
meado.
chance, buddy.
You think about rejects, you think about the top players on
Hay
that
buena
team.
movilidad de Euraf y conectó, pero hay muchas veces que no las
Are
conecta.
really the
Y solo
catalyst for
conecta
everything
todo.
that they do well, and you think of Envy. Currently, right now,
A
after
ver,
4 rounds
¿qué
of
se
search and
deben los
destroy,
cambios, muchachos?
nothing to talk about.
¿Qué se
0
deben los
kills.
cambios?
You look over towards Team Mayhem, the guy that has been doing the
Ey,
business
se
for the
pueden
Nice
quedar
Kings.
fuera de Brasil, no sé si son
Find themselves
conscientes
in
de
so
eso,
many good
¿eh?
positions, 4 rounds of
O tal
attack,
vez eso
and
los
went down
presione
in
más
Mayhem, have found
mentalmente.
every single one of them. They may well find another completely free bomb plant over towards B. If rejects, look, they've just read that wrongly, but it seems to be happening a lot.
¿Para qué escoges el mismo mapa, hermano?
I don't think you need to full send towards A in that situation, though. It just leaves you open to this. Yeah, at least they get the first blood, though, on the retake.
Ok,
and stuff
apareció
from
en
Envy.
mí.
And he finds the second as
Apareció en
well.
mí, perfecto. Faltaba
Gotta
que
be careful though,
aparezca.
Jesus saves
Oye,
in from behind. Yeah, perfect adaptation coming through from Jesus saves. And now once again, you're left splitting up the last 2 remaining players that always seem to be Envy and Raballo. At the very least, Envy has found one now. Gonna get a second Will Raballo as well. And all of a sudden, this 3 versus 2 becomes a 2v1 in their favor.
Una
They
ronda
have to
de
get the bomb
confianza
defusal as
necesita
well.
Da
T-Bag
Reyes.
gonna catch Envy by surprise. And Raballo as well.
Uy,
Shots are actually
Dios.
not good enough. Every single one gonna miss. Raballo takes his head off in disgust.
No,
And
lo que le
Rejects
acaba de
finally
hacer.
on the board.
Rebalo anda en su prima, literal.
I mean, that, for rejects, they are fortunate that
Lo
T-Bag
acaba
just
de
very
sacar de Headlich.
I mean, he just channeled these.
Ibas va a soñar con esa sacada de Headlich que le acaba de meter Rebalo.
I can attest to that.
Va a tener pesadillas con eso. Dije, ¿cómo me mató si yo estaba en Headlich? Solo me veía la cabeza.
do that for sure. Anyway, it
Dos
wasn't good.
balas a
I
la
think it's
cabeza
the
le
narrative
metió.
of what we're trying to say. And what also hasn't been good is Reject's defenses of this A point. It feels like from round number 1
Bueno,
where Solo
esa
was
ronda les
situated
puede
over
dar
here
confianza,
and it
¿eh?
didn't
Vamos a ver
work
si,
out. They seem to be somewhat
si pueden.
scared to put him in that
Cabe
position
recalcar
again
que
when
cuando
you
tú
do
estás en
need him to
Headlich
be the player
y el otro
available
rival
that's
está
controlling this
cerca
top
y se
area.
desliza, tú pierdes
Because you
el
give up
campo de
so
visión de su
much
cuerpo de él
control of
por
A
un
when you don't
momento
have that.
mientras
Now,
estás
also, this
deslizando
is passive from
y
Mayhem.
él
Look where the
no
bomb is
pierde
currently
el campo de
situated. They
visión de
haven't
tu
fully
cabeza,
committed
por
to
lo
either
cual
of these two
Rebalo
sides
en
just
ese
yet.
momento que se deslizó
I think for
tuvo
rejects,
la
what has
ventaja
been a very
y la supo
unsuccessful
aprovechar.
defensive half is, well, maybe underselling it. But if they can find this round after being, well, I don't want to say they were given up the previous round. Yes, it came down to 1 versus 1. That
Si alguien está en
should have been
Headlich
won by
y
T-Bag.
tú estás cerca a él,
If they can find themselves
deslízate
in a
hacia
4-2
adelante y
position heading
tendrás la
onto the
ventaja.
attack, you feel
Ya
a
si
lot
no lo
better
matas
about
es
it.
porque fallaste balas tú.
Could have potentially been 6-0. Envy's just got some brilliant timing.
Ejecutada,
Maybe some bad
ejecutada,
timing as
ejecutada.
well. Roth just gonna push in, and there you go. The R9 ain't losing anything up that close.
Ok, no sé qué veía
Personal.
Envy
Bomb
porque
going
nadie le
down
estaba cubriendo la
towards
espalda.
B. 5 versus 3 now for the side of Mayhem. Oh, that wasn't Raph who found it, it was Cartels.
Deben estar
Two versus
troleando
five.
los de Da Reyes, ¿no?
Estug and Solo, the ones left in this 2 versus 5. How many times are we going to be in a situation where Rejects are left in... It always feels like a 2 versus 5. I'm not really sure, but they're going to play this one together. Looking to double up on these players. T-Bag going to be the first full victim here. Time, though, is going to be an enemy here for these guys. They're going to need to split up to get this one done. Solo's going to locate one. Nestog gets another one as well.
El
So
2 versus
bringing this down to
5.
a 2 versus 2. Player gonna jump
El
on the
2
defuse
versus
here,
5,
and gonna
señores y
jump off, of course,
señoras.
you keep the progression as well.
Estuve
The player can just
solo.
jump straight back on the
La
defuse to
dos-
get
Ay.
it done. Jesus saves lines the map though, and I think still wins the round. Rejects almost make that 2 versus 5 happen.
Iba a decir la doble S
Almost, but no cigar in
y
the
llega
end.
Jesus y se mata a los dos
Rejects
juntos.
find themselves in a position from a 2 versus 5 of all things to potentially win the round, but Jesus, well, saves the round. That's too easy not to fall
It's
into.
such low hanging
Same thing.
fruit.
It is, mate. And look, it's one of them that you just have to kind of go for. But here we are. Rejects now on the attacking side. Will they be feeling better about their search and
La
destroy
doble
from
S.
this angle?
Debe ser.
Bomb down today pretty much instantaneously. Is the retake going to be here for Team Mayhem? They still only need 2 rounds here on the defensive side to take them out.
Ojalá que estén troleando.
Rejects scattered on the defense. Have to feel that these players on the opposite sides of the site are doing everything. Raph just eviscerates Estug. On the other side, though, Jez does do a bit of damage here. That's going to slow things up on the retake as we go to a 4v4.
20 seconds.
Hermanos, están
Said, mate,
peleando
20
el
seconds on the
cupo a la
clock here for these
presencial
guys
de
to make this one
Brasil.
work. They're still on the hunt for these players. Jed's going to take one down. Has been located by Kings and
Si
T-Bag's
no
got the head on
avanzan
towards
a la
Envy.
presencial de
So now
Brasil,
just down
los
to
chicos
Kings
de
and
Reyes
T-Bag,
quiero
now
que
just
sepan
down
que
to
se van a
Kings.
quedar sin
A
organización,
1 versus 2.
posiblemente hasta
All
después
we
del
have to
Mundial.
do in this situation is defend the bomb,
O se
and that
ponen
is
las
just
pilas o se
not
quedan sin contrato
gonna happen.
la mayor parte del
Rejects come out
año.
on top.
Can't get the defuse. 5-2 now. Rejects offering something up here. It's a bit of a hard retake, that one, isn't it? There's so many different places you can have. You can be a top office, you could be in the trains, you could be over towards the elbow. It's a difficult place to try and retake in a 5v5 situation, but this time around, it's going to be a big hit over towards the B side. This thing just turns and burns onto Cardels, and all of a sudden, we can just start to have free reign of this side. Oh, Raph turns around at just about the right time. Esto goes down 4v4.
To be frank, I'm kind of surprised that Cartels had anywhere near the amount of breathing room you
Están
did there
guardando
in that
estrategia para
situation.
Seminal.
Yeah, still.
Y yo no sé si le vayan a escoger los mismos mapas a Seminal. Seminal tiene un muy buen express, lo demostró el día de ayer. Lo ha estudiado muchísimo. Seminal perdió el Baiden Express en la fase de grupos contra Reyes. Y para lo que jugó ayer, claramente han aprendido a jugar muy bien en Express.
Still, it just feels as if Mayhem's retakes
Yo no
are
sé si...
taking maybe a little bit too long. Now they're having to win a lot of gunfights in a
Buen
very short
tradeo.
amount
Ese
of
es el
time.
tradeo que me gusta de NEA. Que no viene
Feedback going to be
Europa.
able to do absolutely nothing with that. That's 2 rounds in a
Ok,
row
ok,
now
vamos
for
despertando,
Rejects.
vamos despertando.
5-3. Team Mayhem starting to
De Reyes sí
bleed.
tendrá presupuesto para
Maybe a
viajar a
little bit more than
Brasil.
they would like to.
Pero hermano, todo lo paga Activision. Todo lo paga la SL.
I mean, what's going to be the play here
La
from
gran final,
Mayhem,
el
right?
torneo
It feels as
presencial
if
va a
Rejects
ser
are
en
in complete
Brasil.
control of a
Todo
site,
lo paga
getting the bomb
el
down. All of
juego.
a sudden, you're going to have to go for a
Así como la
5v5
final del
retake
mundial
nearly
que es
every
en
single
Estados
time.
Unidos y todo te lo paga el
Now
juego,
they start to spread
igual
themselves,
es
and now they
la
get caught.
final de
Oh, Raph is
Brasil.
going to back down.
Nadie va a ir con su
It was the
propio
idea to
dinero.
push Raph all the way up towards the A site. Put a stop to where Rejects have been successful in the last couple of rounds, which has been this push on towards A. It isn't over just yet for Rejects. If they can take Raph down,
This is big.
1v1 up top, Raph's
Pelea
gonna
de
win it, and that's
escopetas,
so
ganó
about
Raph.
to count. The player that you would have take down Raph is now out of the round, and you're going to see Rejects just slow completely
Si
to
pierde
a
de Reyes
snail's
queda
pace
eliminado,
here,
correcto.
because their options are now extremely limited. They
Te
can
queda
make it
como
towards
top
A
3
top.
de NEA. Qué
Oh,
buena
it's a big
granada.
grenade, though.
nice.
Jazz gets it up top. Raph chose to find himself up top, and it's a good position to be in, but the nades very,
Buena con
very
la
sweet
prueba
indeed
gratuita,
from the side
Pablo.
of Rejects. Jesus saves close quarters to this bomb site. And Mayhem are definitely a little bit more ready for this than they have been in previous rounds. It's going to go down, but Jesus saves as well. Just going to stop that
El
pretty much
tradeo
immediately.
más rápido,
Bomb
buena.
did go down, I
versus
believe,
dos.
anyway. Oh, did it? No, it didn't.
Y la
No,
bomba ya
it's
fue
not gonna
plantada, ¿no?
That's awkward, because
Oh, no.
sometimes there's a little spot inside the train that's really
No,
annoying,
no se fue plantada.
and it might just be stuck for the rest of the round, but we shall see. For now, though, 35 seconds left on the clock here for Rejects to get that bomb down. And Team Mayhem just very satisfied to let them
Bien, ya
do
tienen la
so.
información.
They do not wanna
Envy
be the
ya
ones
tiene
to
la
take the
información
first
de los
move,
dos
now they're gonna
jugadores.
grab the
Sabe que
bomb.
puede
Can they
plantar
do
la
so? Yeah,
bomba.
okay, they can.
Tiene
Sometimes
que
it's a
haber
little
trophy,
awkward, but they do
igual
actually get
es
it.
un riesgo, pero bueno.
Just goes for the plan. Here comes the Child Cartel, stops it, goes. The Cartel snaps as well.
Las
My God.
Phoenix acaba de borrarlos a los dos.
I mean, we say where the coverage is, but
Ahí el
even if
error
he
fue
found
de
the first one,
Envy.
gets traded,
Envy debía de
then,
cubrir
yeah, okay, well,
a
fair
Yes que
enough,
estaba
but
plantando la bomba. Y no pudo
the fact
matar
that
a
he
Carlos.
finds the second,
Fue muy rápida esa doble kill.
Yeah, I guess.
La
I mean, you get
Fennec
the
por
first
eso
kill
es la
fine, but
reina de
the
la
trade
corta
needs to be there.
distancia,
It's just
hermano.
not there, but now, as you said, mate, straight on towards the site here. Rejects
Buenas
flying.
conmociones.
Numbers in their
Muy
favor. It's
buenas
gonna be
conmociones por
trades in their
parte de
favor.
Reyes.
Ultimately now down to a
Excelente.
2 versus 1. T-Bag trying to line them up. 1v1.
Uy, uy, uy.
could he make up for the
1v1.
1v1 that didn't go his way beforehand?
No sé quién fue el que se metió por ese cuartito, pero demasiado
Securing
acelerado.
this
¿eh?
one.
Le regaló la
Fight
kill a
Team
Tiba.
Mayhem 2-0 up against Rejects.
Envy es
Envy
demasiado
starting to make a
inteligente,
move,
hermano.
very
Ya le dio la
experienced
vuelta al
player who's
mapa.
just not had a good day at the races so far. He's read it though. Mayhem has read it.
Ahí con la
And they're
Fennec
not
está
gonna be able to
complicado.
find
Envy
it,
no,
though.
no anda fino,
Envy
¿eh?
finds the gunfight.
Envy
T-Bag
no
did
anda
read
fino
it,
con el aim el
but
día de
couldn't
hoy. Se
find
demoró
the win.
mucho en matarlo. Para él tener
6-4
DRH y el
now.
otro Fennec,
Rejects keeping
no
this
anda
close.
deleteando como el día de ayer, ¿eh?
That was a really terrible start
No sé si
to
hoy
this
día no ha
S&D. They've
calentado,
come roaring back into it.
pero no anda deleteando Envy como el día
That
de
was a
ayer.
different look from Rejects as well. After
Y de
Raph putting a
Reyes
stop to him
o el
on
X-Strike,
A,
ya
they
saben
changed
que
strat a little bit. Now they're going back to it.
ya lo habíamos
And they know
hablado
where Raph
antes
is
en
gonna
el
locate.
Mundial.
Once
Ellos
again,
tienen
solo
estrategias
for
para
the big
jugar
one.
sin
Catches
sniper,
Raph off
¿ok?
guard, but doesn't actually hit the shot. And now
Eso ya lo había
that's a
hablado
big risk if
también
he
el
goes
año
for it, but the
pasado.
call out is made to S-Duck, who takes him
Ya he
down.
conversado con ellos
So now
también.
A-site will be open
Ellos tienen
momentarily
toda la
here.
capacidad para
They
jugar
still
sin
don't
sniper,
feel fully
cualquier
certain
mapa de
just yet,
liga.
though, Tun.
For Mayhem, there is only 2 more opportunities to close this out whilst you're on the defensive side. And this is one of those opportunities. And they don't feel secure enough, Rejects, to make this push. Cartels slipping underneath them as Kings will now find a kill onto Envy. 4 versus 4.
4-4.
Push over towards B, starting to come through here as well. T-Bag's going to be the first one here. Finds the shot as well. Barely even scoped in. Can he find anything else too? Not quite. Jesus
Ay, no te
Save
creo.
is there to pick things up, but the kills being traded across the board. It's now a 2v2.
Rabala needs to get away here. In this
Están-
situation, he has to make sure he escapes this site. Because if he doesn't, the round might be over, and yeah, that's bomb down now. Solo has no choice but to get out of positioning, not the right weapon for the engagement whatsoever, and that's going to be all she wrote. Here for an express search and destroy, which is yet another twist in what is a story full of them. This series has gone completely a way we did not expect. Mayhem now 2-0 up.
I think, you know, if Mayhem had been competitive in both these two maps and lost them, I don't
En
think
los
either one of
playoffs
us would have been
cualquier
too
cosa
surprised based
puede
on what we've
pasar,
seen
lo
in this game
decíamos.
yesterday between these two teams. But we find
No te
Mayhem.
puedo creer que a
I was
estas
about to say
alturas,
comfortably, map number 1 wasn't
después de
comfortable
que
by any
ayer
stretch,
le
but
ganaron
that search and destroy
3-0,
was for a certain,
ahora estén a
certainly
un
for the most
mapa
of it.
de quedarse
Couple of
fuera
rounds
de
that-
Brasil.
I mean, you could argue that Mayhem threw away. Rejects were beating convincingly in the majority
Están
of
a
the
un
rounds that they
mapa de
lost as
quedarse
well.
fuera de Brasil
So I think Team Mayhem,
y
had they
ayer
not
le
won
ganaron
that,
a este
may well have
equipo
been down
a
a
3-0.
different path because it did feel as if they were
Lo
in
peor
control
de
the
todo es que
majority of that
fueron
game.
los mismos
and
mapas
they get what they
que
deserve, which is the
jugaron el
win.
día de ayer.
I think
Yo no sé por qué
realistically,
escogieron
what's
los
going on with
mismos
Rejects
mapas
right
que
now?
el
That's the
día de
question we gotta
ayer.
ask, right? Where's their mental after map number 1? And I think that was what my struggle was with the
Pero
beginning of the
bueno.
game, because it just didn't seem as if they were playing the map remotely correctly.
Sí, claro, Abdiel, la Reyes
We're
estaba
5 to
mucho
1
más
down at
fuerte
one
que
stage,
Team
and now they did
Mayhem.
bring it back, but
Siempre,
again, it's
desde hace
the
un
hope
mes
that
o
kills
más.
you. And, well, there was
Ellos
plenty of
están
hope in
más
map number 1
fuertes
after your
que Da Reyes. Es
very
ahora,
comfortable
en la
lead you
partida
had the
más
Hardpoint.
importante,
There was some hope
que la
as you
están
started to
cagando.
come back in the search and destroy.
Literalmente están cometiendo muchos errores. Y eso siempre pasa. Eso siempre pasa en los playoffs. En las partidas más importantes, los equipos empiezan a errar. Por eso, nada es seguro. Igual, así como no es seguro que Team Mayhem ya ganó. Lo mismo creíamos de Trulli y terminó siendo remontado. Hay que esperar el control. No vale precipitarse todavía. No están apareciendo las 3 estrellas de Da Reyes que aparecieron el día de ayer.
And for a lot of it, it's Solo versus Raph. And for whatever reason, Raph was just winning it 80-90% of the time here in that Express Search and Destroy. And it really did put a stop to Rejects on those offenses after, I think it was a couple of rounds where they managed to get him. And I think it was round number 3 where Raph just, that's enough. You guys aren't getting it anymore. And I think that is so powerful. It's something that I think Mayhem have been missing before, where that success hasn't been there.
And I think that's, in fairness to
Gente,
Mayhem, of
dejen
course,
su
they had
like,
a very
es súper
good
gratis,
attacking
dice el
side.
Yeyo. Correcto.
They started to leak
Confío,
a
dice
couple
por
rounds
ahí
of the
Grey.
defense, but they started to adapt to
Tú
what
respóndeme
Rejects
WhatsApp,
were
¿eh?
really doing and making it count. So really, really good job from Mayhem. And now we head into a raid control, by the way. That
Se vean
between these two
eliminados,
teams
anclen
went
mi
to round
comentario.
number 5. So
Bueno,
I think
ayer
out
Team
of all
Mayhem
of
iba
the games,
2-0 ganando
especially
el
for
control
Mayhem
en raid y
yesterday,
luego
this was
remontó
very
Da
much the
Reyes,
closest map.
creo, si no me
So,
equivoco.
probably would have been the map they would have been heading into this series. So I feel like, oh, okay, well,
A ver,
it can kind of go either way sometimes when it comes down to raid. You get the right sides, a couple of different moments here and there.
Ay, Dios
One of the
mío,
rounds in particular
¿qué
was
está
down to like a 3
pasando?
versus 3. So
Se pueden quedar
the
fuera de la
confidence will be there
presencial
from
de
Mayhem
Brasil.
now.
los
2-0
chicos.
up. You just completed the reverse sweep in your previous one.
Se pueden
Riding
quedar fuera, ¿eh?
the waves very, very nicely. That was the waves.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate that. If you didn't give me the visual clue, I'd have
¿Qué
not
opinas,
thought
Brian?
you,
¿Remontado o qué?
Not
Bueno,
not
después de
Scooby.
verlo de Trulli,
Yeah,
cómo
it is weird.
estaban
I think
igual
you know,
de
going into this
victoriosos
series, I think when we
y
learned what
luego
the
les
maps it would be, I think
remontaron
it became pretty apparent
la
pretty quickly
partida.
that if there was ever a chance for Mayhem to take a map in this series
Sí.
and find a way in, it was going to be
Yo
raid
sé que Da
controls, given
Reyes es
how
superior a
closely
Team
matched they
Mayhem.
were yesterday
El día
on
de
it.
hoy, en esta partida,
To win the first
en
two
este
maps
match,
now
no.
completely reframes this entire situation where now they're going into raid control where they've already looked a lot better on the Express Search and Destroy. They've already looked a lot better on Arsenal Hardpoint. Their composure looks a lot better on the whole. I don't think they lose another round number 5 like that. Not with the way that they're playing at this point in time. Now, I'll add the one asterisk, which is to say, after what happened between Trulli and Mayhem, I ain't counting anybody out at this point. I would not be surprised if, and I'm not just trying to put this out in the universe for fun, if Rejects were able to come back and reverse sweep this series. I wouldn't be surprised.
It wouldn't shock me. Look, I mean,
Lo que
because
acaba de decir
realistically,
el
how
caster,
Rejects come in here
justamente.
and won
Ya
the
hemos
series
visto
3-0,
comebacks antes,
I don't
hemos
think there was
visto
question
reverse
about
sweep antes, así que
So
su
do they
reverse,
still
así
have it
que
in the locker to win next
Ojo,
3 maps.
ojo, ojo, ojo,
Absolutely.
Ojo
Of course
con lo
they
que
did,
vaya a
but
pasar
playing like
ahora.
how they have done over the first two. I mean,
Créanme que
arguably in the
Reyes
first map, you know,
puede estar preocupado, pero justamente puede tomar todo eso como motivación también. Al mismo tiempo que Team Mayhem sabe que está un mapa de ir a la presencial de Brasil, que es el sueño de todos. Y eso también les da motivación. Este mapa ya lo jugamos ayer, lo ganaba Reyes, aunque le costó mucho. Uy, ¿se salieron? ¿Qué pasó?
We'll get there in just a second. What was it beforehand? Was it saying some of the players were? Was Bobby saying that some of the players weren't charged?
Hermano, esto le puede pasar a 5 Gaming, esto le puede pasar a Galoris, esto le puede pasar a cualquier equipo, ¿eh? De hecho, esto le pasó a Exclusive. Exclusive ganó, le ganó a todo el mundo en las playoffs, le ganó a Kings, llegó a la gran final y Kings le ganó. Y Kings volvió a ser el top 1 de Europa. Cualquier victoria antes del día de hoy no te asegura absolutamente nada y esta es la prueba viviente. ¿Quién se clasificó de Europa? Kings.
In particular, anything it was. I think if it's anything, it was the fact that Kings dropped 56 on their forehead.
Yes.
That always is difficult to deal with. But the Search and Destroy, flat, very flat. I think if they go into this control and play that same way, albeit a completely different game mode, of course, if they play in the same vein, they are going to lose and they will not be advancing.
En YouTube, avísenme cuando se acabe la encuesta, chicos. Extra Team Pongan la encuesta, confían en el cómo no llegó mi Fío. ¿Qué pasa mi Fío? ¿Dónde estaba Fío? El público te aclama. Clasificó Kings, correcto, mi tati. Ok, momento tenso. O se define el segundo clasificado de Brasil o algo pasa. Recordemos que Team Mayhem había dicho que su rival a vencer era el equipo de la Reyes, no el equipo de Seminal. Y que estaban entrenando para vencerlos a ellos, no para vencer a Seminal. Correcto, Dogo. Hasta ahora hay 3 clasificados. Q9, Kings y Seminal. Falta el segundo DNA que se define en esta partida. Hola, Rama, ¿cómo estás? Team Mayhem debe estar muy motivado, muy motivado. Y la Reyes muy preocupado, con mucha presión encima.
A couple of ticks for rejects, no more than that.
No, es que ¿por qué están avanzando a lo loco? Andan avanzando a lo loco por el mapa como si no revisen ni una esquina.
They are slowly but surely changing their ideas a little bit, but yet still the vast majority of this is making a hit over towards a point. Solo going to finally outgun Raph. But Cartels and Jesus saves and T-Back too, all of them involved in it. And this is what I was concerned about. Rejects, you needed to change immediately because now you've got players to contest with on this pool side.
Good job that they win that gunfight though.
No te puedo creer lo que estamos viendo, Dejen ese like en YouTube, chicos. Denle like ahí al stream, por favor. La gente de YouTube tiene fe. 68% la encuesta a favor del X-Strike. Confían en que remonte. Vamos a ver.
Kills for that to work out. Shots over to Stug. Just about good enough. They clean them out eventually. But a
La
lot
única
of
manera de
damage doing
que
here. 2
la
ticks on
Reyes
either
gane
side.
es capturando.
So rejects, even with the
Por
live
kills,
disparity
la veo
not being in
complicada.
their favor, still have potential in this round.
Y si yo fuese Team Mayhem, vendería B. Vendería B
These things have
completamente.
happened before. So I don't want to get away with it just yet. Jesus saves and Raph though, they want to. Big kills being made here to stop that B capture once again. Time is running out in this round, as are lives. Rejects running out of options. There goes Estug for the rest of the round.
Ay,
Jez
Dios mío,
will
cómo
have a
están
little bit of
muriendo,
resistance, as will Rabalo, but every single kill being made by Mayhem is another dagger here in the gut of Rejects. Down to the final 3 live stunt. What can they
Anda
get done?
con
I
huevos
think, to
el
be
equipo de
honest,
Team
they
Mayhem,
might just resign this round to a loss.
Andan presionando a Reyes. Podrían haber vendido B para asegurar la partida con A, la ronda, pero dijeron no, presionemos, limpiemos B, que podemos, y limpiaron, mira tú. Y eso hace que el mental de la Reyes se achique cada vez más. Supongo que se habrán confiado de decir ya nos vendieron B, y no, apareció Jesus. Esta es la partida que define al segundo equipo que se va para Brasil.
Because there is indeed a war machine heading his way. T-Bag's only able to find one when rejects are there to answer back pretty much immediately. 4 kills falling their way. Team Mayhem have to be careful themselves here, but they've done the same thing. It's just head over towards B and you're just running into irons up. It's so difficult to try and find those angles when you try to get yourself back over towards this B side. Just go away.
Mayhem have to be careful here about continually losing these lives. They're currently down by 4, but things can go awry even more so very quickly. Now, nobody from Rejects towards that bedroom side, meaning that a couple of players will be able to slip the net somewhat. Kings and T-Bags will convert that for a couple of kills, but
that's big.
The response from Rejects is even bigger. Now Team Mayhem, though, nobody can test with a long driveway, nobody can test with a round up. They've got their move towards the site. The lane has opened up. Now they actually
ambos equipos les favoreció la defensa, luego ambos equipos les favoreció el ataque. Me acuerdo de eso y luego la terminó ganando de Reyes.
Shots are coming in are very, very good from the SMG players, just getting up close and personal where they can. Just should be dealt with though, so a little bit of an inroad here for Team Mayhem. 6 lives, is the difference. Zambi will now make it 7, but here we go. Army Raft invests the equalizer and gets taken down pretty much straight away. It's looking like a round may well go over towards the side of Rejects. And some big wastage going up from Team Mayhem. A lot of kills starting right on through. Envy starting to heat up. Here we go. It's a bit more like it now from Rejects. Team Mayhem walk away licking their wounds over towards the A side, but this round is pretty much done.
¿Cómo estás?
Mayhem
Llegó la reina del canal.
Really good round from Rejects, the kind of round they absolutely needed.
Yeah, for sure. Just the fact that they only give away one tick of progression on the whole means that they are one step closer.
Ese es el rey que conocemos, ¿no? A ver si se mantienen. Esto puede un poco desequilibrar el mente a la Team Mayhem, ¿no? Pero le toca defender a Team Mayhem y ahí se sienten más cómodos, ¿no? Según lo que vimos en la primera ronda. Pero ahora hay operadores, ya veremos quién usa mejor los operadores en esta ronda. Solo con su CKS, que también la vimos el día de ayer. Llega la aniquiladora de parte de Kings, perdió la aniquiladora Kings con la aniquiladora de Stu. Ok, empezaron bien. Stu acaba de limpiar Laundry. Mejor usada la aniquiladora del equipo de Reyes.
Big nade as well. Rejects off the back of it, though, are actually going to be pressurized here by Team Mayhem. Is it
potente el humo,
to actually remove them to the point? No, and I think as that kill goes down,
ahí tienen. Uy, no, esta de Reyes la empezó muy bien. Gracias a Stu, empezaron muy bien esta ronda los chicos de Reyes.
This is exactly what I want to see, and I want to see more from codmobile.
Lo viste a la derecha,
it's actually preparing themselves for this push over towards this other point from Rejects. Look at the positioning. They've got players in bedroom, they've got players in money, they've got players in kitchen as well. They are prepared for this one.
Que no entre solo el de cocina, ¿no? Así entró solo.
Kitchen control, absolutely paramount. For this defensive side and for the attacking side, if you get control of kitchen, then you are indeed laughing. Kills starting to come through though for Team
Mayhem. Qué buena defensa que tiene Team Mayhem para defender esa. Uy, se llevaron el Puri.
Look at the gunfight coming through from Envy. It was Claw going up against Purifier, and both players ended up winning.
Chucha. Se prendió Reyes. Y Kings haciendo el dolor de cabeza. Ambos equipos lo están haciendo muy bien, ¿eh? Los dos equipos están trabajando muy bien. Solo muy bueno. ¿Qué le pasa? Envy quería sorprender a Raf, no se lo permite. Revalo sí, acaba de sorprenderlo. Le vienen a Yes, ya lo saben. Solo que sacó el nivel ahora. Y la War Machine también se prendió de Reyes. Sacó los operadores. Y ahora le complica la vida papazo para Kings. Uy. Despertó de Reyes. Este es el de Reyes que vimos el día de ayer. Perfecto. 2-1. Y ahora a Reyes le toca defender. El tema es que no hay operadores.
They get the round they would have wanted that day. Will be more than happy for that investment to pay off in that way.
Vamos a ver si hay operadores por parte de Team Mayhem.
They used a lot to get a hold of that. Let's do the same here. get an attacking round, and send us to round number 5.
Yeah, I was staring at those specialists for a teabag and Jesus saves or operators, excuse me, to make sure they didn't use them in that 4 versus 15 or whatever it was. Regardless though, Team Mayhem, different look out of them here in this round. Straight towards A they go. S-Thug's going to use the Predator missile
Ok,
here.
está ahí Predator de parte Stug. Stug tiene una aniquiladora, que dependiendo de la situación del control de la ronda esta, si están muy cerca de ganarla, yo sacaría la aniquiladora al final de la ronda para terminar de asegurar la ronda, ¿no? Asumo que Stug la va a guardar para eso o para darle ventaja a su equipo en algún momento que lo necesite. Claramente Yes aún no vuelve a su nivel de siempre, ¿no? Pero Stug, el día de hoy, está siendo una de las estrellas del equipo de Darrell. Ahí sacó la aniquiladora. Ok, buen momento para presionar. Salió la aniquiladora de Stug. Ya cayó en manos de T-Bag. Hay que vender esa vez. Uy, qué buen Predator, cayó de Stug. No llegó la calada, no llegó la calada.
But they lose control, they lose B. A is what they're going to concentrate on now. Robolico in the middle of the map with his pants down, and look at these kills starting to come through, but the answer back, 2 huge kills from Envy.
Momento decisivo. Le toca lo más sencillo de Reyes. Defender.
Jess, I think, is trying to set up half of what that Zim spawn trap would be. He's actually going to convert for a couple of kills as well. No more to be found, but the fact that he plays his life for as long as he does is huge for Rejects, but also huge for Team Mayhem.
Qué bueno que es Envy, hermano.
Through towards the kitchen side, so war on 2 fronts occurring at the moment here
Qué
in this
bueno
game.
que es Envy, no mames.
Ay,
qué bueno que es este señor.
How is that happening? Envy and Jez are joking these players at the moment, and now Team Mayhem.
Y ya se, mira, ni siquiera se dieron cuenta cuando cambió de posición Envy y ahora sacó garra. No, se llevó otra doble. Enfóquenme a Envy, señores. ¿Qué hacen enfocando? No, Envy acaba de hacerse la partida. Si aparecen las estrellas de Darrell y empiezan a hacer esta masacre, no hay quien los pare. Lo que acaba de hacer Envy es maravilloso, hermano. Dios mío. Los mató a todos 2 veces, literalmente. A todos 2 veces. Y los dejó en shock a los chicos de Team Mayhem. Lo que les acaba de hacer Envy es simplemente increíble. Que los meó a los 5 2 veces. Revivió, se cambió de posición, sacó la garra y volvió a matarlos. Fue increíble. Envy es tú, las estrellas del día de hoy, ¿no? Aún no se ha acabado esto. Aún no se ha acabado. Envy es el jugador pues menos reconocido, ¿no? Tiene el que mejores estadísticas tiene. Si ahorita tú me dices quién es el MVP de NA, es Envy. Tiene mejores estadísticas que Tectonic, pero no tiene tanta publicidad.
And he proved it again here for Rejects, just having so many big moments for the team.
Tiene un increíble y un timing, inteligencia, agilito, rápido para pensar. Muy bueno, muy buena jugada. Ojalá lo hubiesen enfocado más ahí la producción.
25 kills.
Todas las kills que hizo Envy, ¿no?
8 of them came in the final 20 seconds. Incredible stat lines coming through from Rejects. Just a massive outslay. Solo, Thug, and Envy doing the job, but Envy towards the end, the real MVP. He was spawn trapping them on his own. It's kind of wild. And it wasn't even like he was catching them.
Mira, y Envy solo terminó con 25, o sea, Envy llevaba como 15, 16 kills. Iba muy abajo, hasta que luego apareció.
I don't know.
Iba sí, porque no había aparecido en todo el mapa. Faltaban las estrellas de Darrell. Una vez que aparecen, ya todo va cobrando un poco más de forma, ¿no?
I don't disagree, which I hate that I don't disagree, because I think the thing is of Rejects are they're a roster that, historically speaking, here in the regular season at least, have felt very much momentum
Bueno,
based.
Drake, ¿cómo
When a
estamos?
game, when a series starts to feel in their favor, they
El 10 no
immediately
despierta,
really take
dice.
advantage of that. And I think
No,
this
jugó
might be
bien
a
el
problem
mapa
for
anterior,
Mayhem.
creo.
Maybe if, map number 4 doesn't go their ways, we could get into it. If rejects come out swinging, I am slightly concerned
El
to see
siguiente
if
mapa,
there
¿quién la
was a
escoge? Buena
response at all,
pregunta
because,
ahí, mi
again, rejects
estimado
are so
Popo.
good in these positions. We've seen it so many
Tenemos
times where they'll be
cuarto
down
mapa
2-0. I mean,
que va a
we
ser
almost
un
saw it versus
Hardpoint
Seminole, right? I mean, down
en
2-0, they
Hacienda,
start to get momentum in their favor.
escogido
They force it to
por
a game number
Darreyes.
5. If it happens here, they'll be looking for a different
Mapa de Hardpoint en Hacienda, modo de Hardpoint en el mapa de Hacienda que lo escogió Darreyes. Ok, vamos a ver qué tal entonces, vamos a ver qué tal. Y le escogió Darreyes, por algo será. Por algo será.
And things turned on its head very, very quickly. Where is everybody's heads at now, though? Because I think if you're Mayhem, okay, 2-0 up, you lose the control, it's not the end of the world, but that doubt does creep. Yeah, it's one of those things. Even like yourself, just playing in general in games,
right? Yeah,
stop, you're sitting there playing rank play, whatever.
Saca una Duque y me la dedicas. Así le dice a todos, Rambo.
You had a good start and things start to come back, and it's a bit like, really don't want to lose this game. It's feeling like I might, and things can change very, very quickly.
Ya veremos qué pasa, ya veremos qué sucede.
At this level, I'd hope not.
Uy,
I think
chicos,
it's the
está
thing,
complicada
right?
la
This
cosa,
is the very top creme de la creme of
No
North
tengo
American
recuerdos de
Call of
que
Duty
también
mobile
juega.
esports, and I would hope that at the very least that this wouldn't happen to a roster like Mayhem.
Pero ayer
Not
no
now,
perdieron Hacienda
surely, not
contra
at this position,
Seminole.
but honestly, I think it can happen to
A ver,
anyone at the
déjame
same
ver.
kind of point here. Nobody is infallible. Nobody is completely perfect in these situations, and you do really just have to have some serious mental fortitude to be in these positions and actually come out on top. So I would like to hope that Mayhem will be fine here and don't
Ayer
tilt their way of the
Seminole
series,
le piqueó
but we've seen
Hardpoint en
certain situations
Hacienda
where team in the
a
past
Darreyes
feels like they have tilted, and I think the one that springs
y
to
se
mind is
lo
actually
ganó
Rejects in that
Seminole.
series versus Seminole, and it's a good time to bring it up. Where they
Ayer
were
Darreyes
2-0
perdió
up,
Hardpoint
they
en
should have won
Hacienda
the
contra
search and destroy, and they
Seminole.
did win the search and destroy, and because of a usage of a banned skin
¿Por qué
from
lo
them,
escogería
they ended up
hoy
getting
contra
forfeited in the
Team
search and destroy.
Mayhem?
And I think you could immediately tell that the rest of the series they weren't
Por
in
estrategia
it.
para
They
no
were not in it whatsoever.
darle información a Seminole en la gran final.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Like, it's one of those things that you just don't do.
Yeah, for sure. And so I think that's just an example, right, of just like, even at this level, it can happen. Even if maybe they don't think that was what happened, I think for us, at the very least, for the cast at the time, we're like, yeah, this is pretty obviously not the rejects that we would normally see. So yeah, it can happen. Maybe that is what's going to happen.
O sea, Darreyes se tiene mucha confianza en el Hardpoint, eso lo sé. Contra Team Mayhem también, se tiene mucha confianza. Sabe que pueden ganarle la mayoría de mapas. Lo de Arsenal como que los desequilibró un poco porque yo sé que ellos no esperaban perder ese Hardpoint. Pero bueno, lo importante para Darreyes es la gran final. Solo que ahora esto se ha vuelto importante porque están a un mapa de perder. Y que veremos qué pasa, veremos qué pasa. Ok, me parece que hay problemillas. Espero que no sea tema de reglas. Nos están mostrando un replay rápido antes de ir al cuarto mapa. Hacienda y Apocalipsis, los mapas más complicados de jugar. Suerte para los dos. Apocalipsis es un mapa, te comento, donde más le ha ganado Darreyes a Seminole. Así que, ojo ahí. Saquen a Yes, metan a Rihan, dicen. Sencilla la respuesta. Es porque saben que Seminole va a escoger ese mapa. Es práctica. Igual no son malos en ese mapa. Sí, el tema es que tan bueno es Team Mayhem ahora. 3 minutitos nos dieron. 3 minutillos. ¿Qué pasará ahora, pues, cracks? ¿Qué pasará ahora? ¿Qué haremos? ¿Qué haremos? ¿Qué haremos? En Apocalipsis es más de tener el spawn primero, ¿no? Sí, primero el respawn, luego el punto. En el hardpoint número 1 y 2 debes tener el respawn. En el hardpoint número 4 también. El 3 y el 1 se convierten en hardpoints donde la gunfight es muy importante también. Darreyex es un equipo donde su gunfight es prioridad. Seminal es un equipo que tiene orden y gunfight. Eso es lo que lo hace tan fuerte. Team Mayhem es un equipo que solamente tiene orden. Gunfight no tan fuerte. Solamente de Kings, que puede superar a algunos que otros. Y cada equipo tiene que aprovechar sus fortalezas y debilidades dependiendo del mapa. Y dependiendo de cada... O sea, cada hardpoint dentro de un mapa es todo un setup diferente. Toda una estrategia detrás de cada uno de los hardpoints diferente. Hay algunos hardpoints dentro de un mapa que se conectan entre sí, donde tú puedes hacer estrategias en las cuales termina el segundo hardpoint y ya estás aprovechando también el tercer hardpoint porque queda cerca o puedes rotar a tiempo. Como por ejemplo el hardpoint número 3 de Takeoff. Te conviene tener Secret mientras mantienes el hardpoint para luego rotar más rápido al hardpoint número 4 y mantener también ese punto. Y hay varios hardpoints así. En el hardpoint de Apocalipsis, el hardpoint número 1, mantener el respawn del hardpoint número 1 para irte al hardpoint número 2 también es lo más importante. Y también en el hardpoint número 3, mantener el respawn más cerca al hardpoint número 3 te hace también seguir manteniendo el respawn para el hardpoint número 4 de Apocalipsis. Y así hay varios mapas, pero cada hardpoint es un setup distinto, un mundo distinto, estrategia distinta. Hay maneras distintas de poder hacerlo, ¿no? Defenderlo y todo lo demás. Vamos a irnos al hardpoint en Hacienda elegido por Darreyex. A pesar de que el día de ayer lo perdió contra Seminal, pero claramente Darreyex, claramente Team Mayhem no es Seminal, ¿no? Así que por ahí que Darreyex lo puede ganar. Ya veremos. Ya veremos qué sucede. Gracias, Edwin, por esa rosita. ¿Será de cupo regla? No creo. No creo que sea eso, ¿eh? Espero que no, sería súper aburrido. Vámonos ya, segunditos para empezar. A Yes no se le da el subfusil, debería cambiarse a fusil de asalto. ¿Qué piensa Brian? Sí, pero para cambiarle, para darle la R a él tienes que darle la SMG a otra persona. ¿A quién se lo vas a dar? Aunque si son dos ARs, él podía usar tercera R, ¿no? Yo creo que ellos lo han pensado. A ver, ya te digo qué roles tiene cada uno. Acá lo tengo también anotado. Mira, Revalo es AR Heavy. O sea, Revalo puede usar AR, escopeta y ametralladora ligera. Yes es SMG y Sniper. Envy es AR y Sniper. Stug es AR y SMG. Dependiendo del mapa, él va cambiando entre AR y SMG. Y solo es SMG y Heavy, para que use SMG, escopeta o ametralladora ligera. Vámonos a la acción. Vámonos rapidísimo. Hardpoint número 4, que si en caso gana el equipo de Team Mayhem, se irían a Brasil, y si en caso gana Darreyex, nos vamos al quinto mapa. Mapa escogido por parte del equipo de Darreyex, los ex chicos de Tribe Gaming. Qué buen inicio, tranquilo. Si gana el equipo de Darreyex, nos vamos para el quinto mapa y pueden seguir soñando con la presencial de Brasil. Gracias, Edwin. Ese es Hype. Llegó mi Arita. Vayan, ¿por dónde compras el pez? Por la tienda con la que hice el sorteo en mi Instagram. Cállense, ya comenzó, dice el Chiva. Ahí está. Ayer Darreyex le dio pelea a Seminal en este mapa, a pesar de que Seminal le escogió. Pero yo no sé por qué se le escogieron contra Team Mayhem, ya veremos.
Big plays coming in, heads up plays from Raf and Mayhem.
Voy ahora. Kings tiene un aim. Anda con un aim nuestro hermanito Kings. Fino, fino, fino,
One more player to contend with. Jez actually does get behind enemy lines, but not for long enough. Kings is going to bring the Predator missile down as well. And now Team Mayhem in a great spot here for this hill. Back spawns towards the backline here for Rejects. But what a game Kings is having here. 13 kills so far, Tan.
Creo que esto amerita, Creo que esto amerita.
What kind of start is this?
Esto amerita entonces que le demos por aquí un poquito de acción. 34-43, arranca, tenemos entonces en acción el Hardpoint número 2, mapa número 4, Team Mayhem contra The Reyes. Tenemos la acción por parte de los mejores equipos de Norteamérica esperando en la gran final seminal. El que gana este enfrentamiento se va para Brasil completamente. Ya veremos qué pasa por aquí. Mapa intenso. Vamos a ver qué sucede con The Reyes. Atentos por aquí. Viene The Reyes rápido. Team Mayhem está ganando el Hardpoint en Hacienda hasta el momento. Yo no sé por qué lo escogió el equipo de Reyes. Ya veremos. Atento porque Cartel tiene Predator, saca el purificador en excelente timing. Esto que no puede llevárselo, perfecto. Ya se metió el jugador de Reyes al punto, cae en manos de Jesus. También se suicida Jesus, no sabemos cómo. Llevan las conmociones, llevan las granaditas. Cartels en la espera, se puede llevar a 2, no puede contra el señor solo, pero Tivas rápidamente saca la War Machine y ahora el nivelador por parte de ellos. Frena por aquí, Yes. Frena otro más. Busca la triple, lo frena rápidamente, Rebalo también. 20 segundos para aprovechar todavía este Hardpoint. Tivas que sigue dentro del punto, Rebalo que va a entrar, se puede llevar a 1, no puede contra Cartels. Team Mayhem tiene una ventaja bastante importante en el marcador, ojito ahí. Hay el combo por parte de Jesus. Va a querer frenar por aquí a Stug, no puede contra Rebalo. Va llegando Tivas, que rotó primero el equipo de Reyes. 2 jugadores dentro del Hardpoint. Van llegando Envy también para soportear. Son 4 jugadores dentro del punto. Cuidado, Predictor. Lograba escapar muy bien por ahí el equipo de Reyes. Tivas que se va infiltrando. Tivas que se va infiltrando, solo que lo huele. No puede contra Tivas. Doble kill por parte de él. Yes que saca el halcón. Logra limpiar ahora. Yes muy bien leído el respawn. Acababa de cambiar. Y Yes había visto su minimapa de manera espectacular. Tivas atento, cae ahí mano de Stug, que también sacó Niquil ahora. El doble operador por parte del equipo de Reyes, que va remontando la partida poco a poco. Puede remontar, puede acercarse el marcador a Team Mayhem con este Hardpoint. Está Yes atento, saca el Predator, va a seguir presionando al equipo. Tiene frenar al Cartels, lograba frenarlo. Cartels que no podía subirse a tiempo. King que va llegando rapidísimo, vio al primero, vio al segundo. Aparece Stug para defender el punto, solo que va llegando ahí al combo por parte de Jesus. Cuidado que puede limpiar el Hardpoint. Rap que va llegando. ¿Qué pasó, Jesus? ¿Qué pasó ahí? Se acaba de matar solito con el halcón. Sigue Stug defendiendo el punto. Excelente. Se acerca el equipo de Reyes. Aún no lo suficiente para remontar la partida. Vámonos rapidísimo al Hardpoint número 1 de regreso. Vuelta al mapa que ya le dimos. 81-98 sigue arriba en el marcador el equipo de Team Mayhem. 98 puntos en favor de ellos. 23 kills por parte del killer de Team Mayhem, que es Kings. Sigue por aquí Rap. Llega Rebalo rapidísimo. Kings atento ahora. Llega Rebalo al rescate. Se lleva Kings, pero no puede contra Cartels. No había visto el de medio, eres tú. Dentro del Hardpoint el señor Jesus está jugando super OBJ el equipo de Team Mayhem. Y espero que Darreyek se dé cuenta, porque ellos no lo están haciendo. Se mete Tivas al punto. Rebalo que va a meterse ahora. Perfecto. Son 2 OBJ por parte del equipo de Darreyek. Cubriendo las alturas por aquí. Cartels atento. Aniquila de cocina. Se mete nuevamente al punto el equipo de Team Mayhem. Jesus dándolo todo dentro del Hardpoint. Ya entendió que tiene que jugar más OBJ el equipo de Team Mayhem si quiere que ganar la de Reyes. Son absolutamente todos los jugadores de Team Mayhem que se meten igualmente al punto. Sale uno, se mete el otro. Y esa es la manera de ganar este Hardpoint. Rebalo que se va a llevar unos 13 segunditos por aquí. Ya rotó el equipo de Team Mayhem. Cuidado, hay que estar Tivas solo. Va a llegar Yes rapidísimo. Tivas esperándolo. Yes que gana ese gunfight de manera excelente con la ayuda de Envy. Va a llegar Cartels. Ella ahorra por la parte de medio. Llega Yes. No puede contra Cartels. Jesus muy lejos del Hardpoint. Las Reyes que recupera, pero le van a hacer camita. Le vienen por la parte de rampa y le vienen por la parte de playa también. Jesus atento. Envy esperando en el Hardpoint nada más. ¡Sale Envy! Sorprende por aquí a Jesus. Rap que había sacado nivelador. pierde el nivelador con la garra del señor Envy. Hay War Machine por parte del señor T-Bag. Team Mayhem acaba de recuperar el Hardpoint número 2 de este mapa. Pelea por aquí Yes, y eso también que va llegando. Cuidado que Team Mayhem se sigue alejando del Hardpoint. Envy que va a entrar excelente. Envy acaba de despertar la bestia. Sale Jesus. Sigue la disputa dentro del Hardpoint. Solo que tiene nivelador. Solo que termina de limpiar el punto. 20 segundos para aprovechar. Darey está sufriendo. Está sufriendo completamente para intentar igualar el marcador que tiene Team Mayhem a su favor. Incluso ellos Rap se va a llevar esos 10 segundos de scraps bastante importantes. Estos que decide regalarlos nada más me parece. Ah no, quiere entrar, perfecto. 2 segunditos para aprovechar que igual sirven. Están llevándose hasta los últimos segundos de cada scrap, de cada Hardpoint. T-Bag es el encargado de rotar anticipado a todos me parece. Caen las granadas, llega todo el equipo de Reyex, pierde el primero. Carter que va llegando rapidísimo, Revalo que llega también por altura hasta T-Bag. T-Bag aquí contestando solito. Había rotado a tiempo, pero no se metía al punto. Le tiran humo para que el señor solo vaya a cazarlo. No puede. Aparece Stug y se lleva a T-Bag. Kings buscando víctima, buscando Wallbang. Conecta el primero, busca el segundo, contesta el Hardpoint por aquí Carter. Se mete Carter solito, limpia el punto. El Hardpoint completamente libre. ¿Quién que se mete ahora? Carter dentro del Hardpoint, siguen peleando por aquí. Carter que se lleva la doble kill. Rápida limpieza por parte del equipo de Team Mayhem. El problema es el equipo de Reyex. Se lleva uno, se lleva dos, no puede contra Stug. Llega Stug, se mete Revalo, ahora a contestar. Tienen que buscar Lobby y Jesus, que pelea solito. Envy que llega al rescate, 15 segundos de scraps. Rotemos al siguiente punto donde está Yes. T-Bag, el encargado de rotar más rápido que sus compañeros por parte del equipo de Team Mayhem. Yes es el encargado de rotar anticipadamente por parte del equipo de Reyex. Vamos a ver si se puede sorprender porque Cartels logra sorprenderlo muy bien. Eyoraf que va a pelear contra solo. Eyoraf que sorprende. Yes que va a ser sorprendido por Eyoraf. Eyoraf acaba de limpiar el siguiente Hardpoint. Él solito dentro ahora. Vamos a ver qué pasa. Team Mayhem intentando llegar a Brasil con este mapa nada más. No quieren regalarnos. Tremendo puñetazo de parte de Stug. Mata con lo que sea. Ahí está el señor Eyoraf completamente conmocionado. El Hardpoint completamente contestado. Yes que llega, se pone el purificador que pierde Cartels. Yes que llega con todo. ¿Dónde están los operadores? ¿Dónde están los operadores? Y eso se está jugando como nunca lo habíamos visto. Llega Eyoraf a contestar ahora. Los humos son vitales, importantísimos. T-Bag que saca la War Machine ahora. Envy peleando solito. Va a pelear contra Kings. Llega Yes al rescate. T-Bag sin arma. T-Bag por aquí. Llevan las comisiones. Eyoraf que contesta. Se mete por aquí. Esto que es una guerra campal completamente en el Hardpoint. No puede ganar Carter contra solo. A solo que le llegan dos perfectos. Sigue la acción. Atento por aquí Revalo. Peleando más todavía. Es una masacre en el Hardpoint número 4. Contestada tras contestada. Último segundo también contestado por parte de los chicos. Y ahora atento. Rotemos al siguiente Hardpoint. 149 contra 167. Vamos a ver. Tienen que aparecer las estrellas del equipo de Reyex si quieren remontar esta partida. Solo se me está quedando atrás. 13 kills. Nunca antes visto, pero es todo el día de hoy que solo no ha aparecido. Tal vez un mal día para el señor Yes dentro del Hardpoint. Cae lamentablemente y Jesus anda como loco jugando VA. Espero que la Reyex se dé cuenta porque Team Mayhem está jugando demasiado OBJ el día de hoy. Tenemos que pasar con Eyoraf. Va a llevarse arriba lo rápido. Se llevan ahí como se mete Eyoraf. Todos los chicos de Team Mayhem, si ven el punto libre, se meten sin pensarlo y esa es la manera. Estoy priorizando la rotación al siguiente Hardpoint. Revalo también, que es el OBJ main del equipo, contestando todo lo que puede. Se va a llevar 10 kills, 10 segundos importantes. No, pierde la gonfa contra T-Bag. Hay purificador de parte de Cartels. Envy que se lleva el purificador. Hay halcón también por parte de Jesus. Cae en manos de solo. Tiene el Hardpoint. Siguiente, el equipo de Reyex. Tiene que aguantarlo ahora. Stug que saca aniquiladora. También hay aniquiladora por parte de Kings. Cuidado. Aniquiladora por parte de Kings. Esta es la oportunidad de Reyex para remontar la partida. Stug que le gana la aniquiladora a Kings. Stug con la doble kill. Busca la triple kill por parte de Stug. Increíble. Llegan por la parte medio. Cartels que sorprende. Cuidado que puede limpiar Cartels. Llegaba rápidamente Revalo con la War Machine. Empezando ahí la limpieza por parte del equipo de Reyex. No se meten al punto. Tienen que jugar OBJ. Si los chicos de Reyex quieren ganar, tienen que empezar a jugar OBJ, señores y señoras. Excelente War Machine por parte del señor T-Bag para frenar el nivelador del señor. Se muere con la conmoción en la cabeza. Llega Yes rapidísimo. Ahora pelea Yes solito el punto. Gana esa gonfa contra Eyoraf. Rotemos al siguiente Hardpoint. Remontó el equipo de Reyex. Se queda con los scraps. Envy peleando con todos los scraps. Excelente Envy. La prioridad es la rotación. Envy busca a la víctima. ¿Dónde está? La encuentra su compañero Stug. Rotemos al siguiente Hardpoint. Ya rotó el equipo de Team Mayhem. Rotación anticipada por parte del equipo de Team Mayhem ahora. 43 kills por parte de la bestia Kings. Del equipo de Team Mayhem, 48 por parte de Envy, 40 de parte de Stug. El día de hoy no aparece solo, pero aparece Stug. Cómo me hubiese gustado que aparezca solo Stug, Envy y Revalo el día de hoy, pero no se puede todo junto. Siempre es uno y el otro. Solo está dormido el día de hoy, pero Stug está despierto. Vamos a ver qué hace Yes. Ellos, Rafa atento, tiene que llegar Revalo al punto también. Se mete Revalo. Prefire en la parte de arriba. Kings que gana la gonfa. Llega Envy al rescate. Sigue la pelea por el puesto en la presencial de Brasil. Y la gran final que los espera seminal también. Se mete Tibas. No pueden. Son todos los chicos de Reyex. Todos los chicos de Reyex dentro del Hardpoint número 3 de este mapa, y es así como se juega. Excelente por parte de Tibas Kai. Igualmente así debió jugar de Reyex todo el mapa, con 3 OVA dentro del punto. Esa es la manera. Así es imposible para Team Mayhem entrar a cualquiera de los Hardpoint. Rotemos al Hardpoint número 4 ahora. Quiere remontar al equipo de la Reyex y está a 8 segundos de lograrlo. Team Mayhem presionado mentalmente ahora. ¿Van a llevarnos al quinto mapa o Team Mayhem se va a Brasil? Lo descubriremos ahora en este Hardpoint. Sigue la pelea por ahora. Aquí baja atento. Está llegando Envy. Envy que se lleva el primero, busca el segundo. Revalo que sorprende a Kings. Te viene el ingreso. Entra Stug, que está como loco el día de hoy. Anda activadísimo completamente. Solo que se infiltra también rapidísimo. Rafa en la rojita cubriéndose. Lo están buscando. La pelea por ahí la gana Rafa. Sigue con fe el equipo de Team Mayhem. Se mete Stug, que anda loquísimo el día de hoy. Una granada lo detiene. Vamos a ver qué hace Kings. Se quiere meter Yes también. Tiene que pensarlo. Tiene que pensarle el halcón que lo pierde. Halcón con halcón. Terminan cayendo. Contestó el punto. Saca purificador Cartels. Solo que pelea ahora. Confía en el comeback del equipo de Team Mayhem. Revalo cae entre el purificador de Cartel. Cuidado con ese operador. Yes que va llegando por la parte de playa. Hay una en playa y Team Mayhem confía en el comeback del purificador conmocionado. Tienen que llevárselo. Revalo que entra. Son solamente 8 segundos. Cuidado que ya hemos visto comeback de este calibre. El Hardpoint número 1, donde el equipo de Team Mayhem juega más o bien que la Reyex, va a terminar definiendo la victoria, me parece, por la clasificación a Brasil. Cartels atento ahora. Cartels jugando de OVA. Jesus también. Esta es la manera de jugar. Y el equipo de Reyex demasiado lejos. Tiene que llegar Envy. Envy el héroe. Envy la salvación. Llegan los chicos de la Reyex. Quieren llevarnos al quinto mapa, pero hay aniquiladoras por parte de Kings. Doble, triple, cuádruple por parte de Kings. Acaban de limpiar, no te puedo creer. No te puedo creer lo que estamos viendo. Llega solo, cae solo también. Tibas con la War Machine. Sigue sacando la hora. No lo pueden ver, el humo que lo ayuda. No puede llegar. Se les acaba el sueño. Quedan fuera de la SPS Masters y de Brasil. El equipo de Team Mayhem se lleva la victoria 3-1. Sorprendente lo que acabamos de ver, chicos. Es simplemente increíble lo que acabamos de ver.
Being the spectacle that these two maps were, the Hardpoint make up for it. A 4-point game in game number 1. I think it's an 8 to 6 points, something. It wasn't very much in the end. But Mayhem get the job done. And what was that play from Kings? What a time to... I mean, realistically speaking, I don't think we've seen a great deal from his Annihilator throughout the entirety of the game, and then he's just like, yeah, high noon, let's see. Incredible plays with the Annihilator. Fantastic work from Team Mayhem to find the win. I was about to say I'm speechless, but I'm not, but because that was just a game that you're going to have to talk about so often. Look where rejects are here as we head over towards that fourth hill. They are 5th.
Yo soy el shock, no me digan nada.
Yeah. Cartel starts to send it with a Purifier. He brings that out, but this
Esta fue la jugada.
time from Kings. Look at that third kill. Drops down, yeah, give me number 4.
Esa fue la jugada.
Cole's game for...
Y esta para cerrar.
I'm stunned.
5-point game, man.
I'm completely stunned.
They were separated by what, 9 points over 2 Hardpoints. And there is the record. Up against Envy, who
No
drops
apareció solo en todo el
55.
día.
What a game.
24-50.
Lauren,
No
am I
apareció el
delirious? Am I saying
capitán.
this correctly?
I honestly don't know what happened. I feel like I blacked out at the end of that.
No
and I
apareció
need
el
to talk to
capitán.
the script writers of this show because I clearly was not filled in on what was going to happen. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Me neither. I mean, it's a shared opinion from all 4 of us right here on the desk. Some of these games that we've seen today have been outrageous, but the Hacienda must be the cherry on top for what has been a day where we have got all our
El X-Tribe se acaba de quedar fuera de la presencial de Brasil. Y probablemente algunos de ellos estén llorando, sobre todo Envy, que se fue de Seminal para este equipo.
I think Mayhem have just come out today at the stables, guns
Es que la
blazing,
cagaron.
on some serious form.
No es que Team Mayhem dio la
mejorada
mejorada de un día para otro. Hoy Darreyex no jugó bien. Tenían todo para ganar Hacienda, pero empezaron a jugar como loquitos, desesperados, a entrar al
I want you to
punto.
know that you both look
Y todo el
like
mapa,
everything you knew about the
Team
universe
Mayhem fue
has just
mucho
been
más
flipped on its
OVJ
head. You're both just
que
sitting
Darreyex.
here.
Darreyex al
Absolutely
final
stunned.
empezó a
And
jugar
that is
más OVJ, con 3
off of
OVJ
the
en cada uno de los Hardpoint.
of the performance that we saw
Pero
Mayhem have against
muy tarde
Truly, who was the
Muy
fourth
tarde
place
empezaron
team.
a jugar
They go
OVJ.
up against Rejects, who they lost to,
Muy
the
tarde
second
empezaron a
place
jugar
team,
OVJ.
and they look
Los
like
operadores de
that.
Team Mayhem se recargaron
Talk
también
about
en muy
bouncing
buen
back.
timing
I
al
mean,
final.
that's just
La aniquiladora de Kings.
I mean, it was impressive search and destroy from them. I want to say, really good performance there.
El Hardpoint número 1, en todas las vueltas del mapa que dimos, Team Mayhem lo dominó mejor. Por eso dije en el casteo, todo se va a definir en el Hardpoint que Team Mayhem ha dominado más durante toda la partida. ¿Qué pasará? Está pues hermano, no estás acostumbrado a jugar OVJ. El otro equipo vino jugando todo el mapa de una manera y simplemente la terminó de la misma manera.
Unbelievable.
Kings
Crazy game.
That's all I'm going to say is Kings is honestly insane.
Ridiculous.
And it is insane to me that there was even a moment, a minuscule moment that they thought that Kings couldn't be part of this team. Because he has been a lifesaver for this roster and he's still
Qué loco cómo dejan pasar
Yeah, that
una oportunidad
was
así.
a grand finals worthy performance out of Mayhem. Now the downside of that is they've already
El
played twice.
error,
Now they
que
have to go
quede
do a
claro,
best
fue
of
de Darreyex.
7.
Creo que
Okay,
todos
as
los
we
que
take a
saben
look
de
at this bracket
competitivo
so you
saben
can
que
see
el
what
error
happened.
fue
It's
de
almost
Darreyex.
gone the full distance in both of their
Completamente.
matches so far.
Team
They
Mayhem
were
jugó
not
bien,
easy.
muy bien.
They end up with the
Pero los
reverse
errores
sweep,
que cometió
then close
Darreyex
out the lower bracket final. Now have to go
para
up
regalar el
against a
primer,
Seminole
siendo
who
el
has a
Hardpoint,
one-map
siendo el
advantage
Hardpoint
over them
su
in
modo
this grand final.
más fuerte,
Could they have any more difficult a journey?
I think now
no puede ser que les pase esto, pues, ¿no? El Big Bang también, si ayer perdiste Hacienda contra Seminal y no es tu mejor mapa, ¿por qué hoy lo escoges? ¿Para jugarlo contra Team Mayhem por confianza?
But does it maybe just not give them that fire? It's a question you got to ask yourself, but still a lot of money on the line here for this final, relevant of securing Brazil. You want to make sure you win it.
Ahora,
we heard the
si,
interview that came through in Europe. It means so much to be the champion.
Si esto pasó aquí en los playoffs de NA, ¿qué pasará en los playoffs de LATAM? También todo puede pasar. Aún nadie está asegurado. Todo lo que hayas hecho, todas las victorias que hayas tenido antes de los playoffs no sirven para absolutamente nada porque todo se define en la gran final.
We want to get into that as quickly as possible. So before we do that, it's time for another short break. Give our players a moment to do whatever they need to do. Make sure everything's ready to go for that best of 7, as it will be a longer series than what we just saw. So hopefully
Pero porque solo se pone a traer con PKM. Yo no sé qué le pasó solo. Es una gunfight espectacular y el día de hoy, en el primer Hardpoint y en este Hardpoint, completamente fatal. Y él es el capitán del equipo. Definitivamente no fue el solo del día de ayer. Yo no sé por qué eligieron esos mapas también. El exceso de confianza les puede pasar en contra y hoy día les pasó en contra. Esto les va a afectar no solamente por quedarse fuera de la presencial de Brasil, sino que con contratos. Si tú eres Tribe, ya no vas a contratar a este equipo. Este equipo estaba muy cerca de quitarle el top 1 de NA a Seminal. Y ahora ha pasado de un día para otro, de casi ganarle a Seminal, que es difícil, has pasado al día siguiente a quedarte fuera de la presencial de Brasil. Contratos no te van a llegar. Organizaciones buenas no te van a llegar. De hecho, que Team Mayhem se mantenga con este equipo dependía de este match. Y ahora Team Mayhem está feliz como organización porque eligieron a un equipo que sí va a ir a Brasil. Ahí está el tema. Las organizaciones también están viendo este match. Bueno, no todos saben, pero algunos sabemos que hay organizaciones que han estado pendientes a este enfrentamiento porque una organización puede tomar la decisión de que, por ejemplo, ¿no? Yo tengo a tal equipo y tal equipo ya no va a Brasil. Entonces suelto a ese equipo que no va a Brasil y contrato a un equipo que sí ha ido a Brasil. O que sí va a ir a Brasil. Y eso es lo que iba a pasar si es que Darreyex ganaba. Y ahorita acaban de perder contrato. Muy probablemente se queden sin contrato unos 6 meses o 3 meses más. Hasta que empiece el Mundial, ¿no? El Mundial, la fase 4. Y hay una organización grande que tampoco ustedes no creo que sepan algunos. Hay una organización grande que está en la mira de Seminal, pero muy grande, ¿eh? Que cuando ustedes digan, wow, esa organización va a entrar al COD. Hay una organización que está en la mira de Seminal y Darreyex. Y querían ver quién iba a ganar el día de hoy. Y al final ni siquiera van a ver a esos dos equipos en la gran final. Ahora el tema es qué tan buena gran final nos podrá dar Team Mayhem contra Seminal. Ayer, la final que vimos ayer entre Darreyex y Seminal fue la mejor partida que hemos visto en toda la SPS Masters DNA. Pero la de hoy no sé, ¿cuántos cambios se pueden hacer? En el Mundial, antes de la presencial, se pueden hacer 2 cambios. Con las justificaciones necesarias, se pueden hacer 2 cambios. Ahora, Team Mayhem va a cambiar jugadores. Yo metería a Envy, a Team Mayhem, si quiero tener un buen desempeño en la presencial de Brasil. Definitivamente. O sea, a Envy lo metería o a Seminal o a Team Mayhem. De todas maneras, es un jugador demasiado bueno. Demasiado bueno. Si Team Mayhem o Seminal no aprovecha a Envy, sería un desperdicio de jugador muy grande. Muy grande. Pero también está el tema de las amistades, ¿no? Tener que sacar a uno de tu equipo, decirle, brother, hasta aquí nomás. Está el tema de la sinergia, quién se lleva bien con quién. Pero es que la calidad de jugador que es Envy, hermano, le va a aumentar nivel a Seminal o le va a aumentar nivel a Team Mayhem. Veas por donde lo veas. Veas por donde lo veas. Pero luego viene el tema emocional, las amistades. Ya Envy se salió de Seminal y ahora que no clasificaste quieres volver. Cosas, ¿no? Cosas que pasarán, pues. ¿A quién sentarías de Team Mayhem para meter a Envy? A cualquiera, hermano. Envy es mejor que cualquiera de los que están ahí, ya lo he dicho antes. Menos no tocaría a Kings, que está jugando de manera increíble. Pero Envy es mejor que cualquiera, hermano. Es como me preguntes, ¿a quién sacarías para meter a Lucasín, pues a cualquiera, hermano. Lucasín, así le das una lechuga, igual va a matar con la lechuga en la mano. A Kings no lo tocaría. Bueno, ya veremos si habrán cambios en los equipos para la presencial de Brasil. Revalo es un excelente talento. Envy es un espectacular talento que si no lo meten en algún equipo que está en la presencial de Brasil sería un desperdicio increíble. Increíble. Envy por Vanet. Lo que pasa es que Vanet es SMG. Es su fusil y Envy no.
The fact that they went in the first 2 maps and looked so poor against Truly. And then, I was about to say Amir a couple of hours later. It's been like a few hours, if anything.
Kings ya llevaba un mes o 2 meses jugando muy bien. Eso ya lo saben.
Grand final against Seminoles. I would have called you crazy, Lauren, had you suggested that this would happen.
Mayhem just showed up ready to play today.
No, aquí iniciativas no los tocaría, la verdad.
What happened? I mean, to be fair, Truly looked phenomenal in the first match.
Yo creo que sacaría a Cartels o
Then we come back and you see this insane back and forth with Rejects, where it looked like it might be going Rejects' way. Kings unstoppable.
Por Cartels o Jesus. Más por Cartels, que siento que su rol es como que X, porque Jesus el día de hoy jugó muy bien OBJ.
Now we should start playing COD Mobile, and apparently they figured out everything COD Mobile related at the perfect time, and they take down a Rejects team.
Y mira, Cartels es AR-SMG. Tiene ese rol. Así que podría entrar por Cartels, Envy, como AR-SMG. En cambio, Jesus es SMG y Heavy. Puede usar su fusil, escopeta y ametralladora ligera.
Yeah. That's the way you said that. Yeah. I mean, like, I guess it's a fair point, right? Seminole, I think, are not the kind of roster to fall foul to kind of the coldness of waiting around in the grand final. They're going to be coming in hot regardless.
Ahora donas maná, Abril.
But honestly, I feel like the momentum that Mayhem are going to have from those last
Tu Dream Team Latam 2024, ¿cuál sería? Lucasín en Galleries.
Kind of felt back in Europe as well. It feels as if this roster is on a real high right now. And then granted, they still had a kind of fight tooth and nail versus Truly and Rejects. And granted, obviously, those rosters made mistakes versus them as well. But Mayhem
Jesus y Cartels fuera, Revalo y Envy dentro. Se vienen los muchachones. Se vienen los muchachones ahora.
They're gonna need it versus Seminole because this roster is lights out.
¿Quién diría que se quedaba? Pues Tectonic debe ser el capitán, por eso tiene otro tipo de... Ah, no, es su playera de él, no es la de Luminosity. Pensé que le habían dado una playera negra de Luminosity a él por ser capitán, pero no.
feel as if they'd probably be a little bit happier about the situation coming into this. I think they know they've won up against Rejects, and again, it's no disrespect to Mayhem, but
una final inesperada.
Ya
si ahora gana Team Mayhem, ya sé.
You know, yesterday we had a game go all the way to a map number 5, a close search and
Sería
destroy.
loco, ¿no?
Now you don't have to play them in that grand final. You don't have to worry about any
Seminal
previous
versus
games
Team
that went
Mayhem.
on. Mayhem
Gran final SPS Masters NA. Extra queda eliminado y no viajará ahora. Qué fuerte noticia. Qué fuerte e inesperada noticia.
Last year, okay, PAX West, we got to see these two teams face off. It was still LG back then. Talk to me about what happened.
It was a really good match, and to be fair, it was the exact same scenario as well, where LG, now Seminole, was coming into the grand finals with that map advantage. There were so many maps in that series that Team Mayhem were maybe 1-2 mistakes away from taking the map and forcing a map 7, and especially with the dominance
pensar que Truly pudo eliminar a Mayhem. Mira tú, si Truly le ganaba a Mayhem, probablemente Darrell le ganaba 3-0 a Truly. Así es la vida, hermano. Así es la vida. Una gran final inesperada.
But they've definitely shown a lot of improvement, I would say, throughout the day today.
I mean, we've had all these storylines of when these teams have faced off before against each other, new iterations, whether that's in rosters or in
Oye,
logos
¿verdad?
and team
AORAF.
names.
Lo que pasa
And this
con
is going to be a
AORAF es
great
que
way
es
to
su
close
fusil
out
también.
the day and this entire
¿Cómo
challenge
metes a Envy
season
por AORAF?
for NA. It'll be interesting to see what these squads bring to the table now when it comes to the map veto, because that'll give us some additional information when it comes to how this matchup could potentially go as well. So we'll start talking about them, starting off on the takeoff.
And Arsenal's going to be in there as well if they can get to it, especially for Mayhem.
Un mal día de solo jodió a todo Reyes. Sí, cuando no aparecen las estrellas.
Really did turn it on towards the latter stages of that Hardpoint, obviously after a bad start.
A Inco Gaming también un mal día de Lucasín, ya olvídate. A Engallery un mal día de Mija o de Foki o de Henricat es fatal también. No todos los días a veces son estables en el competitivo para los jugadores.
I guess we'll kind of see what happens as we get into that one. Seminole are good on everything.
¿Cuál es tu pregunta seria, Fío?
That we had regarding Kings over in Europe early on in kind of the regular season, where it's like
bueno, sí,
Seminole have
AORAF
such a wide map pool. They don't really
Carters,
have
¿no? Son los que menos se han desempeñado. Y ya que ellos vean cómo arreglan los roles. Pero bueno, ya ellos verán si meten a Envy o no. Si quieren ser mejor equipo, definitivamente tienen que aprovechar a Envy. Desaprovechar a Envy y que no juegue ni en Seminole ni en Team Mayhem sería un delito completamente. Voy, Dani.
Hippo has said before the LG feel very, very confident on. Didn't really expect that Team Mayhem would be as strong as they were going up against Rejects on that map. So the fact that you have two S&D maps in this best of 7 that you have already won so far today, I would say is a solid sign for them.
Yeah, for sure. Seminole are just so good on Express as well. We saw that yesterday versus Rejects, where they just completely dominated on them. So to see it there for a final map is good for them. And then to the control, they can't escape a crossroads strike here. It's going to be good to have it here in our grand final. And of course, it wouldn't be a Call of Duty Mobile matchup without a raid. I think that crossroads is going to be good here for Mayhem. They're actually okay at it at points. They've been getting better at it. They weren't good at it to begin with, but I think we've been seeing improvements in that map mode combination since then. So we're going to see whether or
Vamos a hablar entonces de la gran final ya rapidísimo. El Pick Ban ya está hecho. Estoy viendo acá que la producción está modificándome el Excel. Es un mejor de 7, es distinto. Ok, es mejor de 7 la gran final. Y tengo por acá, Seminole escogió jugar Hardpoint en Takeoff. Team Mayhem escogió jugar BID en Meltdown. El primer control se va a jugar en Crossroads, escogido por Seminole. El cuarto mapa, un Hardpoint, se jugará Team Mayhem Arsenal. Y luego jugaríamos sexto mapa, un control en Raid. Perdón, quinto mapa, BID en Express, elegido por Seminole, que lo están jugando muy bien. Entiendo por qué ahora han escogido BID en Express. Y cerraríamos con un control en Raid, escogido por Team Mayhem. Eso va a ser. Así se va a definir. Marianito, ¿cómo estás? Todo tiempo sin verte, te quiero mucho más. Espero que estés bien. Espero que te esté viendo súper bien. Mi rulito bonita. Con lo que pasó en la Champs del año pasado, Gallery ya tiene que ponerse serios y no confiarse. Así como jugaron, tienen que jugar los playoffs. Hermano, después de lo que acabamos de ver, que a mí me ha dejado completamente en shock, Gallery tiene que... O sea, Gallery... Yo sé que Gallery está viendo esto acá. Y ellos dicen, uy, pues, mira tú, cualquier cosa puede pasar, hemos quedado, pero que podemos quedar fuera también, así que cuidado. Bien con COVID, por eso me dedico a ver a mis streamers. Okay. Vamos a la gran final, chicos. ¿La casteo? ¿Quieren que la castee? ¿O la comentamos? Ustedes me dirán. A ver, no leí la pregunta de Fío. En YouTube andan como locos.
I think
En YouTube
definitely
andan
you
como
give
los
the edge
tíos.
to Seminole. There's no reason you wouldn't give the edge to Seminole in any match that you're going to
Brian,
see
te
in North
cuento un
America,
secreto del
because
competi
they
que tú
are
no
the
sabes. A
only
ver,
team
Open,
that has
sorprende.
remained consistent at the top basically ever
Más,
since the
Brian, vengo
start
llegando
of
por el trabajo.
2022,
Están
back when
usando
they were
CX9. ¿Qué
Luminosity.
opinas del arma? Están usando
I guess it was
CX9. De hecho,
23, yeah.
mira el pineado. Hay
different
como 40
players,
pineados, hermano.
they're different team, same players. You know.
A ver, Tectónico se sintió en la... ¿Qué? ¿En la amenaza?
Look, we've got a hype grand final ahead of us. Hopefully we can
¿Cuál
live
fue
up
la
to it
pregunta de
again.
Fío? Que no la leí, se me
Seminole have
perdió.
been waiting in the wings for a very long time, and I'd imagine
La
they've been
GKS de solo los dejó
surprised
sin
by how this has
viajecito a
gone so
Brasil,
far.
dice.
I don't think they will be expecting whatsoever to have faced Mayhem here in this grand final, given how many times they played against rejects, how many times they prepared for
Brian,
that
¿crees que
matchup.
sería mejor para
And I
NA
think
que si el
that's
roster de Seminole se separara y
what
formaran
they were
otros
ready
equipos y
for,
ayudaran a crecer el
that
combate de NA?
Rejects
No.
rematch. Now they get something entirely different, and I do wonder to a certain extent how much preparation would have
Si eso
gone
pasa, se muere el
into a
competitivo de
respective
NA.
matchup versus Mayhem, right? Is there a bit of scrambling going on in the Seminole camp at the moment to try and figure out, right, how do we play this one because we didn't quite expect
No la
this
leas,
to
qué
be the opponent
vergüenza.
we
Pero
faced.
¿cuál es la
Yeah, and
duda?
I think especially with the fact that Mayhem have been able to take
Todo
maps
porque
today
están
that you
chinitos los
typically
dos,
wouldn't expect them to
entonces.
take, whether that be against Truly or up against that reject squad. It does throw some curveballs at you because even
¿Banet
if
es
you
el
have
hijo de
done the
Hipo
proper
real o es Poda?
preparation coming into
Pregunta
this one
seria.
as far as what you would normally
ya
ban
te
up
leí.
against them, there may be things that you're seeing that give you
No, no
cause
es
for
su hijo
concern.
real.
And like we said, they get 2 search and destroy maps
Es
through
bromis.
that they have already
¿Cómo
won
crees?
on the day
¿Cómo
today.
crees?
So obviously, if you're Seminole, likely you are going to make those picks largely
Hoy
based
no
on your
apareció
strengths
solo,
rather than what you've seen out of
lamentablemente,
Mayhem. You
cracks.
don't want to make last-minute decisions that you might end up regretting.
Castea.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I think these last couple of series will tell them a lot about how
A
Mayhem
Raf no lo
playing
saca
right now.
nadie.
Mayhem have been on
Yo creo que
fire,
Envy saca a
and they
cualquiera
have
de
to
Team
keep those
Mayhem,
fires
hermano.
alight here as we get into the grand final, folks. All of it, the entire season of the Snapdragon Pro Series has led to this. Seminole
¡Listo!
versus Team Mayhem.
Este
One of
quiere
them
casteo,
will walk
vamos a
away
darle casteo,
champions here
entonces
in North America.
pongámonos por aquí en pantalla de caster, muteemos eso de aquí. Ahora sí, arranca el Hardpoint número 1, gran final SPS Master Norteamérica. Ambos equipos ya están en Brasil clasificados a la presencial de la primera SPS Masters de codmobile. Vamos a ver qué sucede ahora en Team Making, que acaba de darnos la sorpresa ganándole el equipo de la Reyex 3-1 en la final. Loser Bracket avanza a la gran final contra Seminole. Seminole tiene un mapa a su favor por venir de la Winner Bracket, y ahora Team Mayhem tiene el reto complicado de ganarle al Titán, al top 1 de Norteamérica. Vamos a ver qué sucede. Ellos Raf jugando VA, justamente del que hablábamos. Ellos Raf y Cartels, según el chat y según nosotros, están en la cuerda floja porque Envy podría quitarles el lugar. Vamos a ver si dominan ahora. Vamos a ver si contra Seminole destacan, ¿ok? Porque Envy ya demostró que le puede hacer más de 50 kills a todo el equipo de Seminole y puede quedar con mejores estadísticas que Tectonic. Ya lo demostró el día de ayer. Vamos a ver si los jugadores en cuestión, como ellos Raf, Cartels y Jesus, pueden destacarse igual que Envy, y a ver si podrían haber cambios o no para la presencial. A Kings y a T-Bag no los tocaría. Yo creo que andan en un nivel bastante interesante. Vámonos con la acción entonces. DRH sin cargador de daño por parte de Washi. Atento para que Washi, que anda jugando muy bien en la DRH, ha bufeado a jugadores como Revalo y también a Washi, que ya es excelente sniper y ahora está haciendo un excelente AR también. Se trepó en la pared Kings, doble kill. Anda imparable el señor Kings, por eso nadie lo tiene que tocar al señor. Anda con un aim de dioses. Atento para que te iba jugando VA también, 45-24. Este mapa lo escogió el equipo de Seminole. Ya sabemos que es su mapa favorito, ¿no? Takeoff siempre ha sido el mapa favorito de los chicos de Seminole, pero lo está ganando solamente el equipo de Team Mayhem. Vamos a ver qué pasa. Atento por aquí. Mejor de 7 tenemos la gran final, pero Seminole empieza ganando el primer mapa por venir de la Winner Bracket. Team Mayhem nos puede dar la sorpresita el día de hoy, ya veremos. Aeraf con el nivelador atento. Cartels también controlando de manera espectacular el mapa, Dios mío. Este Team Mayhem nos sorprende a todos. Washi sorprendido por Kings. Atento por aquí T-Bag. Hay uno por aquí que Tectonic. Frenado por T-Bag. Lleva T-Bag también por aquí. Ojito Bake. Doble kill por parte de Bake. Se mete Seminole al punto ahora. Llegan los droncitos por aquí. Cae ahora el nivelador en manos de Activas cae en manos del señor Washi. Tectónica ahí que se viene más. Perfecto. Quieren atacar al punto 50. Carlos atento. Hay purificador de parte de BryanT. Cae BryanT en manos del señor Activas. Vega atento. Se queda con el punto. 20 segundos más para aprovechar, los cuales pueden sumar para acercarse lo suficiente necesario al marcador de Team Mayhem. Team Mayhem ya rotó al siguiente punto. Le vendieron 25 segundos o 20 segundos de scraps al equipo de Seminal solamente por asegurar el próximo Hardpoint. Vamos a ver si vale la pena esa regalada de más de 20 segundos que acabamos de ver. Carter, bien, qué buen setup por parte de Team Mayhem, Buen setup por parte de Team Mayhem, pero es Seminal del que estamos hablando. Es Seminal, mira el timing de Washi para adivinar el respawn solamente viendo su minimapa. Ya sabían por dónde le venía el rival. Excelente el conocimiento de respawn que tienen los jugadores solamente viendo su minimapa. Vega atento. Acción con Kings. Cae ahí la aniquiladora. Vega anda on fire el día de hoy. Carter que lo frena. Y ahora atento. Se queda con el Harp en el equipo de Team Mayhem, sumando puntos y alejándose del marcador del equipo de Seminal. Atento de Ralph. Va llegando por aquí el señor Rojito ahí con el Puri. Washi esperando con el prefire. Igualmente se lo lleva el señor Carter. Se mete el equipo de Seminal. Vuelve al Harp en el equipo de Team Mayhem. La pelea está ahí. Hay horas que llega rapidísimo. Tivas que pelea. Gana esa gonfa contra Tectonic. Llega Carter también. Carter por la parte de medio. Se queda con el scrap el equipo de Team Mayhem. 40 segundos de diferencia. Nuevamente a favor. 41 horas. 40 nuevamente, perfecto. Reducimos la diferencia a 39 puntos a favor del equipo de Team Mayhem. Está superior, nos puede sorprender el día de hoy de Team Mayhem. De la nada, de un día para otro, Team Mayhem acaba de agarrar un poder increíble y puede llevarse. Está peleando ahora el top 1 de Norteamérica. Ambos ya están en Brasil, pero es importante ingresar a la presencial de Brasil siendo el top 1 de tu región para poder escoger los mapas primero en el Pick Ban también, y eso lo veremos luego. Y vamos a ver qué sucede entonces. Y baja atento. Se mete al Harp en el equipo de Team Mayhem. Seminal, no sé si ustedes lo ven, yo lo siento igual que el equipo de la Reyex, jugando poco OVA, mientras que el equipo de Team Mayhem está muy OVA. Si tiene que aprovechar unos cuantos segundos del Hardpoint del medio, que es el más difícil de defender, Team Mayhem lo hace. Pero recordemos que estamos hablando de Seminal. Seminal es uno de los equipos que puede estar perdiendo y en cualquier momento se adapta a la partida y empieza a encontrar tus errores, los errores de ellos mismos y corregirlos. Cuidado ahí. Cuidado ahí. A ver qué sucede. Cartel, Ralph y el señor Jesus. 3 jugadores que hemos dicho que podrían salir en lugar de Envy. Envy ya demostró poder hacerle más de 50 kills a Seminal. Veremos quién demuestra aquí por parte de Team Mayhem que merece continuar. Vamos a ver. Atento con Washi. Se mete todo Seminal ahora sí. Seminal empezó a jugar OBJ ahora. Termina limpiando con el nivelador y su movilidad clásica. Tectonic pierde contra Cartel. Es el nivelador que da poderes. Atento ahora Jesus también. Team Mayhem está jugando de manera espectacular. Sacaron nivelador, ahora sacaron halcón también. Va llegando por la espalda ahora. Seminal intentando jugar en conjunto. No pueden frenar a Jesus y su CX9. Vamos a ver, están todos los chicos de Seminal dentro del punto. Son 4 jugadores ahí, increíble. Estoy hablando por aquí Jesus. Increíble lo del equipo de Team Mayhem. Están jugando de manera grupal espectacularmente. Seminal también ve que debe ser rapidísimo. Solamente se llevan los scraps los chicos de Seminal. Team Mayhem nuevamente con otra rotación anticipada. Dios mío. Ambos equipos dándolo todo. Este es competitivo. Estos son los 2 mejores equipos de Norteamérica el día de hoy. Aparece por aquí Cartel también. Washi atento. Cartels, doble kill. Se me queda trabadito por aquí Tectonic, que no perdona el error. 15 atento. Primera baja, busca la segunda. Lo tiene la mira, conecta la segunda, le sube otro. ¿Se lo esperaba o no, Kings? ¿Se lo esperaba o no, Kings? Cartels aniquilando bastante bien, perfecto. 15 nada más. Sigue avanzando por aquí Kings, perfecto. Cae en manos de Marchi. Y sus atentos, sigue sumando puntos el equipo de Team Mayhem. Seminal con el ingreso grupal clásico de ellos mismos. Es imposible para Team Mayhem aguantar esa presión de gunfight y de operadores por parte del equipo de Team Mayhem. Por parte del equipo de Seminal, perdón. ¡Ay! War Machine por parte de Tiva. Va a limpiar. Washi que no perdona. Carter que va entrando. Bay que aparece rápido también para llevarse todos los scraps. Se va acercando poco a poco al equipo de Seminal. Rotemos el Hardpoint número 4. Ahora 15 atento por la parte de medio. 15 con deslizado. Se termina deleteando a Tectonic. Ya se tapió el siguiente Hardpoint en el equipo de Team Mayhem. BryanT que va a sacar el purificador en cualquier momento. Se mete Marchi. Atento por aquí. Y Raf con la Fennec. BryanT también atento. Vamos a ver qué hacen los chicos. Atento Tectonic. Quiere entrar. Raf en la parte de arriba. Ya lo vio. Ya lo vio. No puede escapar. Se va a meter el nivelador. Counter tenía purificador. No llegó perfecto. Carter con la triple kill ahí con el purificador, haciendo bastante daño. Quema todo el mundo otra vez. 38 kills de parte de Carter. Predator ahora para llevarse a otro más. Había Trophy. Raf atento. Espera el ingreso del señor BryanT. El prefire por parte de Carter. Lleva en las conmociones. Y Raf puede ser la sorpresita. Puede ser la sorpresita. Dejó tocado el purificador. Excelente. Le queda otro más. Saca la pistola. Marche que lo pone rapidísimo. Hay acción. El equipo de Team Mayhem casi que duplica el marcador del equipo de Seminal. Sigue Raf, acción por aquí, ve que se lleva los scraps nuevamente. Hizo que decide no pelear, se enfoca en el siguiente Hardpoint y va a esperar que el señor Bay salga del Hardpoint número 4. Droncito por parte de Wash y ahora sigue la acción por aquí con BryanT. Atento por aquí, lo estaba esperando muy bien Carter. Y sus atentos, se va a infiltrar rápido para Azul. Conecta muy bien esa baja contra Bay. Está simplemente dominando el mapa el equipo de Team Mayhem. En el mapa que Seminal escogió es Team Mayhem el día de hoy. Un Team Mayhem completamente distinto. Un Team Mayhem que no veíamos hace meses. Está apareciendo el día de hoy para darle pelea en su propio mapa al equipo de Seminal. Tío por aquí Kings. Peletea a pesar del headlich. Kings con la doble kill en la parte de azul. El cameraman se vuelve loquísimo. No sabe a quién va a enfocar. Y por aquí Jesus, 20 kills por parte de Jesus. Pocas bajas, pero jugando OBJ el señor. Igual que contra The Reyes. Ya entendió la manera de cómo jugar este Hardpoint. El equipo del Team Mayhem. Va por aquí T-Bag. Sigue aniquilando el T-Bag. Excelente, 34 kills. Peleando por aquí. Los más flojitos del equipo. Por ahora, el señor Jesus y el señor Raf hasta el momento. Vamos a ver qué sucede. Recordar que cuando Blur estaba, Jesus era suplente. Al Blur retirarse del equipo o que lo expulsaron del equipo, Jesus se ve obligado a jugar nuevamente como titular. Y está haciéndolo bastante bien de OBJ, claramente. Vamos a ver qué sucede. Vamos a ver qué sucede con la aniquiladora de Washi, el sniper main del equipo, mejor sniper de Norteamérica. Sale y vuelve. Van a que entrar por la espalda. Kings que sacó la aniquiladora también. Y también el War Machine. Cuidado con la War Machine. Cuidado con la War Machine. War Machine de regreso, pero Tiva gana esa gunfight. Carter que va llegando y el por parte de Jesus. Puede ser todo. Puede ser que Seminal pierda un Hardpoint contra el equipo de Team Mayhem, que hoy anda completamente distinto. Este es otro equipo. Ven que quiere entrar. Y ahora que se le impide. Va llegando por aquí Jesus también. El trabajo de OBJ del equipo de Team Mayhem es simplemente impecable. Primer mapa para los chicos. Wow. Lo que acabamos de ver, cracks. Lo que acabamos de ver, Team Mayhem está irreconocible el día de hoy. Irreconocible el día de hoy el equipo de Team Mayhem.
I won't say unexpected at this point because you can't kind of throw the expectations out the window with the performance that we saw at Mayhem up against Rejects, but man, to tie up the series off the start of this one, it looks like we're in for a good one.
Yeah, for sure. What a way to start the series for Mayhem on the whole. Just great performances all around. You were calling out the ARs pretty consistently throughout that one, and for good reason. They were constantly performing at their top level. Pretty much everybody across the board is. And I want to say, generally speaking, I think Cartels is a player that maybe has quiet games every so often.
En el propio mapa que el equipo de Seminal escogió, le acaba de ganar Team Mayhem simplemente jugando mejor con Teamplay, pero enfocado en el Hardpoint, enfocado en el punto. ¿Ok?
It felt like every single time that Mayhem had an operator on the board, it was being used to great effect. They were doing so well at
Vamos a ver
Seminal out of these hills with these
las estadísticas. Quiero verlas. Estaba con delay, me parece. Creo que estaba viendo otro enfrentamiento. Estaba viendo la transmisión oficial. Estaba casteando la transmisión oficial, pero yo les estaba compartiendo la transmisión que me dio la producción de la SL, que tiene menos delay. Ya para la próxima lo voy a arreglar. Sorry que cuando casteo no voy a estar viendo mi WhatsApp, no voy a estar viendo nada de eso, por eso no respondí, ¿no? Obviamente, no me estén diciendo, Brian, no leíste ni nada, pues no, porque estoy casteando. Ahí tenemos Tiva, Cartel, Jeans, Intocables. La pregunta, la duda, viene entre ARF y Jesus, ¿no? Cartel acaba de salir de nuestras bocas, acaba de cerrarnos las boquitas y dice, no, a mí no me van a sacar, yo estoy jugando bien. Contra Seminal, por lo menos en el primer mapa. Lo de Seminal, lo que estamos viendo a la derecha, es completamente irreconocible. Todos negativos. ¿Qué comió Team Mayhem el día de hoy? Ninguno llegó ni a 30 kills. Nunca visto con Seminal en un torneo oficial. Ni cuando eran Luminosity, ni cuando eran nada. Wow. Todos negativos. Ni Tectonic pudo destacarse ante el gran trabajo de OBJ grupal que hizo el equipo de Team Mayhem. Lo peor de todo es que el mapa lo escogió el equipo de Seminal. Y es el mapa favorito de Seminal desde hace meses. Voy a crear la encuesta. Gracias por avisarme ahí, hermanito. ¿Quién fue? Slatis. Muchas gracias, hermanito. Jesus era suplente. Jesus era suplente, por eso lo recalqué. Por eso lo recalqué en el casteo. Porque él era suplente, pero como OBJ pues está dándolo todo. No, él está haciendo lo que puede. Un Envy en lugar de Jesus haría de Team Mayhem un equipo que da miedo, ¿no? Vámonos al siguiente mapa, crack. Prometo ahora sí configurar bien esta vaina. Que yo creo que este mapa, la verdad, vamos a verlo así. Vamos a verlo así con el casteo de los chicos, porque es Veide, es más tranquilo. Vamos a ver entonces. ¿Por qué van 1-1? Porque Seminal viene de la winner bracket y tiene un mapa de ventaja al empezar el mejor de 7. Ya lo explicamos antes también con Europa, ¿eh? Este mapa le escogió Team Mayhem. Creo que todos sabemos por qué Team Mayhem le escogió este mapa a Luminosity, ¿no? Le trae malos recuerdos, dicen por ahí. Recuerdos de Vietnam para Becky Bannett, dice Selby. Pero en la fase de grupos, cabe recalcar que en la fase de grupos le intentaron hacer lo mismo a Seminal, escogerle Meltdown para recordarle el 7-0 que le metió Godlike. Pero terminó ganando los Seminal. Así que, ojo ahí. Puede ser un poquito de que sí, un poquito de que no. Mira el Seminal. Mira Seminal cómo está jugando juntos. Seminal es un equipo, y justamente lo demostró ayer, lo que voy a decir ahorita. Seminal es un equipo que cuando tú le ganas un mapa y le das 2 semanas, como se la dieron ahorita, va a volver a jugarte ese mapa 2 semanas después y lo vas a ver jugar mejor que tú. Lo demostró el día de ayer con Express BD, donde Darreyex quedó en ridículo al elegir ese mapa porque Seminal lo dejó 7-2, pero rondas completamente locas. Era increíble cómo tenían leído el juego de Darreyes el día de ayer. Completamente diferente a la fase de grupos, donde Seminal no se esperaba jugar Express y Darreyes ganó 7-2. Pero ayer el 7-2 fue a favor de Seminal. En la fase de grupos me parece que Darreyes o Team Mayhem le escogió Meltdown a Seminal, pero Seminal terminó ganándolo y Banner terminó siendo el más killer de la partida incluso. Así que vamos a ver qué pasa. Vamos a ver qué pasa. 1v1. 1v1. Movilidad de Raf. Presiona a Marshi, que se quedó paradito. Paradito lo dejaron a Marshi. Andan crecidos los chicos de Team Mayhem, Ellos, Raf, le saltó a Marshi como si fuera una gata, literalmente. Y Marshi se quedó paradito. Vega haciendo body shot como que si la partida pasada no se fue 26-40, dice. Así son, porque... Bueno, esto ya lo hemos visto un montón de veces, chicos. Cuando Seminal pierde un mapa, en el siguiente mapa te ganan una ronda y te van a hacer tiba. ¿Por qué? Porque saben que tú estás con un mental superior y te lo van a querer reducir de una. Nunca Seminal va a dejar que te crezcas por encima de ellos. Pueden haber perdido el primer mapa, pero te van a seguir jugando el mental mapa tras mapa. Eso ya lo hemos visto antes. Cualquier oportunidad que Seminal tenga de bajarle la motivación a Team Mayhem, lo van a hacer. Con Godlike no pudieron porque no pudieron ganarle ni una ronda, ¿no? Y eso es lo que tiene que buscar Team Mayhem. Presionar, presionar y presionar y no dejar de presionar. Ay, está complicado aquí, Uy, complicadito. Ese setup de Seminal, los tres en esa casita, indica que no tienen ganas de perder, claramente. Aseguraron, solamente quedaba Jesus, Tampoco era para que se la vivan así, pero lo entiendo, quieren ganar. Blur ya no hace parte de Team Mayhem, según me dijeron, Rafael. Lo sacaron del equipo por problemas personales que él tenía, o actitudes personales, mejor dicho.
The laser from Raf should give some
Poco
information away. So
profesionalismo.
Vague looking to cook a nade right here, and now in a tough spot, but he's got
Buena
somebody
granadita
in
que
there
dejó.
to help, but Vague's gonna find both anyway.
Completely both this round wide open here for
Y
Seminal.
no se la comió Vague.
Now in a 5 versus 2. And Mayhem haven't really made much progression whatsoever with the bomb as well. They are fully stuck inside the offensive spawn. Should be said that Seminal, to be fair, are pretty well bunched up here, so an opportunity, but well, she's going to get some bad timing against Kings, so maybe an opportunity to at least take one player down for Kings. That has to connect with a shot though, and just is whiffing against Tectonic on
Recordar que
site as well. I
Kings
don't think
es
he's
muy
actually aware of the
bueno
fact that Washi's up top
jugando y
as well.
también con
Yeah,
sniper,
Washi's going to punish him for it. Cartels 1v5. Good luck, have fun, my friends.
Ahí está
Out
Seminal
around like that.
en el mapa con el cual tuvo pesadillas un par de semanas, yo diría.
The fact that they're down by a round, but it's that they're down by a round. And this is their offensive half. This has been where they have typically looked much more dominant. So now you head into the final round of the half feeling like it's an absolute must-win right here, especially given the struggles they had. Raf's going to be able to open that one up, but once again, it's Vague there for the trade. And the damage has been done early. That's an absolute must-have for this Seminole squad. Tectonic finds another onto Jesus. The bomb's still in hand, but Vague lurking around that corner, and he's going to be able to shut down another as now Cartels all alone.
It's just so
Se me
easy to
desinfló
say
Team
this,
Mayhem.
R9 in hand. Not a chance for Teabag there. Cartels
De nuevo
really
se meten
still
a la
bomb in
casa.
hand, but this is the
Mira,
exact
ves que se
same
han
look once
practicado.
again here. Seminole
Sí han
just gonna bunch
practicado
up
estrategia.
towards this building.
Se meten en esta casa cuando quedan así, un 1 versus 3, un 1 versus 2, un 1 versus 4. Y listo, esperan que el otro caiga en la trampa.
in any chapter. Cartel's down for the count as we switch sides.
Me gusta que hayan entrenado este mapa, la verdad.
For the large part there, Bobby,
Siempre cada derrota de Seminal la usan para entrenar ese mapa y convertirse en buenos jugando ese mapa.
Yeah. We'll see if Mayhem have
Y eso
been
es
able to
trabajo
make
del
any
coach también.
adjustments based on what they saw last time around. I think it was earlier today up against Truly on this same map. It is going to be Seminole pushing up heavily toward that B side right here, and one player taken down early, Washi.
Washi es imparable, Washi sigue siendo la primera baja en cada una de las rondas.
If he can somehow bait one of these Seminole players into over-aggressing, maybe an opportunity to find a kill, but once again, they sit back, they wait for the opportune moment, and it looks like it's going to be Mayhem forced to make the first move. Smokes do go out, so maybe an opportunity to find some inroads from the mid-map, but they've got to be clean as can be right here.
Jesus Save's going to open up proceedings with the first kill, but trade right back out for a Tectonic. Cartel's on the site, though. Might well blow it wide open.
Gran final SPS
for
Masters.
another one. And all of a sudden, the situation flips completely on his head. Marshy with the R9 could still defend this site, but the shots need to connect a little better than that. And Mayhem getting a little bit confident now. Extra bullets in the body here. They want to fire right back at Seminole.
Seems there's no love lost between these two teams. Very
¿Por qué hablan
early
tanto
in
del
the
anclado?
matchup,
Voy a ver
letting
los
them
anclados,
know.
hermano, que a veces...
And that's definitely a great sign for Mayhem, given the struggles that they had up against a Truly squad that previously they had been able to handle so easily in Search and Destroy. So this time, it's going to be two players sent toward the A side. Kings forced back, and best he can do right now is just try to save his life. Obviously, the bomb is going to go down there on B. Shots do go across, but Washi continues to not miss a bullet, make it a two-piece for him. One more player on the flank, but two shut down early is going to make this a nightmare of a retake for this Mayhem squad.
Oh, nice drop shot from Cartels, though.
Anclen el grupo de WhatsApp público, chicos. Ya saben que el grupo de WhatsApp se abre cada vez que no estamos en stream, se cierra cuando estamos en stream.
Down to Washi. Why on earth
Lo anclo yo, no se
Can we just get
preocupen.
like a dedicated Washi cam, please? He's on like 11 kills right now. He's having a phenomenal game.
He is on straight demon time, and that's one of the things when you get a sniper that is that much stronger, like the sniper in the Tundra, that's that much stronger than every other sniper, and then you have the skill gap of somebody like Washi who can just quick scope for days. It's going to make
Ya
him
hemos cambiado de
that much
bando.
more
En la
lethal.
anterior ronda defiende ahora
showing
Team
it
Nation,
right
ataca el
here
equipo de Seminal.
Nearly took down
Washi es el
another Team
mejor
Mayhem
sniper de
player.
Norteamérica, lo
Trying to
demostró
find
el día
info,
de
it's gonna
ayer
be
contra
Kings
la
finding first
Reyes.
blood.
Lo sigue demostrando el día de
Make
hoy.
things relatively difficult for
Ahí
Seminole
está la
here and getting
clase de
this
la
bomb down.
tundra,
They
si la
want
quieren
another kill
usar.
ideally before doing so, and they want to deal with Kings.
Ahí está el
Who is up
código
close
del
and
arma.
personal on site. Also another flanking player to contend with here, Cartels, who yeah, the audio cue, but Cartels are going to win the gunfight regardless. Trade is good for Vague, but even that is beneficial here for Team Mayhem, as now they've got the information to work with. Numbers in their favor as
Yo
well.
creo que Team Nation tiene que buscar ganar este VIVO porque el control de Seminal sigue siendo el mejor control de Norteamérica. Y ahí se le va a complicar la vida. Quedan Washi y Bay, que son muy astutos, son muy astutos y muy traviesos. Así que Team Nation tiene que estar muy atento a lo que va a hacer.
He and Washi combined for 20, so if you're Seminole, you're not too mad about the players you got remaining. Very,
No sé quién creó
very
ese
slow
comando de la
approach
tundra,
right
pero
here.
gracias.
The Mayhem
Y es
players
que es esa clase.
just lurking, hoping to
Faltó
find an
ponerle
easy
comas
pick
nomás,
right
¿no?
here. Looks like Vague's going to lurk through the bottom side of mid right here and see if he's afforded any
Ahí se encontraron en
information,
medio.
but you hear the shots out of Washi, and finally he's going to miss a bullet. Vague not going to, but 1 HP
A una balita se escapó
traded
Vague.
easily right there, but
A una
nobody
balita
goes
se
to
escapó
chase.
Vague.
How on earth has Vague gotten away with that one? The escape plan surely not going to work a second time, though.
Nice.
Kings will punish this
Todavía hay
time
pelea,
around.
todavía hay pelea.
Seminole, they tried it. 2 versus 3, route for the middle of the map.
Todavía hay
But it
pelea,
was
cracks.
not
No
the right
olviden
choice
dejar el
in the
like
end.
en la transmisión
Mayhem
de YouTube, chicos.
Ever
Dejen
so
ese
slightly
like.
trailing them here.
Dejen ese poderosísimo
Been good
like.
on the defense so far for the most part. It's those early rounds, that 4-2 advantage they had going into the round flip that's really damaged them, if anything. Now we're going to see button heads on towards this A site. Vague, straight for the middle of the map, gets shut down, of course, by the R9 from Raf. He's going to find more value as well with it, but Marshy fires right back. Now the 3 versus 3 on towards site. What more value can they find? Washi with the good straight things out. Now a 2v2, and things should calm down for a moment here. As now Seminole recollect themselves to try and
Está
re-rotate
por
over
detalle,
towards
nada
B.
más definido, ¿eh?
And Team Mayhem should have a decent idea of what's happening right here, as obviously they're not going to see anybody on that A site. So they make the wrap toward mid. Won't opt to go the generators route, though. They continue to look for information right here. And this should give advantage to Seminole. The question is, will they make the read? And it looks like Mayhem actually wrapped back toward A, kind of second-guessing that decision.
La única diferencia que veo es que Team Mayhem tiene sus dos jugadores jugando completamente separados. Ok, ahí T-Back se va a juntar con Kings. Perfecto. El humo fue de distracción nada más. Vieron al primero. Rápidamente se reacomoda Marchi. Lo sacó de Headless King. Uy, pero ya no pudieron contra Marchi. La CX9 de Marchi está insoportable el día de hoy, ¿eh? Y el día de ayer también. Marchi con la CX9 anda insoportable. Iba a ser una muy buena doble de Kings. Esto ya lo vimos en la fase de grupos, ¿eh? Seminole ganando Mendam. Lo han estudiado bastante igual. Pero en ese tiempo Team Mayhem estaba con Blur, me acuerdo. Y se hizo más de 14 bajas con Sniper, si no me equivoco. Esta vez Team Mayhem no tiene a Blur. Claro, Marchi es 2 veces campeón mundial, claro, como dice el ángel. No es por cualquier cosa, ¿no? Uy. Timing.
So now Seminole with this bomb in a really weird spot. All of these players are split up here. Team Mayhem are also kind of spread thinly across the map. And Seminole do technically have a B site that would be 3, but there are players to contend with across the board here. And one of those players is Cartels, who takes Marchi out.
4 para 2. Quedan B y Tectonic. El más letal a corta distancia con el más letal a larga distancia versus 4 jugadores de Team Mayhem. Vamos a ver. Puedes activar, Puedes activar, señor Kings. Lo dejaron pasar de GG.
And he's going to get shut down right there, Team Mayhem.
Ojo.
Keep the map alive.
Man, the fact that Seminole leaving
ok, seguimos teniendo mapa número 2. Le devolvieron el T-Back. Le devolvieron el body shot. A B lo matan y como lo quieren todos, a B le meten body shot claramente, ¿no? Matar a B, pues, para ellos debe ser. Como es el más travieso. Uy, se infiltró rápido de qué.
Vague and prime position to find at least one solid trade out of Kings. That one's a must-have. Team Mayhem very far spread across the map. That's a deep flank out of Cartels, but there's one player on flank watch. That's going to be Marchi. It's all going to come down to timing right here, unless they can find a big snipe from Washi. Marchi, big kill onto Cartels. And that should likely give them the advantage that they need to be able to close this one out. Washi's going to be able to find one onto Kings. Jesus, their trade, but it needs to be a 1v4, and with only 16 seconds remaining, there's only so much that one man can do.
Ay, si lo habían visto, pensé que no lo habían visto y podía desactivar la bomba, hermano.
Yeah, early damage
Pensé
from
que no lo
Seminole
habían
there on the
visto.
defense. They look so strong, and I think they carried that momentum in towards those offensive victories. They were going back and forth though.
Pensé que no lo habían visto,
to take
loco.
those rounds away from Seminole, just could not get it done in the end.
¿Qué pasó con Try? Quedó fuera de la presencial en Brasil, hermano.
Positions, they become overwhelming on towards Mayhem. Man, what a search and destroy between these two teams. You saw these early defensive rounds from Seminole where I kind of called it at the half, Bobby. A lot of the looks from Seminole on the defense of the release were very similar. They consistently sent players in towards the reactor because they knew how hard that site is to retake once you lose control.
Yep. And it was surprising that we didn't see more adjustments out of Team Mayhem. It was just kind of back and forth, hope that one of them sticks. And it felt like, especially when you've got somebody like Raph who can help you dominate the inside of that A site, it may be surprising that we didn't see more pushes in that direction, but the defense certainly looking stronger for this Mayhem squad, but not quite enough to secure them the map. And it was really the Vague and Washi show in that one. Washi certainly in the zone right there, and Vague looking for a little bit of redemption after a slow couple of series yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Vague is a villain after all, and he's coming out with his anti-superhero show here. 13 kills for him. He had a stellar performance, I think, to the back half of that Search and Destroy, I think, in particular. Really started to step things up. And
yo creo que mañana se pelean a Envy. No, yo creo que Seminal busque meter a Envy. Yo creo que Team Mayhem puede ser opción para Envy. Pero Seminal no lo sé. Después de que él se haya ido, no creo. Saludos para Colombia, Escanor. O sea, Seminal, el único que está jugando mal en Seminal actualmente es VanET, pero es SMG.
Yeah, and we're getting ready to head into a crossroads strike that Team Mayhem have, like you said, they've improved on pretty significantly, and even going back to last challenge finals, this was the control map that really went down the wire. It felt like every single round came down to a 1v1 or a 2v2, and it was really splitting hairs between the two teams. Obviously, Team Mayhem very much going to need to bring that momentum into this one if they're going to have a chance at taking it, just because of how dominant Seminole have been traditionally on it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's one of those things, right? It's kind of laughable in a sense because it's just like Seminole is just so good at everything. So you can kind of apply that to pretty much every map here in Call of Duty Mobile. There's nothing really that they're bad at per se. But I think particularly for Crossroads Strike, I think this is going to be an uphill battle for Mayhem because historically speaking, this has not been their most favorable map. I think it was the one where they struggled versus rejects. I want to say
SMG Heavy. Ya saben que Heavy puede usar escopeta o ametralladora ligera, ¿no? Margie es SMG Heavy. Tectonic es AR y tirador. El tirador es sniper o cualquier tirador. VanET es SMG Heavy. Vague es SMG AR y Washi es AR y tirador.
And I think, especially given the fact that we've seen, fundamentally speaking, real improvements being made by Mayhem over the last couple of series here, this could still very much go their way. I will say, I still do think we need to see this go their way. I don't think you can let a roster like Seminole build momentum
hasta donde yo tenía entendido,
Yeah, no question
el que era SMG Heavy era Vague, porque él usaba su fusil y escopeta. Y VanET era SMG AR. Seguro, dependiendo de los mapas que van a jugar, cambian ese rol, ¿no? En el caso de que VanET tenga el rol SMG AR, VanET podría salir por Envy. Pero lo veo bien complicado que Seminal haga cambios para la presencial. Más real veo que Envy entre a
It is actually going to be a push over toward the B side, which you don't typically see, but that's 3 early kills for Seminole.
You know what, unconventional or not, it's going to work for Seminole, as you said, mate. First wave of gunfight's going to be in their favor. Nothing to be said in the response just yet for Team Mayhem. And you know what, I figured out why they've gone to B now. They've left everything, the entire responsibility.
Veamos cómo les va a Mayhem contra el correcto Red Bull. Veamos eso, a ver, ¿qué tal? No, a Vague no lo cambia, olvídate. Vague, Tectonic, Marcy son intocables. VanET también, porque con VanET se creó la idea de formar ese roster con Vague. VanET y Vague tuvieron la idea de formar, de formar ese equipo. Pero bueno, si no está jugando bien, pues... Chicos, voy a orinar, ya
can have insane utility at the end of rounds, especially in the hands of a player that knows how to use it. Team Mayhem do finally respond. King's able to pick up a couple right there. We'll see what the defensive setup looks like over here on the A side. But once again, Washi going to be one of those difficult players to deal with. Is respawn sniping maybe not the most normalized thing, but especially when the shots are hitting the way they are. We've seen players like Neil in Europe just completely dominate a control map, and Washi's going to look to do the same. Raf's got to get dealt with, and he does not. Shuts down 2. That's big time plays out of him.
Oh, Raf, man, when this guy wants to step things up, he absolutely will, especially when he's got that R9 in hand. That's 5 in a row for him now. Perhaps some response from Mayhem here as they continue to provide the resistance. As T-Bag now, actually the player pushing all the way up. Sorry, Cartels, he will find a couple of kills. He finally does get shut down, but little plays like that can slowly but surely claw Mayhem back in towards this game. Marshy, what can he do here for Seminole? Looking to try and take some of these players out coming off the spawn. Jesus saves, takes one before he goes down. So now a 10 versus 7, a little over 60 seconds on the clock here. And Team Mayhem still trying to take these Seminole players out. They cannot do it though. They are pesky. They are so annoying to deal with. And now they've got a rather large life advantage.
And Team Mayhem maybe a little hyper-focused on setting up the spawn trap right there. Obviously, you want to get those lives back in control, and they're able to do that to a degree. They're now only down 2, but Ban still got that Pred missile to work with, but I think a swing and a miss as King's able to dodge it right there, and Raph picks up another, so now only 1 life separating the 2.
You can't lose this round if you're Seminole, not after that investment coming out, and maybe you do. What was a 9 versus 5 scenario, now down to a 5 versus 4 in favor of Mayhem. And this is going awry as well all across the board, but Washington gonna ban, are gonna get a couple of kills now. So now a 3 versus 3 here. Seminole gonna find another one down a band. And now the last remaining players here from Mayhem stuck in the spawn. Seminole can start to cause some issues. Raph has invested these equalizers though. You have to find something for it across the top. I think he might have just spotted out by Ban, and yeah, he was, but on the other side, Washi gonna go down. Tectonic gonna invest the War Machine as well, and all down to Kings here in a 1 versus 2. The clock will stop with Seminole jumping on the point. And how does Kings approach this one? Has a little bit of time to think about it, but it won't be long before that second tick will be through, and the thought process leads to the Annihilator coming out from Kings. Can he get it done? There's the first, a 1v1. Tectonic versus Kings. Kings with the Annihilator. It has to be, surely. You have to find this gunfight. You have to find this kill. He's gonna whip for the first, whips for the second as well. How does that happen?
There's not a whole lot of players that I would take a bet on in a 1v1 versus an Annihilator, but Tectonic is one of them. What a clutch. So much invested for Team Mayhem, multiple operators right there, and to be fair, a lot invested out of that Seminole squad as well to make sure they locked in the round, but that is a costly one, and one that was certainly winnable for Mayhem. Unfortunate shots gone awry. This T-Bag not able to connect right there, and Seminole capitalize.
And the amount of investment for both of the squads at the end of that one, that was just insane. That was round 1.
¿Cómo va? Bueno, 1-0 Seminole es el mejor control de Norteamérica, ¿no? Eso ya lo sabíamos. Por eso Team Mayhem tenía que ganar el mapa anterior.
Just a little bit of progression on B to speak of so far from Mayhem. They're just kind of surveying the land at this point, but I don't know if they'll have much of choice. Fake is going to bring the
Te perdiste el 1v1 de Tectonic versus Kings. Uy, hermano. Por lo visto ganó Tectonic.
That's a lot of investment coming out, actually. The Sparrow as well from Marshy that doesn't actually equate to anything. And now maybe Mayhem off the back of 1 kill have opened the door for a potential push on towards A.
Es difícil
ser, en este meta actual es bien difícil ser SMG, man. Muy difícil. Con los ARs que hay, como la DRH, con el lane que hay, quiere su fusil es bien difícil. Kings tuvo para ganar, pero falló aniquilador. No te creo. Luego veo la repetición. Kings quedó 1 versus 2 y sacó el Ani, se llevó a 1, pero perdió con Tectonic. No te creo, en serio. Tectonic se lo mió, dice el Dani. Te perdiste de B, hermano. Sí, Johnny. Ahorita lo retrocedo después. Te perdiste el movement de Tectonic en contra de una aniquiladora. Tenía movement, en serio. Vamos a verlo. Luego lo repito. Bueno, en los highlights lo van a repetir, estoy seguro. Da asco ser SMG. Sí, si te dejan como su fusil en un equipo competitivo, uy, vas a sufrir, ¿eh? Tienes que ser muy bueno. Bueno, lo vimos con Solo el día de hoy. Le fue fatal. Las ARs de Team Mayhem estaban prendidas y solo terminó fatal. BryanT también, que siempre ha sido su fusil main, no se ha destacado en los anteriores mapas. Aquí se ha estado destacando por lo menos. Este mapa tiene muchas, así como lugares cortos como el de ahorita, pero también tiene lugares largos. Si sabes cómo escurrirte por el mapa, podrías encontrar buenas cortas distancias. Pero compadezco a todos los que son su fusil main en sus equipos con el meta actual. En ciertos mapas, no en todos los mapas, en ciertos mapas.
Down 2 lives at the moment, slowly but surely looking to capture this A. Coverage being provided by Tectonic, but a late flank here from Raf. He got a 5-piece earlier on, now looking for more than that. There's number 1, number 2 as well. Raf gonna find number 3 off screen, and Teabag, the cherry on the icing on the cake, as Seminole now no longer in control of these points.
And the Sparrow comes out for Jesus.
Pinta de
He's
Team
trying to
Mayhem.
lock the spawn trap back in. Now up 9
Los
lives. Team
tienen
Mayhem with an opportunity
acorraladísimos.
to try to build some streaks right here.
Antes que lo
Operators
matara
have been
Tectonic,
earned
falló
for
2 balas
Seminole,
de
but
lana.
obviously,
Bueno,
with the
también
life
falló el
disparity
combo.
being what it is, you don't want to risk any overinvestment, but all of a sudden, the gunnies get hot. 3, maybe 4 in a row right there, and all of a sudden, you're only down 6 lives, and maybe start to question, is it worth it to invest here?
Yeah, this is a very difficult situation, I think, to being, just generally speaking. Look at how much control Seminole have. 6 versus 11. I wouldn't stress too much about it.
Ya, no me digan que me lo perdí, loco. Estoy con ansiedad. Voy a retroceder el stream en pleno en vivo.
Don't give them what they want. Play for map control. Teabag going to go down, though. You need to find some value here. You need to remove these players from your building, to be honest with you. Vague and Marshy are being super duper annoying at this point. And Vague now looking to make that transfer towards A happen. Surely not. Surely not. Surely there's no way he catches these guys by surprise, and he does exactly that. Tectonic finds another one as well, and all of a sudden,
hermano, no puede ser. Tenían una ventaja grandísima. Tenían una ventaja grandísima y ahorita Seminole se los acaba de remontar. No, que estoy bien. Que estoy bien. No te lo puedo creer. Pintaba de Team Mayhem, dije yo. Me fui a leer el chat de cómo me decían, te lo perdiste, te lo perdiste, te lo perdiste. Volví a ver la pantalla y Seminole había remontado las kills. ¿What? Y encima tenían 4 operadores activos. Nah, es el mejor control de Norteamérica. Ayer le metió 3-0 a Darreyex en control en Raid. Hoy día le mete 3-0 a Team Mayhem en control en Crossroad. Con remontada. Tenían una ventaja grandísima. ¿Cómo le remontaron? Vamos a ver los highlights. Vamos a ver los highlights. Quiero ver ese 1v1, por favor. Ojalá que producción lo haya cortado.
Man, Seminole were unrelenting in that one. It looked like off the start, and it did feel like maybe the entire map was determined by that 1v1 at the very end. Teabag with the Annihilator, not able to take down Tectonic. Oh, what an opportunity that could have potentially been, but Tectonic slides a little bit too far, makes him pay. And after that, it definitely felt pretty certified all the way of Seminole.
I think there's just certain points where Seminole, they can just kind of go from 0 to 100 just super duper quickly, and a lot of it comes down to simultaneous investment of operators, you know,
ponemos las estadísticas y lo retrocedo rapidín para volver a verlo.
In map round number 2, right, where it just immediately they completely turn the screws into Mayhem, and Mayhem lose complete control around. Towards the end of round number 3 as well, Seminole, they invest 3 operators simultaneously, and well, completely, I think it was, what, 6 versus 10? They managed to flip on its head there towards the end.
A Bake siempre le va. Es curiosamente extraño que a Bake siempre le vaya bien en este mapa. Es como la 10ª vez que lo veo quedar MVP en control en este mapa. Bueno, en varios controles. En Raid también le va bien. No sé por qué le va tan bien en control a Bake. Siempre, siempre.
And like you said, toward the end of that one, I think it was actually a 7 versus 16 at one point, something closer to that, and especially when Seminole realized, all right, the gunnies are starting to get hot, we pull it back in a little bit, and that many operators at their disposal, they go all in and really catch Team Mayhem off guard. So now you get ready trying to think order, head back into a Hardpoint, I believe.
Yes.
Permítanme.
Seminole can start to cause some issues. Raph has invested these equalizers, though. You have to find something for it across the top. I think he might have just spotted out by Ban, and yeah, he was. But on the other side, Washi going to go down. Tectonic going to invest the War Machine as well. And all down to Kings here in a 1 versus 2. The clock will stop.
Ahí Kings estaba esperando que se le acabe la War Machine y se le activó la aniquiladora.
It won't be long before that second tick will be through, and the thought process leads to the Annihilator coming out from Kings. Can he get it done? There's the first.
Ahí Tectonic se acabó y dijo, ¿qué hago?
Tectonic versus Kings. Kings with the Annihilator. It has to be, surely. You have to find this gunfight. You have to find this kill. He's going to whip for the second as well. How does that happen?
Fue error de Kings. Fue error de Kings.
The gunnies are now hot. They're going to be really difficult to take down here. If they come out firing all cylinders in this Arsenal hardpoint.
Ojito ahí lo que vimos.
And I think you look back at the map, number
saltó
one, obviously,
Tectonic, saltó y luego se deslizó, increíble. No, pero fue error de Kings. Kings le falló. No se esperaba, yo creo, él, que Tectonic salte y luego se deslice. No se esperaba. Por eso se quedó clavando ahí al piso. Pero Tectonic se metió deslizado.
Like that happen. So it seems like now that they've started to hit their stride, it's going to be that much more difficult for Team Mayhem to close it out. Obviously, if they can get a hot start, I think there's a very real chance that they can still make it happen. But there have been a lot of instances where, especially in the Arsenal hardpoint, we've seen them start off slow. They've built toward the end, but you can't allow a big lead to build for
nada que
Seminole.
ocultar. Lo que sonó, ni en mi vida, en este caso. Yo soy completamente transparente en todo. Lo que sonó es la alerta de Kata. Kata, la caballota, tenía una alerta de maná que cuando alguien dona una Kata, suena así.
I think we've kind of had that conversation, right, across the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro series so far before any potential changes in the map pool in the future. That right now it feels like Hacienda and Arsenal are very similar map experiences. The hardpoints are kind of equidistant from one another in terms of the rotations, and it feels like a kind of very fair, I guess, heftiness towards making sure you do get those rotations. You get very punished if you don't do it.
Yeah, 100%. And Team Mayhem, like we said, have made those improvements on this map. It's one that the ARs are typically going to dominate. So if we see those 3 players for Team Mayhem in Cartels and Teabag and Kings, once again,
tendrías que pedírselo por Instagram, su código de HUD, Mara, de Lucasín, porque eso se para cambiando siempre. Ok, Hardpoint en Arsenal, Hardpoint escogido por Team Mayhem, que ya se lo ganó de Reyes. Vamos a ver si lo gana así mismo.
Underway right here for map number 4. And an opportunity for Seminole to take themselves another North American championship.
Seminole could all close it out here, folks. And it's been a good start for them. Tectonic going to open up proceedings with the first couple of kills. Marshy with another one as well. This has not been the start that Mayhem will want. You can kind of see the apprehensiveness of which they approach this hard point. Player number 5 has been sat on the other side. It's Raph with the R9. He finally does go down by a way of nade from Vague. Seminole haven't quite dealt with everybody from Mayhem just yet. Raph wastes enough time here for the rest of the roster to come off the respawn. And off the back of that as well as Teabag finds 3 and the rest of the kills fall in favor. Mayhem actually with an opportunity here to garner some time on P1.
And I don't really hate the delayed approach that we saw out of Team Mayhem right there. I think they were largely waiting for Cartels to make his way through vents and allowed him to find a 3-piece to open up the hard point. So they're going to find 20 points as a result of it. Seminole do respond and clear off the hard point to find some scraps.
Tengo que actualizar los logos ahí en YouTube, ¿verdad? ¿No, tío? Ahí llegó Kata, mira, le invocaron. Tengo que actualizar los logos de los equipos, ¿verdad? Luego voy a actualizarlos por los que están activos actualmente. Voy a poner a Bolt por ahí también. Es que quiero esperar a ver quiénes son los que van a clasificar también a la clasificación de Brasil.
It's not quite ascertained just yet, though. There's still players from Team Mayhem over here. While Seminole might well have flipped out spawns towards
no olviden dejar el like, chicos. El like ahí en YouTube.
Could well start to run away with it here.
¿Por qué Team Mayhem ha mejorado tanto en el Hardpoint de ayer para hoy? Solamente por empezar a enfocarse a jugar OVA. A la bestia. Está perdidísimo Seminal en este mapa. Por ahora. Sí, por favor, dale, hermanito. El de Lux tengo que cambiarlo por Ghost Esport. El de Tribe Luminosity lo voy a dejar, ¿no? ¿O quieren que ponga el logo de Seminal y de Darreye? Que los puedo poner también. O dejo el de Tribe Luminosity, que se entiende que son Darreye y Seminal. Bueno, no, creo que por respeto lo debería sacar, ¿no? Actualizaré todos los logos. Actualizaré todos los logos. Para la presencial de LATAM tiene que estar todo actualizado. Pero también mira que rotan todos a los 20 y se los dejan de scraps y les vale. Bolt le ganó a Waterloo hace poquito.
Not quite enough just yet for Seminole to take this time away from Mayhem. And now as the players around the backline, around the stairs will go down. Mayhem just need to try and fight their way through now, looking for these final kills. They do exactly that. One last player looking for the 10 seconds of scrap time. And honestly, I'm not sure it matters in the grand scheme of things here, Bobby. Mayhem yet again doing a great job of keeping the vast majority of time away from Seminole.
Sería bueno, entró también la voy a poner. Mándame una foto, Fido, tuya. El pueblo lo pide. Sí, como que en Hardpoint algo les da a los de Team Mayhem. Lo que pasa es que si te das cuenta igual, todas las kills de Team Mayhem que están haciendo son dentro del punto. Literalmente. Entonces, tú quieres entrar al punto y te vas a encontrar a 3 OVJ ahí esperándote. Por las únicas puertas que tienen los Hardpoint, claramente, ¿no? Y están trabajando tan bien grupalmente el juego de OVJ que se le complica a cualquier equipo entrar. Mira el increíble trabajo que hace. Dentro del punto, es que todo es dentro del punto. No estamos viendo gunfight de alguien cortando rotación, de alguien haciendo spawn trap en esa escalera del frente. No, todo es dentro del punto. Esperar que ellos entren y ya. Y ahora rotaron nuevamente a tiempo. Es el mapa que ellos escogieron. Pero en Takeoff vimos lo mismo. Aquí Jorraf puede salir a piquear, pero decide esperar igual. Buen halcón de G. Pero llegó
Cartel's going to be able to hop through window to continue to apply pressure, but it's
Kings
picking up the kills. And once again, we knew the ARs, if Seminole or if Team Mayhem were going to have a chance, we're going to play a big role, and they certainly have so far.
Mira, son 3 OVJ, hermano. Literalmente, mira el minimapa, son 3 OVJ en cada Hardpoint. Y hay 2 afuera. Una vez que matas a algún OVJ, se meten también los de afuera. 20 segundos de scrap que acaban de regalar, Obligan a Seminal a jugar igual con 3 OVJ. ¿Crees que Reyes tenía más nivel que uno de los equipos que clasificó de Europa? Solo clasificó uno de Europa. Y sí, Reyes tiene más nivel. Reyes tiene más nivel que Mayhem. Pero hoy no jugaron como jugaron. Por eso digo que los playoffs, cualquier cosa puede pasar. Entran todos a punto como los de Kings, dice López. Yo le partí con Presu, dice. Dale, tío, una foto y me mandas un audio tuyo. Yo lo descargo y lo pongo de alerta. Yo también estaba completamente seguro de que Reyes ganaría 3-0 incluso. y que se estaban preparando para la gran final y que por eso escogieron esos mapas que ellos no saben jugar, para no darle mucha información a Seminal. Pero no se esperaron que Team Mayhem sea tan fuerte. Yo estuve triste porque yo quería que la gran final sea Darreyes contra Seminal. ¿Por qué? Porque el día de ayer nos regalaron un mejor de 5 bellísimo. El mejor partido de la SPS Master fue el que vimos ayer. Y yo quería volver a ver eso el día de hoy, con posiblemente una venganza de Darreyes. Pero no se pudo. Igual Team Mayhem está dando una buena gran final, yo creo. Pero siento que Darreyes le hubiese dado más pelea. Ahora el problema es que... qué buen flick. Ahora el problema es que se le van a caer los contratos, las organizaciones, se le va a caer todo. La vez que empecé a comentar en el streaming del Irfan de Powerhouse, él me dijo, eres tío de la de Latam, ¿no? Y yo, jaja, ¿por qué me conoce? Te vi en el chat de BryanT. Menos mal no entiende español. Pero tú eres fan de Powerhouse, así que yo asumo que... Yo sé que los casters y jugadores de la arena ven stream de YouTube. Y como no entienden nada, no comentan. Y que por eso te conocen, tío, pero... No has comentado nada de Powerhouse. Incluso tú tenías el tag de Powerhouse. Asumo que por eso se acuerda de ti.
This is a massive hard point here in this game. Team Mayhem cannot afford to let this time away to Team Seminole. Now going to see Faye utilize the equalizers, immediately going down by Raph, who has an equalizer of his own. Kills now in favor of Team Mayhem. They knew how important this hard point was, and they immediately swipe it back away from Seminole. Still a massive.
De hecho, mañana íbamos a castearlo de arena, pero lamentablemente lo postergaron. Lamentablemente.
But Tectonic will deny. But ultimately, Bobby, that is a yellow kill feed for Team Mayhem. Back and forth we go now. A valuable back 15 seconds as they now take the lead.
En Twitter que se retiraba hace 2 minutos.
This map was starting to slip out of their hands, but they're able to grasp things as they clutch up their on P3. Unfortunately for them, it looks like a lockdown setup for Seminole right here. 3 straight kills as that leaves the Mayhem players spawning across the map. And nothing to work with for them right now as they try to find some inroads. A lot of operators invested to make sure that they could lock in P3 right there. And for the time being, they have not found a single bit of success trying to apply pressure, and especially with the operators coming out, it's going to be that much more difficult.
You know exactly where Team Mayhem are going to be spawning though for Seminole. Maybe there'll be a rogue spawn every so often, but that should be covered by Ban towards the backline. Fake doing a hell of a damage now, immediately bringing the Predator missile down as soon as he earns it, but it doesn't even need it. Tectonic and Marshy will combine for 3, but now the spawns will flip out.
Okay, voy a leer lo que dicen el tweet de Stu acaba de anunciar su retiro debido a la derrota contra Mayhem, a pesar de que jugó muy bien el día de hoy. Jugó muy bien el día de hoy.
35 kills on the board for him, 37 for Tectonic, and Seminole now only 21
Igual sabemos que no tenía tiempo, ¿no? Algunos decían que trabajaba y estudiaba. Por eso en algunas screens Solar lo reemplazaba. Pero igual el talento lo tenía natural. Siempre lo ha tenido. Se retiraba y luego volvía. Y siempre ha tenido el mismo nivel para estar en el competitivo Tier 1. Lamentablemente la derrota del día de hoy claramente marca una derrota importante y marca también que todo este tiempo hasta abril, porque hasta abril dura la SPS Masters, hasta la presencial, ellos no van a tener nada que hacer. Y como no van a tener nada que hacer, pues ¿para qué va a jugar si ya no hay SPS Masters? ¿Para qué vas a tener scrims si no hay torneos?
Right now, one player looking to make a play through vents. That's going to be Jesus can save you. He's the only one that can make the move, and Seminole shut him down.
Así que lo
now they
entiendo.
scramble to get on to the point. Not a whole lot of time remaining, and with Tectonic locking down this window,
Así
Kings
que
is
hay
the only
más
one that can make the play with the
posibilidad
Annihilator,
ahora
and there's the opening.
de que Envy vaya a Team Mayhem o a Seminole, ya que probablemente se desarme ese equipo o se traigan a Rehab, ¿no? Wow, Bake sigue aguantando, hermano. Wow.
Mayhem are being so frustrating now. Raph gonna fight back for 3. These players getting really close spawns but cannot take Mayhem out of the equation.
They are so difficult to put away. King's now 42 on the board, doing everything he can to keep his team in this, and Team Mayhem can win it right here if they play perfect hardpoint. Seminole are able to get that contest time through, but still have not been able to stop the progress. Pushes across, have been able to shut down everything, but this is the opening.
This could be it. Team Mayhem now going to full foul Tectonic for the double with the War Machine. Marching for number 3. Seminole, long touted here as the best team in North America. And Cartels wants to take it away. Just 1 second and they cannot find it. They have to go towards one more rotation. Seminole, 1 second of hardpoint away from being a North American champions. Perhaps Marshy be the player to get it done. No! Mayhem not allowing it here. We go to another map.
Oh my God. I can't believe what I just witnessed. That is one of the iciest performances I've ever seen through a Tectonic 3-piece War Machine. They hold the line of P1. They have the presence of mind to get the setup toward P2.
Wow, hermano.
And they win those opening gunfights in very similar fashion to what we saw up against Rejects on that
Los
map.
operadores que parecía que iban a cerrar el mapa, luego no, luego sí, luego aparecía otro operador para matar a ese operador. El final de este mapa fue hermosísimo. Tectonic parecía que iba a cerrar el mapa. Llegó Cartes con el purificador a limpiar todo. Fuimos al segundo Hardpoint. Sacaron también operadores, un halcón de parte de Jesus para salvar la partida.
And they felt like they were in complete control, and then things started to slip away from them somewhat as Seminole started to build a lead back up, started to chip away at what Mayhem had done. Oh man, and you know what? It's always funny because we always have the conversation. Perhaps the most devastating moment there for Mayhem, where it felt like it might all be over, was P4. Once again, that kill.
Team Mayhem lo hizo muy bien, ¿eh? De ayer para hoy, el trabajo de Hardpoint que han mejorado es increíble. Acá Cartel salvó lo que pudo. Y acá el halcón de Jesus. Wow.
In that situation, I think you can make the argument that it was. I mean, Team Mayhem.
Bake hizo muy buen trabajo en el Hardpoint número 1 también.
I'm fairly certain. Actually, probably relatively split between the two.
Es por eso digo que estos tres son los tres intocables, ¿no? Bake, Tectonic y Marshall.
Really keeping up as it
A
was
esos
largely
no me los toques.
The ARs raining terror across the map once again.
Bicampeones
45 and 35, 2 minutes and 14 seconds in the hard point. And it is all for naught. Jesus saves, not his best map, but 2 minutes in the hill likely will save the map for them. And Team Mayhem keep their hopes alive as we now head back into the control. This time on raid, which is definitely seemed to be their favorite.
Vale, lleva rato pidiendo cámbieme por Lucasín o cámbieme por Envy, por favor. Lleva mucho rato pidiendo eso,
Mayhem, of course, coming in with a 1-0 disadvantage. They took both hard points, and I think that's kind of been part of the course of Mayhem, right? I mean, the hard point. It seems to be the case with a lot of top North American rosters. I'm really not sure what it is about hard point in particular that they seem so fond of, but it is where they were always going to get into this series.
Mira que la organización no estaba tan contenta con el desempeño de Team Mayhem el día de hoy por lo que estaba pasando contra Trulli y a lo que estamos viviendo ahorita. Se acaban de invertir los sentimientos, yo creo. Deben estar súper felices.
if you're a Mayhem to try and keep your hopes and dreams at being North
Fue
American
un 3
champions
contra
alive.
5, literal.
I'm not 100% positive, but I think this may be the exact same last two maps that these two
Le
teams
remontaron atrás y ahora
had
Luminosity,
in the
correcto.
grand finals of
Les voy a
last
enseñar
challenge
el
season.
tweet de
You can
Stu
check me on
mientras
that. I
tanto,
know for
¿vale?
sure that Express was the last map as far as the map setup goes, so we'll see whether or not
Dice lo
that bodes
siguiente,
well
el
for
señor
Seminole,
Stu.
given the fact that they were able to close things out in the control to
Bueno,
be able to take the
para la gente que
championship.
habla español,
Team
me voy a
Mayhem
andar retirando
certainly
al
seemed to have
momento
picked
de
up a
hoy
little
por
bit of
razones
momentum, though,
personales.
from
Tengo
that
metas y
game of
prioridades que
Hardpoint.
prefiero andar
Obviously,
haciendo y no puedo
a
seguir con
win's a
esta
win
vida
at the
de
end of the
estilo.
day, but to be able to
Con
make
este
the
estilo de vida.
comeback up against
Por
Seminole,
razones del
given
trabajo y una
the
persona
dominance that they
especial
showed
que ha
in the latter
comenzado a
half
ser
of that
importante
game.
para mi vida. No, el
Once
amor
again, they feel to be
a
a
lo
very,
MA
very momentum-based team.
de DYG.
Second wind, perhaps.
Y
I think is what we're
tiempo
seeing right
más
now
con la
coming out from
familia.
This has got to be
Y
like
más
the
tiempo con la
17th
familia.
win.
Etcétera. No voy a ir a tantos detalles.
Yeah, pretty
Espero que
much.
tengan un buen año y más a todos los que leyeron esto y a todos mis y a todos mis compañeros, equipos. Fue estupendo y tantas experiencias buenas y divertidas en el codmobile. Me retiro. Que nos va un grande, Revalo le pone, el mejor jugador de todos los tiempos, man, cuídate en la vida y cuando quieras regresar siempre tendrás un lugar aquí, for real. Dan, bro, me gustaba, amaba verte. Me encantó verte ser un X-Factor decisivo para un X-Factor para el equipo. Tú eres un buen jugador. Espero lo mejor para tu futuro. Mucho amor y suerte en tus nuevas metas, trabajo y familia. Diste lo mejor de ti hoy y eso es lo importante. Dale. No queda más que desearte que cumplas tu meta. Cuando llega el amor, así es. Así pasa, así sucede. Bueno, es el amor, el trabajo, el estudio, la familia, todo, ¿no? Tiene otras prioridades, claramente. Vuelve a congelarse. Yo le voy a decir, voy a apodar a Stu el día de hoy como el soldado del invierno. Cuando lo descongela, el señor cumple su trabajo. Hoy cumplió. Hoy cumplió, a pesar de estar retirado. Cumplió. Vuelve a congelarse, volverá en algún tiempo más adelante. Volverá más adelante el señor Stu con las mismas habilidades, con el mismo nivel, el mismo talento de siempre. Stu, The Winter Soldier, correcto. Pasa inicio de la minita con un novio. ¿Cómo? ¿Qué está pasando ahí en YouTube? Oye, ¿qué está pasando en YouTube? Cuidado,
He's very clearly put in the work and
Dice,
his shot has sharpened pretty sizably. So he's played a huge role for them. One thing that we also talked about pretty significantly was the fact that Blur,
si tengo novio en mi Insta, están nuestras fotitos, dice.
still, like if you look at the KD leaderboards for the North American region, I think Blur is still a top 3 KD for the entire region, but he's only played 3 matches so far. And basically ever
Se
since
retira
then,
como el
Team Mayhem
jugador,
have just
como el
looked
mejor
like a much
jugador por
stronger
talento.
roster, so
Sí,
whether that's a
correcto.
change
El
in
mejor
pace,
jugador por
a
talento,
change
sin
of
tiempo,
roles,
pero con
whatever that
talento
is,
puro se
King
mantuvo en la
seems to be
categoría
fitting
que
in
la verdad.
Muy buen jugador. El
Stug en signos casi siempre era 50 kills, está perro. Y hoy se retiró con una buena partida. Me hubiese gustado que clasifique a Brasil, la verdad, porque lo merecía. Pero bueno, por algo pasan las cosas. ¿Para cuándo se retira? Yes, ya terminó su historia, dice Marcos.
And so, from our perspective, at least, obviously we don't get to see kind of the inner workings of these teams, kind of what's going on, maybe what's going wrong for these situations. I think
Un
certainly that
día
was
le
the
diré a
case for
los hijos de
Mayhem.
Stug que su padre fue el príncipe que no quiso ser rey. Tenía el talento, pero la vida le tenía deparado su destino.
moving
Dice la
forward.
Muy
But
buena
then again,
frase.
I think for these guys, it has always been the case that they've been
Que
cycling
jugarán ahora
players in
VIVO,
and out. I
correcto.
think we started the season under the assumption that Jesus wouldn't even be playing on the roster, and then obviously he kind of joined in as well.
Tal vez en algún
King's not
futuro
being there,
vuelva
that was
Stuf.
crazy.
En otro
It's been
juego
a
tal
weird
vez
season, I
Warzone.
think, for
No,
Mayhem.
Stuf
It's
puede
taken a while for
volver.
them to formulate
Para el
themselves
Mundial
into the
puede
roster that they
volver.
are
Para la fase
today.
4 del
The
Mundial
roster
puede
that they
volver.
are
Por ahora
right
que se
now,
encargue
they
de
are
su vida,
here.
de su
They're
nueva
feeling pretty
novia.
confident in themselves. But I was
todo
trying
lo
to talk
demás.
about very
Eso es
briefly there
importante.
about that previous control that we saw between these two teams, because it was a very dominant showing from Seminoles. So really, I guess the question I have here for Mayhem is, what do they need to do to make sure that doesn't happen again here on Raid?
I mean, I think a lot of it does come down to the decision making, because it seems like the difference in a lot of these maps is the value that you get out of your operators. And I think we sometimes see Team Mayhem fall into the mistake that we saw Exclusive make multiple times earlier, in that they save the operators too long, wanting to go for an exact moment rather than having that flexibility to understand the difference of the situation and when it needs to be called in. Obviously, that wasn't the case, or maybe even the opposite case.
La partida contra la Reyes estuvo más cardíaca esta partida. Claro, yo creo que esta partida estuvo más cardíaca, pero no sé si más cardíaca que ayer, que la Reyes contra Seminal de ayer. El de Reyes contra Seminal de ayer tuvo todas las partidas buenas.
Snapdragon Pro Series for sure. Everything has led to this, and Seminole are just one map away from being crowned your North American champions here. It's just been such a wonderful season. And honestly, I feel like it would be pretty poetic if it ended on a raid control, just given how much we've seen it this season, Bobby. It's been a lot.
Yeah, it's you know, I wouldn't be mad if we saw more control maps in the map pool, because I think that would give a little bit more flexibility in what teams are forced to learn, just because there's only 3 maps in the pool. So like, if everybody gets to ban one map all the time, and if a region decides like, hey, we don't like these two and we only want to play one, then it basically becomes a one map pool. So just throwing that out there. I don't know if it'll actually happen, but obviously, I feel like I have learned a lot
Si Mayhem mejora en BD y Control, será un muy buen contendiente en la presencial. Tiene buen tiempo para entrenar. Yo creo que más es el control. El control de Seminal es muy fuerte. ¿A qué hora empiezan, chicos? Estamos apurados aquí. Tardecito, uno quiere comer también.
Jesus, guys.
Favor.
Raid control's been about since like Black Ops Cold War. Come on, we know how to play it at this point. Yeah, for sure. So just waiting, I think, for the game to get underway. Man, I'm just trying to think. This season has just been honestly insane in North America. I'm so happy that today was competitive, Bobby. Like, I'm so happy that truly came out 2-0 versus Mayhem. I'm so happy that Mayhem, have come out and done what they've done. Little disappointed in rejects, admittedly, but that's nothing like disparaging towards them. But just happy, if anything, that we've got such a competitive North American region, because you know,
desejo ver campeón
big picture storyline ahead of Mobile
o Team
Masters,
Gaming
versus
con Lucas
East.
siendo comando.
North America needs to step its game up.
Yeah, no question about it. I feel like both EU and North America have made us really happy today, because in both regions there were an exorbitant amount of 3-0s that we watched day in and day out.
Los playoffs de LATAM son día 22
during the regular season have not been that way in what we've seen in today's playoffs. So credit to both regions for putting in the work, and I guess credit to the underdogs for making those adjustments and being able to go back and recognize where things are going wrong. So whether it's Exclusive Team Mayhem,
Febrero en portugués es febrero.
These guys are obviously putting in the work, and obviously now Team Mayhem can put their eyes on Sao Paulo and start to make the adjustments for that as well. That seemed like a long shot for them to make it at the start of the weekend, but the improvements were there.
Brian, no supiste nada más de Lucas. Solamente se puede decir que es un tema con la organización.
This is the thing. I genuinely think that there is not a lot to separate those 3 teams.
I agree.
Honestly, there is, and even in Europe as well, I would say the exact same thing about Kings, Exclusive, and Omniscient. Because all of those teams are hyper competitive over in European playoffs. And I think today has proven that, honestly, it is just about how you turn up on the day. And Mayhem have turned up today, but now they just need to finish things off here. A raid control. How the last control went. They want to see a massive improvement in performance, but will they produce? It's Team Mayhem kicking things off on the offense.
All right. Interesting approach right here as we do get a heavy-handed A hit off the start out of Team Mayhem. So early progress going through. Smokes will give them some coverage right here, and no opportunities for BryanT to find an opening kill. It's going to spot out Teabag, but the opening frags do go the way of Team Mayhem. And it is pretty convincing, but a solid response out of
Control
Seminole.
en raid lo
See whether or
escogió
not
Team
that full
Mayhem.
tick of progress has gone through right here. As obviously
Aunque
Team
lo perdió
Mayhem
contra la
would like
Reyes,
to
¿no?
avoid that being removed, and it looks like it indeed has. And with that, we do see the wrap back toward the B side.
Y se le eligió a
Yeah, Ban is
Seminal.
being a real problem though. Finds a couple of kills here that will
Seminal
send
tiene
Mayhem
un
away momentarily, but it is
espectacular
only for a
control en
moment.
raid, ¿eh?
As they'll be now on the point. Clock stopped at just over a minute here. Potential now to capture B. And
Es
I think
mejor de
potential
7.
just immediately space here as Marshy pulls off
Solo
yet
que
another
Seminal
2
empezó
piece,
con un
make it
mapa
3,
ganado.
make it
¿Por qué no
4.
vieron a
Marshy
Marshy?
inside.
What the fuck?
He's putting up some new pieces in the collection. Cartels on the wall. And Seminole now here.
Seminal es muy bueno en este mapa. No sé por qué lo escogieron, lo dicen escogió Standoff, hermano.
And one of those is Raph, but we know how damaging Raph can be.
Cartels might need to crank up the headphones a little bit because Marshy just ran right past him, killed his teammate, and caught him with his pants down as well. Right now, Raph, cheeky spot, trying to play his life right here. Unfortunately for Tectonic, he does not have enough ammo to close out that gunfight. And with that, Team Mayhem do get A locked in, but we've seen a lot of these teams, after they get the opening progress onto A, struggle to find avenues onto B. We'll see what Team Mayhem have up their sleeve, but at least for the opening, Seminole are able to hold them off and force them back a little bit right here.
Pero no sé por qué cambiaron el orden.
And now on the hunt for Jesus. Jesus is being so annoying at the moment. Finally going to find him. Jesus gets the better of Ban though. And Jesus is a constant problem that you do need to remove from this situation. You cannot afford to let him sit around the gymnasium. Seminole, they do still know it, but they're not actually being as aggressive as you would necessarily like to take that player out of position. Right now, they're just content with sitting on point and drawing these Mayhem players out towards where they want to take the fights on their terms.
Recuerden que la final del día de hoy de Kings contra Exclusive
Seminole just chilling.
se definió con un BID, chicos. Así que si Team Mayhem gana este control, lo definiríamos en un BID.
You do get one player all the way through Kitchen. That's going to be Kings.
Bryan, ¿qué equipo ya clasificaron? Q9 de China, Kings de Europa y Seminal y Team Mayhem, los dos equipos que están viendo en pantalla, ya clasificaron a la presencial de Brasil.
On the objective, and that's going to stop the clock. We'll see what Marshy's going to be able to do.
Volvió el
to
Marshy
shut down the
2022,
push,
dice.
but Teabag,
Ese proyecto lo va a sacar ahorita, Marshy.
he invested early right here. Players on the objective for Team Mayhem.
¿Viste?
And if those are positioned right,
Pero
could
no
have
mató
a
a
big
nadie.
impact,
Sí mató
but
a Carter.
Marshy's got a Pred missile. That's going to be able to take down a couple. Team Mayhem still yet to be dealt with on the objective, but the kills go through for Seminole.
Yeah, after that investment, you do really want to win this situation now. The 2 versus 4 coming out. One of the RAF here, 1 versus 4 scenario has the R9. Finds one. Big 1v1 on the point. Washi is weak, as is Raph. Washi gets the better of him though. Raph unable to get the R9 shot off. And despite that investment from Teabag, Team Mayhem unable to win that round number 1. Seminole keeping it cool, calm and collected.
We've seen Jesus have some slow starts, but that was certainly not
Hoy
the
te
case there.
amanece,
10 kills, but it's
Pero que no,
not
hermano, tengo
enough
hambre.
to earn them the round. So now Seminole on the offensive round. It seems to be based on the region whether or not this is actually an offensive-sided
Sí,
map.
Giovanni, quiero ver eso. Bueno, no sé qué tanto se hayan mantenido en el BID.
Team Mayhem. Early operator investment as well.
Los chicos
Tectonic
de
War
Q9.
Machine seeing what he can find. One not going to be able to make it. 2 definitely would have liked to be able to find more value. Solid trade out of Cartels. You do not want to give up a 2-piece in that situation.
Immediately switching over towards the equalizers here is Vague. Yep, finding a lot of value. That's already a couple of kills. Washi going to get a couple of his own with the Annihilator. This is a massive investment for Seminole to ascertain that they do get control over that B point, and I think successfully transfer over towards B as well, because they haven't got any worries around the bedroom side. They've already got players hanging about inside money around Tiki, and those players are already starting to activate.
En mi canal, en videos, tienes la final de la SPS Masters de China para que veas qué pasó con Wolf.
Of course, he finds a couple of kills. Predator missile coming down right off the rip, and that's going to find one, and crucially
siempre
gives
se
the
prende en el
information to
controller,
Seminole
¿no?
as to where those annoying players are inside their spawn.
Vague literally got kills on one side of the map, ran across the to the opposite side of the map, and was still getting kills with the equalizer. Team Mayhem now down 4 lives. They got 4 operators. Right now, it looks like they don't want to be overzealous in using them, but they've not really been able to establish any type of map control, but a big opportunity. Right now, Tectonic has snuck behind enemy lines. They're going to push forward right here, but if he can shut down at least one of these players, this could open up the avenues for Seminole to make their way onto the objective. Equalizer is going to come out for Raf as well. He's going to be able to find two there and goes untraded.
Yeah, Tectonic still being annoying though.
Manda correo a Activision para que puedas recuperar.
Deal with him pretty quickly here, and they just can't get it done. Raf still looking to find some value here with the equalizers. There's one, there's two. Looking to line all these guys up. Finally going to get dealt with there. A little bit of a side quest for Seminole over by Ring. And finally they take him down, but I talked about it very briefly there. Tectonic still hasn't been dealt with, and he's still causing issues here for Team Mayhem on the defense, and now that situation's going to be worsened. Yes, Tectonic will go down, but look at Seminole. Look at the amount of players on the flank.
Spawn trap's been set up, though. Team Mayhem have been able to sneak through, and with every death should be an opportunity for them to find even more kills. They're able to find another one right there. Looking to get this life lead under control. Tectonic able to turn and find the kill onto Cartel. So all that time spent could potentially be for nothing. And Jesus with the Sparrow is going to get shut down right there. The respawns are now gone. And Seminole up 4 lives in this one. Just got to throw some bodies at the hill to stop the clock.
I see they're going to get shut down as well. Yeah, Cartel's now for 1v7. This feels like insurmountable odds, doesn't it?
Es hermoso.
Gonna go for it at the very least through elbows, some shots, not convincing whatsoever. You really do need to make sure you stop the capture, and you don't even do that. And yeah, look, we talk about this spawn trap very often, how potent it can be, but you don't often talk about the other side of that.
Femina es tan bueno en el control por el tradeo tan perfecto que tienen, que ahora lo están empezando a usar, a aplicar en el VID, en su VID también, y lo hacen de manera increíble. Un tradeo increíble tiene Seminole, y ahora que lo están aplicando en BID les está yendo muy bien también. Supongo que el coach encontró ese error y lo están aprovechando lo bien que trabajan el control con el tradeo y la inteligencia y la astucia. Lo han llevado, lo han sabido llevar al BID. Estas posiciones que tienen, que nunca el rival puede leer las posiciones que Seminole y cómo los están esperando. ¿Ves? Quieren matar a Tectonic y aparece rápidamente el Debar. El demonio quiere llevarse al Debar y aparece Tectonic a cubrirlo.
Vade continues to push up right here. He's taken down, but for Team Mayhem, you can't afford to take one for once. Teabag needs to go massive with the War Machine. Running very low on time to find any more value out of that, and it looks like it's not meant to be. 30 seconds remaining. Team Mayhem have to get onto an objective, and they have not been able to find anything. And there's Washi popping the Annihilator.
No puede llegar el control y perder 3-0. Eso simplemente es indicador de que el control de Seminole es muy bueno. Es la segunda vez que le ganan control 3-0. Es el único modo en el que Seminole le gana con tanta ventaja a los demás equipos. 18-5.
The respawns are all gone. All they can look to do is play for their lives. And with only 3 remaining, it doesn't look like it's in the cards for Team Mayhem. They look for anything that they can, but with only 7 seconds, they have to be better than perfect.
A 2 versus 13. To stop Seminole from becoming your North American champions. They're going to get the extra 60 seconds on the board. But this feels like an impossible scenario to stop a legacy being built. Kings, can he get it done? Kings will find the kills, but it's not to be. And for Seminole, the road to redemption will continue as they are your North American champions.
Bien, entonces hay campeón y quiero también aprovechar para mandarle un súper saludo a mi hermanito del alma de hace mucho tiempo ya, señor Reni, algunos lo deben conocer también, CEO de la Federación de Panamá. Con él hemos hecho muchos torneos, vamos a hacer otro torneo también de aquí a poquito un torneo profesional donde vamos a juntar a los mejores equipos de Norteamérica con los mejores equipos de Brasil para que puedan enfrentarse como siempre lo hemos hecho. Ok, no sé si estás por ahí, Reni, pero espero que sí. Si no, igualmente luego lo verás. Te mando un beso, un abrazo y en algún momento estaremos juntos disfrutando, oyendo al gimnasio, hermano. Ahí está, ya apareció y todo el chat también te brinda un feliz cumpleaños, como lo vemos ahí con Fío, lo vemos ahí con toda la gente que está mandándote saluditos. Muchas gracias, hermano. Pásala bonito el día de hoy. Ok, ya te mandé el saludo en el grupo también. Recuerden, chicos, que hay un grupo público que me han pedido el día de hoy, grupo público de WhatsApp. Veamos las estadísticas por acá antes de irnos. Ok, y nuevamente feliz cumpleaños, hermano Renny, que sigue el apoyo, cuentas conmigo, ya sabes. Y con Fabuloso también, que somos el trío dinámico. Algún día los tres, algún día los tres estaremos juntos haciendo maldades. Se te quiere mucho, bonito. Muchas gracias por todo. Dice, ahí estamos, perfecto. Feliz cumpleaños, te mandan saludos todos también en YouTube y en Trovo. Listo, chicos. Terminamos con Norteamérica el día de hoy. Una sorpresa. Ahora les pregunto a ustedes, ¿habrán sorpresas en LATAM? Habrán sorpresitas en LATAM después de lo que vimos el día de hoy en Norteamérica y de lo que vimos en Europa, que Exclusive ganó a Kings el primer día y luego Kings le ganó a Exclusive. Cualquier cosa puede pasar. El día de hoy, Darreyek debía vengarse de Seminole, terminó quedando fuera de la presencial. En los playoffs, chicos, ya vieron, todo cambia. Y el equipo que quede fuera de la presencial de Brasil muy probablemente va a pasar lo que le pasó a Stu. Van a haber jugadores que se van a retirar, equipos también que se van a retirar, etcétera. Así que en LATAM va a ser una cosa de locos. Todo va a ser por detalles también. Puede avanzar Galleries y amigos. Puede avanzar Inco Gaming y amigos. Puede avanzar Luke, que de la nada nos puede sorprender como el año pasado. No sabremos. Hay entrevista con el coach, el que ha hecho milagros con el equipo de Luminosity.
Oh, everybody was so ecstatic, as just like yesterday, but even more so. You know, we were already kind of like,
no es el papá de
we made it to Brazil, but
como decía
also
Fío,
knew like, oh, we're not #1 yet. And so the moment, you know, we just won, vague, everybody was like, we're done, we did it, you know, we're back, you know, returning champions. And so we're super happy, we're super ecstatic, and just super excited to go to Brazil.
Hippo, I just want to kind of ask a similar question to yesterday, because you guys have really like shown your mental toughness, though, especially with that Arsenal hardpoint, to lose it the way you did.
Con su pijamita.
Bounce back from the team, showing the mental strength again.
100%. I mean, we were really gutted since, you know, comms were on fire. Everybody was just going crazy. We were trying to, you know, make the comeback, especially because of the fact that, you know, we wanted to show that, look, we're not that weak on hardpoint. And Arsenal, we know that this is Mayhem's, you know, arguably their best map, but we can still take them on. And I think we did show that we can take them on, but we just couldn't close it out. But I think the boys right after, the first things they said was just, all right, we got this, next one. And so they were good to go. They knew what they needed to do, and we knew that control raid was going to be our map. So
yeah, for sure. Your mental fortitude, I think, as a team, is a big reason.
El güey ya se iba a dormir y le hablan para otra entrevista. X6.
Step one, I mentioned it towards the end. The road to redemption after what happened at Champs. You've got the championship out of the way. Next up, it's South.
$7,000 se ha llevado Luminosity.
Of the world. You guys are in top form right now. How are you guys feeling with all your games?
Aparte de los $2,250 de la fase de grupos.
I think our search and destroy, which is something that I highlighted yesterday as something that I particularly wanted the team to work on, is something that, you know, has improved quite a bit compared to back when we were at Champs. And it's still going to improve. But I think at the same time, what this whole process has shown us is that we still need to make sure that we keep our respawns in check, in particular our hardpoint. You know, control has been a very comfortable mode for us as a whole, regardless of, you know, which maps that we're going to be placing, like facing our opponents in. And so I think as long as we know we just keep our toes in terms of control and, you know, refine our hard point and, you know, just kind of revisit you know, the SND a little bit, I think we're going to be ready to take on Brazil, and we're going to be ready to take on the world.
Awesome. Obviously, looking at the lower finals, I think most people assumed that you guys were going to be going up against Rejects, especially given how closely they played against you guys, and the fact that largely your regular season matchup could have potentially hinged on a DQ map from them. Was it surprising that you guys ended up going up against Mayhem in the grand finals? Is that something that you expected, and was it something you guys were fully prepared for as far as your preparation for the maps?
You know, it's funny because the moment we saw that, you know, Mayhem actually managed to beat Rejects, I think the first thing that happened was just everybody in the VC all of a sudden was like, what the hell just happened? Because we were just so flabbergasted at literally what the hell just happened here.
Están hablando de cuando Team Mayhem le ganó a la Rejects, ellos dijeron, ¿qué carajo está pasando?
And so, but we knew that, you know, at the end of the day, it is what it is, you know, and we're up next, and we just need to put a brake on their engine here. And so, and I think we were able to do that. You know, the one thing that I personally do as a coach is to try to take into account all possible scenarios that might exist. And so I think leading up to the event, we've had good practice against Mayhem. We have a sense of how they like to play. You know, they're consistent scrim partners with us. And so we know them like the back of our hands, just like how they know us. And so I think we were pretty comfortable going in terms of doing picks and bans, in terms of, you know, what we're kind of looking forward to. Granted, they went full throttle. Kudos to them because of the fact that, as you guys saw in the hard points, they went above and beyond, and, you know, showed us who's boss.
Su inglés es bastante lento, así que se puede entender.
You know, did we expect it? No. And, you know, still shout outs to Rejects for putting up an amazing performance throughout the entire season. But at the same time, you know, it is incredibly exciting to be able to have a team like Mayhem stand alongside us to represent NA.
All right, well, now you're both going to Brazil, so that's going to be super.
Dice que ya tenían una idea de cómo jugaba Team Mayhem porque hacen scrims muy seguidamente. Gracias, Renny, por la traducción.
Congratulations yet again, and as always, thank you so much for jumping on and chatting with us.
Thank you so much, guys. Always a pleasure.
All right. We did it. We made it through the day. We'll take a final look back at the bracket. So,
Brian, ¿sientes que te cambia el acento cuando hablas portugués? No.
These two teams that we just watched in that grand final, though, will both be making a performance. I can't talk anymore. Appearance. Thank you, Bobby. An appearance in Brazil. We will get there. But Seminole is the champions, are the champions of North America. Congratulations to them. They earned it, made their way through that upper bracket, and put on a very, very strong performance against a Mayhem team that had just...
Y también felicitó a la Rejects por el desempeño durante todo el torneo. Sí, la verdad que fatal lo que les pasó el día de hoy.
Anybody expected.
Honestly, though,
Ipo al final dijo que le depositen $200. ¿Qué?
Involved in any kind of capacity with Call of Duty over however many years knows that
Ahora tengo que actualizar todos los logos.
This is what happens all the time. It should come to no surprise that there are surprises all the time when it comes down to the highest level of competition, and it will be the same again in Brazil. It will be the same again in future
Para los que no sepan inglés, en resumen, sí, yo soy el papá de BryanT. Ni de pedo lo saco del equipo y me asusté en los puntos calientes, pero somos semifinal y ganamos. Gracias, Yamir, por tu traducción. Me duele ver a la Rejects perder ante el Try. ¿Cómo que ante el Try?
No doubt about it. How wrong were we? And for the better, I'm so glad that we were wrong.
Yeah, no question about it. And to be fair, that happened last challenge season as well, and pretty much every other region in the European region, there was just upsets on upsets, and it's honestly nice to see because it gets tiring seeing the top dogs win every single time. It's always fun to have some new contenders, and obviously not necessarily new contenders for the North American region, but unexpected ones. Is obviously Team Mayhem now an opportunity to make some noise on the international stage. Excited to watch the rest of the regions and see how those turn out as well.
Yeah, we've got loads of Call of Duty Mobile action coming in the future, so as always, make sure you're following along on social media so you don't miss any of the updates that are sure to be happening.
Uy, tenía buen delay.
One final massive congratulations though to Seminole for being the champions
Listo, no olviden suscribirse al canal, dejar el like también antes de retirarse. Muchas gracias por estar acompañándonos el día de hoy en el mejor Watch Party y también transmisión oficial ahora de la SL en español de todas las regiones del mundo. Estuvimos con Europa en la mañana, estuvimos con Norteamérica en la noche. Tuve que hacer 1000 cosas para poder estar aquí transmitiéndoles el día de hoy. Mañana debería de ser Garena, pero lo han postergado, ¿okay? Así que tenemos descanso hasta el día 22 de febrero, que creo que para ese día ya debería tener luz en mi casa, así que debería estar volviendo mañana. Ok, nos vemos el día 22 de febrero. Voy a estar creando la transmisión en mi canal de YouTube. No olviden meterse al grupo de WhatsApp público que hemos hecho, ok, que ahí estaremos informándoles de todo también, ok. Nos vemos entonces. Un día de transmisión bastante complejo, la verdad, de Europa y NA. Toca irnos a dormir, chicos. Nos vemos, gracias a todos por estar aquí. Nos vemos en la de LATAM, que va a estar mucho más intensa. Mucho más intensa. La de LATAM es el día 22 de febrero, el día jueves. Ahí nos vemos. Nos vemos, chicos. No olviden seguirme en Instagram. No olviden meterse al canal de WhatsApp. Ok, al canal de WhatsApp, darle a seguir. Y ahora pueden meterse al grupo de WhatsApp público que hemos creado, donde todos pueden entrar, y lo voy a abrir en breve para que puedan conversar, etcétera. Ok, lean las reglas también al momento de entrar. Nos vemos entonces, chicos. Nos vemos. Gracias por estar aquí. Voy a dejarlos con los highlights del día de hoy. Nos vemos.